It was fine. But for that cars, it should have been more than fine.
Holy shit. What is he doing? What? 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 Maybe this isn't the level 2 podcast. Look at his fucking face.
Yes!
TOS violation. It's over. It's over. It's over.
Oh, man.
It just... What the?
Minus rep, tunnels, and camps, but still lost. LMAO. If that's all I'm getting. Yeah, I don't mind. Fuck. You wanna fucking post shit? Post shit, brother. Post fucking shit. Imagine getting that pissed off at a video game. Guitar, you're actually pissed off at a video game, I know. Okay. Calm down.
The black aliens have hit 6 major cities around the world.
What?
And every city is reporting significant damage and casualties. Among them, Westopolis has received the heaviest casualties due to its weakened defense system.
Can we start the battle? She's so cute when she says it like that.
So please just stay put. Apologies that I didn't use the restroom, but it is what it is. I promise I'll be right back.
I stand by ED, okay? Alright, no further words. Cool. There we go. Goodbye. Scott, thank you.
Right, the rivals for one section have these
Alright. Oh god. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Why? Ugh.
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party! We're ready. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti.
I'm scared. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends.
Fiesta, siesta, la bamba. Ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
A haiku, if you will, ladies and gentlemen, a haiku for Matilda. Me. Crazy French bulldog runs all around the lair. So very crazy. Ladies and gentlemen, Matilda has departed from the Dingus lair. I know. I miss her already. So wild was she, Matilda, running all over the lair, scampering all over the place, getting her claws, scratching my legs, scratching up the furniture, sniffing everything in the house. Like just like sniffing everything. I don't know what's up with her. She was smelling everything. There did not go a second in not a second went by in all of her visits throughout the week that she was not sniffing something. If she was not sniffing, she was barking. If she was not barking, she was eating. But alas, alack and alay, the week of Matilda, just as soon as it started, has already come to a bitter conclusion. Hello everyone. Welcome to another swollen _ Dingus stream. Hope you're all having a swell evening without the guy and his night stream to drown out your fun. Hopefully I can provide the entertainment in lieu of his absence. But big ups to the Dingers, Dongers, and Swollen _ ones who are here in the now, the ones coming in the interim, and the ones coming in the immediate and far-flung future. Like Suzuki Croy was the first person here with Show Me the Kitty. Golem Power, Barry Linden, I never did. Pam, Eagles, Do the Wiggles, you know W1, the unfun one. Joe Blah with the Ralph Mail Shuffle. Ralph may or may not have another W on his hands. I'll talk about it. Eagles Do the Wiggles with his 3-stream streak. There was an error sharing your watch streak. I agree. Scrumbles. Joe Blah again. Pam with his 3-stream watch streak. Easy Money with the 7-stream watch streak. Scrumbles, who I think I said his name already, but I'm going to say it again. DJ Phil the Rich, 25-stream streak. And Sweet Bean, 96. Yes. Finally, the niece who went camping returned. And because she has returned, the other niece who owns Matilda can now pick her up and pawn her off to the other niece who stays at home to go look after her. So no longer is it my responsibility to look after the dog. It was a swell week while it lasted. I'll say this, I really don't think we can have a Dingus dog full time. You know, much as I like Matilda, it was nice taking care of her, but for an extended period of time, you know, it's just too much energy. Matilda in particular is like the biggest attention whore I've ever had to deal with. And she's not even a human. And talk about son of a bitch, right? Or rather, daughter of a bitch. She herself is a bitch as well. But no, she was just way too crazy. It was too much energy for me. We need like a less enthusiastic, a more lethargic pup. Does such a breed exist? What's the laziest dog breed ever? That's the breed for me. We need a chill, lethargic dog. French bulldogs are too crazy. At least that one in particular. Specifically that one, because I've never seen another French bulldog in reality before. The only other French bulldogs I've ever seen were in Nintendogs. English bulldog, pug. You know, I was thinking of a pug. A Basset Hound. Speaking from experience. Oh, okay, if you got experience. You know, Joe Blah has never steered me wrong. Oh, Sweet Bean says pug as well. 30 minutes of playtime. They sleep. They sleep the rest. You know, I wanted to take her to the park. You know, just give her a walk because Goon recommended it to me too. I walked her, you know, in the backyard. But I was thinking, no, if I really want to tire her out, I should have went maybe up and down the street or maybe even to the park. But without completely ruining and revealing to you all, you know, where Dingus is truly located, there are situations unfolding in the neighborhood that would make it nefarious and dangerous for me to take her to the park. So we're not gonna do that until those dangerous and precarious situations lighten up. Whoa, it's Peaches and Keem, the guy is here. Hello, Peaches. Welcome, welcome. You're here just in time for me to talk about the end of Matilda Week. Just as quick as it started, so too, it finished just as quickly. Denise came back, picked her up, took her cage. Yeah, she's gone. She's out of here. Out of my fucking life for good. Until they need someone to look after her again. I doxed myself with weather patterns. I hear Stone Toss got doxed, and that's like the big drama unfolding right now. I kind of agree with the immediate... The immediate reactions are that he shouldn't have said anything, because if you don't say anything, then that leaves like, you know, a gray area. There's like room for doubt, the benefit of the doubt, if you will. But responding at all just outright confirms it, no matter how you respond one way or the other. And I wasn't really a fan of his response anyway. He just cried to Daddy Ellen to delete it, which, you know, perspectives, all that, not all black and white. I'm sure if I was in the same boat with as big of a following as him, I would probably hypocritically cry to Elon Musk too. But that doesn't make me a hypocrite. That makes me a fucking Cuban. It's Seven's fault Dingus neighborhood is unsafe. Yeah, exactly. Stationary in the park? You can say that. That's not actually what's the case, but it's more or less... It's an issue of that level, where it would actually be dangerous for me right now, in this moment, to venture myself to the park. Someone who lives with poodles my whole life, oh, big ups to TRBG, my whole life, regardless of whether they're the big ones or small ones, they all tend to adjust to your lifestyle. They can all be energetic or chill, depending on whether you play with them too much. She must have some sort of... Okay, so she gets crazy whenever she's around my niece, but she gets even crazier when she's around me specifically. I don't know if that's like a... Does she just prefer the attention of males? That's what she told me, because I was explaining... Well, I don't know if she even likes me or not, because she's always going crazy and barking at me whenever I'm in her vicinity. Like, I can't make any motions at all without her immediately detecting it and scampering to my side. And you know, I'm not Mr. Dog. I'm not the dog whisperer. But I was told she's excited, just like you said, Scrumbles. She's excited and likes me, and then she told me she probably prefers the attention of males, which kind of unnerved me. I didn't think she really hated, because you think if she actually hated me, like in the back of my head, back of my neck, back of my mind, obviously I would have been bit or something. Hey, Brian. Hello, Brian. Oh, Brian, did you hear the news? Okay, we're gonna go over this too. This is the second headline of the stream. We have a very sad report here, hot off the news press. I gotta get the link. Hey, BR Joe. Girl troubles? No, I was taking care of a dog, and I wasn't sure if the dog actually liked me or not, because the dog was always getting excited around me. Oh, I even finished TRPG's... Oh yeah, I did. The poodle thing. I've never been in the presence of a poodle before. Hey, Carl. Always figured you lived in a nice neighborhood, don't know. I guess it's nice in the sense that, you know, it's not a rich white neighborhood, but there's, you know, people tend to leave each other alone. It's only the bad apples that spoil the fun. No, that's fine, VR Joe. Okay, let me see if I can pull this up, and then I'll switch it over to the game. We're gonna play Crash Bash, the extra life goal. Wow. But on top of that, we're going to continue the suffering of the 200% playthrough. All right, let's open up Brave. We have some sorry news to report. No one, you know, this has not been verified yet. But Ralph posted it, so obviously that means it must be true. Let's go ahead and take it over here.
Hello, you absolute legends.
Oh my god, we're playing the video.
The streamer known as
Damn
Queen
it.
Pones a lot pretended.
I preloaded the video. This is the first video, so you may recall, since I've already spoiled it, you may recall Carl guy. We watched a video of his a few weeks back where he like exposed this Twitch streamer Thought Lady faking her Monster Hunter runs. That's right, she was exposed. And he said he would promise to deliver us a follow-up video, which this is supposed to be. So there you go. That'll be the first thing we watch today. Okay, let's load this up. We're gonna take it over to Ethan Oliver Ralph's Twitter. Let me pull that up. Yep. Rumor! Kano Casino is indeed done for, according to anonymous sources. The anonymous source is Bean World. Bean Soy _world tweets out, from my own sources, the Kino Casino is indeed done, and not just on Kick. I know why and cannot say, but this is serious. So says Bean Soy. Now, Bean needs to explain herself. Who is Bean Soy? Is this her alt account? But Ralph, look, Ralph was off to the races. I wish he included the timestamp of this tweet, because I need to know how quick Ralph rushed to tweet this out. How was that a dingus hell?
Perfect.
Ow. But we don't have, you know, don't jump to conclusions. We know not if this is true or not. This could be a LARP. You know, come on, you guys are all DSP people. You know what LARPs are all about. Big ups to Sea Snow. That is swollen dingus, yes. Faster than I rushed to post it in the Anchor. Yeah, you caught it faster than me. But I haven't been checking Twitter today. Yeah, ring it up. Ring it up! Ralph Nub! Yeah, sad to see. They did a show, I mentioned it already, they did a show Monday, but they ran into a lot of tech issues because PvP and Andy are now separated. That's right, they divorced. The divorce has been finalized. Andy moved out, but PvP stayed in the house that they were previously at. But Andy moved out somewhere else. They tried to do the show like they used to do, where it was they were in separate locations. They ran into some tech issues, didn't test out the mics or anything. I think PvP's camera was also failing, and eventually they rage quit. About 4 hours in, we haven't had a show since then. Now, if this is indeed true and the show is indeed done for, I'm not even frustrated, Andy. I'm more just disappointed. But can I really be surprised when this always happens to anyone Andy partners up with? We had it happen when he partnered with Ian Mouse Chungus, much as I hate that guy. Had it happen when he partnered with Donga. And of course, JF Garepi. Had it happen when he partnered up with Ralph. Who was that other guy? I want to say Jay Dyer. Had it happen when he partnered up with Jay Dyer. There may even be one more. Kyler Bone Zone, I think is his name. Had it happen when he partnered up with Kyler. And I'm probably missing 2 more co-hosts. It's just in it for the Phoenix to fuck up any partnership he may have. So they had a show that went wrong Monday, Carl, because of tech difficulties. We've been in the dark since then, and then Ralph goes and tweets this out. I don't know anything else about the situation, because Pete just shared it in the Ancord. I know about as much as you do. Casino goes on a week hiatus, and Cog and Ralph always say something is going on, the show could be canceled. True, but I feel like Ralph is louder about it this time than in previous. Hey, Aldernaut. This is just speculation. It is literally just speculation. That's why I'd like take it with a grain of salt. But I've never seen Ralph been... How do I put this? I've never seen him be so prompt about it and so loud about it. So it makes me think, it makes me want to put more stock in it, but you're right. They always do this when they're on any kind of hiatus. This is not the first lengthy hiatus that the casino has had. So take it with a grain of salt. They could just easily be back. Maybe it's like the casino is done because they're changing the name of the show and it's going to be a whole new show with a new name, but it's like the same fucking show. Who knows? Check Ralph's new tweets. They're moving to a new studio. See, Because Ellen changed Twitter. I'm not logged in on Brave, but he changed Twitter up. So if I go to Ralph's Twitter, it's not gonna bring up his most recent shit. Just link it to me. Yeah, it's bringing up stuff from 2023. And I don't want to scroll too much because Ralph posts some fucked up shit. That would obviously get me banned off the Twitter platform, the Twitch platform, rather. No matter how active Ralph is, I don't think him or anyone associated with him is a trustworthy source. Now, I don't know who Beansoy is. I'm not even saying that that person is affiliated with Ralph. It could be someone that's on a casino side and Ralph just saw that tweet. I don't know who Beansoy is. I thought Beansoy was... I thought that was the nickname they attributed to Beard Sin, one of Fuentes' lieutenants, which feels weird to say because he barely has any lieutenants left. They're making so much money, why would they end it unless they secretly hate each other behind the scenes? I don't think they hate each other. I think they had a legitimate camaraderie. So this would be very confusing and odd and bizarre to see. Okay, Enef has a tweet. Let's see what this is. It better not be dolphin porn. Oh. Gabe Hoffman says, I have it on good authority that the casino will not be returning. Andy and Ashton have had a major falling out. I'm sure all will be revealed in the next coming weeks. No! Gabe_Hoffman. Gabe Hoffman came in the chat to tell everyone it was over. I've explained this a couple of times before. Gabe Hoffman he funds the casino. He funds the casino so much to a degree that is often joked about that Gabe runs the whole show. He's like he's part of the writer's room. Because Mr. Pun, we're here mourning the death of the Kino Casino. But he gives them so much money, and he's in their DMs and all that. They're like good friends with them. He's a... What was he? It's not his Kick username? You know what? I'm gonna believe you, because they have sub badges on Kick, and that token on the left says 2 months. The 2-month casino chip? I'm pretty sure Gabe's been funding them longer than 2 months. Why are they not showing the full chat log? Oh, well now I definitely don't believe it if this rat is saying it. Ack. We could go to their chat log. How recent is that? Hold up. Ah, yes. Kino Casino Gaming. It's an extended segment. Alright, let's go to their chat. I'm blurring it out because I don't know what is in their chat at the moment. Okay, let's see if I can pull this up. Hey, we're on Kick. Big ups to Nurgle. What are they saying? Start up a cope stream on your channel with your gay buddies. Not that there's anything wrong with that, Pocket Boozy. Worski has spent the last few days cannibalizing the goodwill of the shows to prop up his gay solo stream. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Worski killed the $1,000 goose for $100 eggs. Oh, that's a kill shot right there. I remember Worski was teasing a huge announcement of the casino like weeks before the last stream. I think the announcement was just a move. And apparently there was because I didn't see the start of the stream, there was a promise of the new studio. It's true, we know it's over for good if there's another Styx call out for a single stream. Starting a show with the most weird, most parasocial viewers is cringe. Did they invite viewers on the show? What does he mean by that? Look at me, I'm just stirring the pot. I'm on my own stream, I'm just looking at drama. I'm no better than these guys. All these messages are logged. Andy could spend hours going through this and block us all. This is consistent with Andy. He's never been one to like tolerate people mocking him in the chat. That goes back all the way to Worski Live. What made the last few streams a disaster? I didn't watch them. There was only one on Monday. The one I restreamed, Carl, was the second to last Kino Casino. The one on Monday was the last one. And there were good segments. The only issue was all the tech stuff. Yeah, that was a good show. I'm not even saying the shows were bad. I'm just saying they had tech issues and they had to cancel the show early. Started doing morning news streams where he goes over yesterday's news and gets over 5K viewers. Says who? Oh, they're talking about Styx Hexenhammer. Why? Where's the drama at? Oh, I was looking for the Gabe Hoffman message, but I guess we're not gonna find it. Ah, well, alas, until more developments arise. That is the state of the Kino Casino. I will say this, just as UNFW said, that is not the real Gabe Hoffman's account. Now that I think about it, he's been funding them for far longer than 2 months. So we'll see what comes of this. I think if anything, Worski will still do his solo streams. The problem with Worski's solo streams is that he often needs... I feel like the reason Worski has had so many co-hosts is that even he realizes, maybe even if unconsciously, that he needs someone to bounce off of. Because when Worski does the solo stream, it's kind of like, I don't know, there could be cases where, you know, he's had tech issues on a solo stream. There have been cases of dead air, he doesn't have stuff prepped and all that. I think PvP added a good balance out of all the co-hosts he's ever had, really. And they had like some innate chemistry going on there, and then of course they were in the same room together. It made it feel, I don't know, more legit, I guess, like you could say that. But when Worski's on his own, it's just like, come on, man, we need like a person B over there to the right to help you. He did some amazing solo streams, so he was carrying the duo there. Yeah, PvP is good with improv. I always try to channel PvP's energy if I can help it. Like I said in the Discord, it may be we'll see. Well, I don't want the show to end. I don't. I really enjoy it. A lot of the times, it's the reason why my streams are so late, because I'm trying to tune in. So I hope this is not the case. But we're gonna start the Carl video, and I'm gonna see what do I have left to do in Crash Bash. Actually, let's go ahead and do that first, and then we'll start the video. Let's take a sip here of my Dr. Pepper. Start off. UV has 0 ideas on how to run OBS, so he's a tech boomer. To be fair, we had a shot of Andy's OBS recently, and it didn't look too good. Alright, what the hell was I doing? Got Splash Dash Platinum. We're 169% out of 200%. YouTube intro. Hello everyone! Hello, welcome! Swollen__ Dingus here, coming at you with another video. It's part 774 of Crash Bash. 200% playthrough for extra life, and go ahead and hit like and subscribe and fuck that bell if you want all the latest videos sent to your fucking sub box. I promise I won't spam it. 10 videos a day, right? Over here, still playing this fucking game. A game that has ruined me since my childhood. We're gonna go find out how many more amazing mini games I gotta grind to get like one fucking relic to move my percentage up 1% to get to the end game goal of 200%. Let me just verify here. I think we did all of ones, and okay, yeah, Warp Room 1 is done. I gotta think about what am I in the mood for? What am I in the mood to start off? I want to get at least... I know this is pretty sad, but the minigames I have left are basically the worst minigames of the lot. So my thinking is here, what do I want to start with? Because I have to win at least one. It can't be a goose egg stream. We gotta get at least 1% of something. So far, these are all done. Till Panic's done. Okay, Beach Ball. We have to do Beach Ball Platinum. Another 12-hour stream where every game looks the same. Now, to be fair, Peaches, this is not at all helped by me saving all the pinball ones for last, because it's my personal least favorite genre. So, of course, that's probably going to be the majority of what we're going to see today. The majority will be bumper balls. But we'll start with this one, because using the magnet, it's not too bad. I feel like I got close last time. And then we will start the video. As I said, this is Carl Jobs continuing on from the last Carl Jobs video. We saw a Monster Hunter girl thought Twitch streamer who I'm not gonna bully because according to Twitch Toss, you're not allowed to bully other Twitch creators. But it is alleged this lady cheated in a Monster Hunter blind speedrun. Her blindfold was It didn't blind her at all, and she could see the whole time. And Carl exposed her and promised a follow-up video. And this is that video.
Hello, you absolute legends. Last month, the streamer known as Queen Ponsalot pretended to beat the dragon Alatreon wearing a blindfold. This garnered her quite a lot of attention, but when people experienced with the game she was playing and those experienced in blindfold speedrunning saw her videos, they realized immediately it was fake. Unfortunately, Queen Ponsalot's effort of faking a blindfolded run was extremely poor. Not only was she using strategies that are just flat out impossible to use while blind, but the blindfold she was using was so thin and obviously fake, even we, the viewers, could see straight through it. Soon enough, people were making videos calling out her fake run, and Queen Ponsalot was beginning to get quite a lot of negative attention. As it turns out, the public doesn't appreciate liars and people who try to fake gaming accomplishments for clout.
They just hate
After
women,
receiving
stupid.
backlash, Queen Ponsalot fought back, announcing that she was going to do another blindfolded run of the dragon Alatreon, but this time with more proof. On the 14th of February, she went live.
Just because you do it again, that doesn't like erase the first time you did it being fake.
This time she wore a genuine blindfold. She had a hand cam. She had input display. She had paper covering up her monitors, and she was live. Surely there was absolutely no way she could cheat. And with all of this in place, she did it again. She beat the dragon Alatreon in front of hundreds of people. She was so convincing that it seemed like everyone now believed she was legit.
But anyway, yeah, it looks like the Altreon blindfold
Worski didn't relapse. He looked okay Monday.
Real. It
Big
did actually happen.
Maybe we got it wrong. Maybe Queen Ponsalot was just more gifted than everyone else.
I already want to restart. I'm not in my element. It's been so long since I played this.
Or maybe, just maybe, she just cheated again, and we don't know how. Honestly, when I
Even if
first
she
saw her
didn't
new
cheat the
successful
second time,
attempt,
it doesn't
I didn't
erase
know how
that
she
she
did
cheated the
but
first
I did
time.
know two things. One,
I'm gonna
her
restart that.
gameplay was impossible to do blind, and two, people always underestimate the autistic power of speedrunners. I was committed to finding out how this was done. I envisioned sophisticated cheating methods that would be impossible to detect. I figured that whatever Queen Ponsalot did must be pretty genius to fool everyone so easily. For 3 days, I meticulously studied her video. I worked with experts to clarify game mechanics. I spoke with programmers to see if we could replicate her run using advanced software, but I was getting nowhere. And then, after 72 hours of running into dead ends, I finally saw it. I noticed that Queen Ponsalot did something that gave everything away. The curtain was lifted, and the magician had exposed her secrets. I had the smoking gun, and within 20 minutes of seeing Queen Ponsalot do this one thing, we knew exactly how she did it, and we had the proof. As it turns out, I was on the wrong track the entire time. I thought the method she used must
she
have
still
been
has to
smart
admit that
because no one detected
she still has to admit she
but in the
cheated.
end,
She can just
it turned out
say
to be the
they're lying.
simplest and dumbest
Why would she
method I
admit
could
she
have
cheated?
imagined. In this video, I'm going to tell you exactly how
that's
Queen
what I would do,
Ponsalot
right? If I
faked
was
her
like an
most recent
Eeyore,
blindfolded
why would
takedown
you
of the
admit they were
dragon
right? Like,
Alatreon.
oh, you
And I
sure
guarantee that
got
you'll be
me.
shocked at just how many
No,
things
even
she
if they
did
were
to
right, I
try
would
and
still
fool
accuse
you.
them of
I
like.
really hope you enjoy.
I know, I would just, you know how it is, deflect,
Legends,
deflect,
let's be
attack,
honest.
attack.
If you're watching my channel, it's because
What
you
is
are a
sponsor
gigantic
block?
nerd. I'm a huge nerd. You're a huge nerd. That's just the way it is.
just
And
saying,
as
ain't that like
nerds,
the
there's
proper
nothing more
OPSEC for
important or
something like this?
fulfilling
Just say
than
they're
having
lying.
a really good gaming PC.
All
which is why you
lies.
should invest in a PC from
Then
today's
call out
sponsor,
Carl's old
Starforge
womanizing
Systems.
videos.
Starforge makes things super easy, especially for people like me who don't know how or just don't want to build their own PC. They offer amazing
Jane?
pre-built PCs at all different price points. So if you go in with a certain budget, you know
Cleanest
you're going
Jane?
to get the best you can for your money. Starforge
Sorry, I'm drawing
PCs are
blank
used by
circle.
tons of your favorite creators, including myself.
Favorite
They are
Nightmare
built
on
by
Elm
hand in
Street?
Austin,
I
Texas, by
haven't really watched
experienced
any of them.
builders.
Sorry, I'm
They
a
look
fake fan.
beautiful and they run smoothly. Plus, they are reliable, coming with a full 2-year parts and labor warranty. I rely on my PC for absolutely everything, including
That's what I
this
get for looking
YouTube
at chat.
channel. My standards are extremely high. I need something powerful and I need something quiet. And the PC I got from Starforge Systems was literally everything I could have asked for. Please get
No
yourself
way
a
he
PC
actively
you
uses his
deserve.
PC.
The link
This
to
is not- that's
Starforge
not like
Systems
his
will be in
main
the description.
PC.
Go and check out their PCs today.
I see, I'm such a nice guy. I
In
don't
my
skip the
previous video,
sponsors.
we looked at Queen Pongelot's earlier blindfolded runs, where she used a really thin, transparent sheet of material to cover her eyes and pretended that she couldn't see. In this case, it was so easy to debunk because everyone can just use their own eyes.
So my
and
contention
see
is
that her
she like
blindfold was
actively
fake.
submitting
As
these
far as her
runs to the
gameplay was
category and
concerned,
like
it's also
seeking,
really
you know,
obvious that she
fame
can
from the
see as
speedrunning
well.
community?
She
Or
claims
is it
to
just a
use the
gimmick for
audio
her
to know
stupid little
exactly where the
community?
monster is, but years of blindfolded competition
If it's
tells
the
us
former, I
that
can
this
understand
is
exposing
impossible.
her.
I also
If it's the
highlighted
latter,
that
it's
beyond
kinda like,
knowing where the monster is,
I don't
it's
know.
also impossible to detect
It was
whether
some
you are
dumb
looking up
whore.
or down.
I'm sorry,
so if you see a
guys.
blindfolded player using their mouse to look up or down, you know they can see. In her latest attempt, we see all of those impossible gameplay mechanics in action once again, and in some cases, it's even worse.
Because if it
She will
was
access
the
menu
latter,
in
then
order to
okay,
use
I can
items
understand that
and
because she's
mess up
seeking
the
the
camera,
benefit
and
from the
then
attention of the
immediately
speedrunning
and
community.
perfectly fix it. She even does this when the dragon is not making any sounds at all, so there is quite literally no audio cue, like in this example.
Hey, GC. I'm not dropping any frames, Carl.
Beyond the impossible vertical movement, we also see crazy head tracking in real time. That is just laughable.
Oh, because she's so
I mean,
adamant with the
just look
community?
at this
Okay, yeah,
gameplay.
okay, that I could understand. If it's like a Streisand effect. I'm not cheating, I'm not. Oh, hey, Carl. Whoa, it's Almighty Tevin with his 20 stream streak that caused me to lose like 2 balls into my goal. And he says, hello.
In the last clip, she's
Eternally,
rolling
'cause
underneath
he
the
typed out some
dragon,
emotes.
keeping the camera on its head perfectly as she does it. It's hilarious. And
I'm back
remember,
on that crash
looking
grind.
up does nothing. It
And
doesn't let
I'm
her
listening
hit
to
any
Carl
higher,
Job's
so there is literally no point in doing this
Girl.
other than to see the head, which makes no sense if you're blindfolded. All of this seems very confusing because she appears to be wearing
have
a
Tiny
proper
and Cortex
blindfold.
fight each
And
other
as I mentioned
like that.
before, her monitors are even covered up with paper, meaning that she can't see them anyway. This led me to consider other ways she might be playing
Salt.
without seeing.
Name
One
sounds
way would be
familiar.
some kind of aimbot. Aimbots are common in many games, so it's possible if she had some kind of sophisticated software, it could help her aim on the dragon. This would solve the problem of locating
Ooh.
the dragon and also solve
Okay, I gotta
the
be careful.
vertical aiming issue. However, this wouldn't solve all of the problems,
One more?
like being able to dodge attacks that don't have sound cues. In one instance, she accidentally hooks onto Alatreon's leg instead of its head, and immediately releases before targeting the head again.
Why did I do
But
that?
there is no audible difference between hooking onto the leg or the head, so there is no way she should have known. In order to solve issues like this, I theorized that maybe someone was talking to her and giving her instructions through Discord.
Yeah,
With
I
someone in
threw.
her ear and some aim assist software,
I was gonna
you might
bump
be
it in
able
the
to play
corner, and
like
then I didn't
this
bump
without
it.
sight. I reached out to Monster Hunter World expert TSC, who actually developed the first known aimbot of the game. According to him,
Whoa,
if she
I
was
love
using an
aimbots.
aimbot to achieve this effect, it would require
I hear they don't
software
exist
far more
in, the new Star
sophisticated
Wars.
than anyone in the community
On
currently
console, anyway.
possesses. It seems unlikely that this was
Which
the
is another
method.
funny thing I've
The
been
most
following
common
today to Star
theory I
Wars
saw
stuff.
online was that she was using
Sadly,
pre-recorded
GPM
gameplay.
cannot
Maybe
play
she
with
beat
Alpha Elite.
Alatreon earlier and just played that gameplay footage during her live stream. Something like this has been done before. I even made a video about a speedrunner who cheated by using a pre-recorded run during a live charity marathon. However, I didn't believe
hey, I
this
remember
was
his
the
video
case.
on this. That
Queen
was
Pongelot
crazy.
had 2 cameras and they were both completely
The
in
virtual
sync.
remote
I studied her
GDQ
mouse
has
movements,
ruined
and they always
the fun
seemed to
of
match what was
GDQ.
going on in the game. And so did her keyboard
top of all the
inputs. Her mouse
dilation
sensitivity
stations.
was very high, so a lot of movements are hard to see, but I couldn't see any discrepancies. It did appear as though she was actually playing. In my opinion, this also ruled out the idea that someone else was playing instead of her, perhaps by using remote assistance. This is an idea that the YouTuber Abisoft spent some time investigating to see if it could work. But aside from her mouse movements matching her gameplay, latency issues would also be a huge problem. Some people suggested that she was using a magician's blindfold and she could see through it. But this is extremely unlikely. Her blindfold doesn't look like any fake blindfold I could find, and we know what blindfold she has because it was recommended to her. Blindfolded expert Mitris has the exact same one, and it looks exactly the same. One other thing people noticed, and trust me, we noticed this immediately too, is that after Queen Pongelot killed Alatreon and lifted the paper up, there was something on her screen. And it seemed like she noticed this and moved the paper back down to try and hide it.
What was on the paper?
What is on the screen?
What?
And what is on the thing?
You what, mate?
Is Monster Hunter on her screen? And then watch what happens. She puts it back down.
Is Cog reviewing the
to
video?
cover. She's quickly trying to hide it.
Hold up. We need
and
to see
then
the
the game
moment.
comes back up on screen.
What?
This is the Windows Start menu, and the reason it appeared is because she hit the Windows key. In fact, she hits the Windows key multiple times throughout her blindfolded attempts.
Did
This
she mean by
bugged the
this?
hell out of us, and we had no
Yes.
idea why she was doing it. Could this have something to do with how she was faking her gameplay? At seemingly random times, she would hit the Windows key, which would tap her out of the game. This caused her inputs to stop working. She would then need to hit the escape key to try and get back into the game. Watch this clip where she hits the Windows key and then spends 10 seconds trying to get the game to work again.
Oh, I see it. Oh, I see. Ryan? Yeah, she stopped. Wouldn't you just
This
always
is
be
bizarre,
moving if
and
you
she
were
does this
blindfolded?
multiple times without ever mentioning it. She acts as if this really weird thing that she is doing isn't happening, which is obviously really suspicious. Ultimately, it seems like this is some kind of unrelated tech issue that she was having with her eye tracker. Multiple times before she even started her blindfolded attempts, we can see her hitting the Windows key in order to fix something. She even mentioned it earlier in her stream.
Needed to fix.
Oh, well, at least it's not as long as it's not a part of their grand conspiracy. It just seems like a simple issue with the game.
I think this tech issue has nothing to do with her blindfolded attempts. But an important question to ask is how did she know there was a problem? She was blindfolded
okay.
and couldn't see, but knew there was some kind of technical issue and always
Yeah,
tried to
she
fix
did
it.
know,
And she did
huh?
all
How'd
of
she
this
know
without
that?
looking and without saying anything to her audience. It's all really bizarre. In the end,
How did
however,
she know the
after
game would
discovering the truth,
unfocus?
I realized this was a giant red herring. After several days of brainstorming, I was beginning to run out of ideas. But then, in the middle of the night, I revisited a question I had from day one. There was something that Queen Pwnsalot did that was really strange, and I couldn't figure it out. Immediately after she covers her main monitor with paper, while she is attempting to distract her viewers, she holds down her left mouse button for 10 seconds. This was actually one of the very first things I noticed when investigating her run, but I never
interesting.
had an answer as to why she did it.
Maybe she just
Normally,
likes
when you
clicking
hold
the
the button
left
down
button.
for a few seconds, it activates something. And this was one of the reasons I thought she was using some kind of software. But I
You
had
can't get anything past these speedrunner guys. It reminds me of Chibi with the I like that jump. That situation when he got exposed for Paper Mario. You can't sneak anything past these guys. Well, occasionally some people do. That's why Carl makes videos about those people. But for the most part, by and large, they get found out eventually.
had overlooked something that was so obvious and so simple, I can't believe I
OMG
didn't
Zelda.
see it immediately. Once I understood what she was doing, it was game over. Holding her mouse
Game
button
over,
down
man.
for 10
Game
seconds
over.
told me everything I needed to know. It unlocked all of her secrets. It revealed to me that there was in
Oh my god, the Discord research! I still need to know why is she holding the left mouse button down for 10 seconds, 451, and then clicks the right mouse button. Oh my god, I think I know! There's a third monitor! Dun dun dun!
fact a third hidden monitor.
What? Literally
Queen
just out of
Pwnsalot wants
you.
us to believe that she only has 2 monitors.
Ladies and
When she
gentlemen,
covers them
we
up,
got
she
'em,
makes
baby.
sure to verbally state that her monitor on the left has all of her other stuff on it.
To the main attraction as we get
What
our
would be on the
duct
third
tape for
monitor
our
that you
main
need to look
monitor
at, though?
because, Yeah.
Yeah, because
There's the other
yeah.
one. So you guys know.
I'm the one.
There it is. With all my other stuff on it. Boom.
This is a lie. In truth, she has a third monitor to her right, off camera. Before she covers it with paper,
can't
we
even
can
get
see that
2
her main
monitors. This
monitor
bitch
has
got
her
3?
OBS streaming software on it. This shows her gameplay, and it also has her Twitch chat docked into it as well. One thing that
We need
struck me
Ann
as
to give
odd
his
is
take
how
on
she
this. This is
decided to
Monster
wait
Hunter.
until her
This is
monitors were
his
covered
game.
with paper before setting everything up. This makes no logical sense, and she even tries to act like this wasn't on purpose.
No problem. Alright, alright, cool. Now, alright. Oh god, I'm sorry, I didn't think this through.
But the reason she did this
Whoa,
is because she
it's
had to
Ann
ensure that
1337
what she
himself.
did was
And he
hidden
says
from the
there are no
camera.
sound cues for
this
that
is where
fight.
the beauty
It is
of the
not
input
something that should be able to
display
be done.
comes in, because we can still
she's just
see
that good at the
everything
game,
she's
you
doing.
fucking
But it's
sexist.
obvious she is trying to hide it. What she does next is very
This video's a
sneaky.
bit old, Ann,
she
but I'm
lifts
catching
up
up
the
on it.
paper on her main monitor, which has her OBS
Follow
on
Ann
it.
Lee.
She clicks on her
Welcome,
OBS window
happy
and
White
holds
Day.
down the mouse key. Then, while she is holding down the mouse button, she distracts her audience with verbal diarrhea.
Where is... That's why we go through what we go through, right? You know? And it's the way that it has to be.
That's just how it is. I wish I could do
Next
something
is the
to help
key
it.
that I should have seen immediately. What is the most
wish I
common
could
thing
control
you
it.
do when you hold down your
Some
mouse
DSP
button? You
speak there.
drag windows. While
Was it
talking,
randomized and
she
only
drags
influenced by
her
damage and
OBS to her
phases?
hidden
Literally, it's
monitor
not
on
something
the
that you can do with
right.
sound
We
cues.
can confirm this with the input display. We can see her hand move it to the right, and she even looks at her hidden monitor on the right when
You
she
just
does
finished
this.
work? Now wait a minute. I saw you. You were playing. So you're telling me now, guys. Anne was playing a brand new gacha game today. You're telling me you were playing games on the clock. He was playing Ligma Company, I think it's called. He was celebrating White Day by playing the game. I saw a dude on it. You're playing a game. You're playing a gacha game with dudes in it. Ah, wow. It was on background, literally on tutorial for 5 hours. For 5 hours. Did we beat the tutorial? I never did the boss in World, but I have fought previous iterations of it. Almost anything at this high level in Monster Hunter should even be possible blindfolded. Well, that just validates what Anne said. I feel like you could find there are people autistic enough, sorry enough, in a state of zen, where there's probably at least one person who can do it, right?
Why we go through what we go through, right?
Then you begged how to navigate the menu because it didn't make
And it's
sense.
the way that it has to be.
See, this is why I stick
And,
with Fire Emblem.
She will use her OBS on the hidden monitor to see the game.
Yeah, exactly,
Immediately
Carl.
After
The amount of
this,
people I
she
see
pretends
that
to
do
move the
ridiculous
OBS
shit in
to her left
speedruns,
monitor.
someone is bound to have done this. Legit.
Move that over. Okay.
We're just laying her out. Hey, Sakura.
She moves her mouse to the left, she looks to the left, and she even says that she's moving something. However, we can see on the input display, she doesn't even click her mouse.
Sounds do not indicate anything like you're targeting certain body parts, so
Now,
it's just the
despite
default
the
hit
fact her
sound.
monitor on
Like
the
a
right
different
is
sound if you
supposed
hit
to
the
be a
leg
secret,
versus
she cannot help
the head.
but stare at
I
it
get you.
constantly. She even responds to this exact message in chat while looking at it. However, mid-sentence, she realizes how stupid this is and stops talking.
Alright.
You can hear a thud if it's a bad part, but
Oh,
that's
yeah.
about it.
Everything will be unedited.
Sadly, none of her VIPs, her mods, her dens, none of them have Anne level knowledge of Monster Hunter World. Oh, actually, Capcom creator, is this like a Capcom approved person, or is that just another kind of like throwaway tag? Like, is she affiliated with Capcom in a way? Because that would accelerate the impact of this controversy.
After panicking and thinking
No.
for 10 seconds, she tries to fix this mistake and pretends she read the message from the monitor on the left.
Oh yeah. Everything will be unedited.
Oh, I see what he's getting at. Okay. Yeah, she reads a message.
Pretends she read the message from the monitor on the left.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, how did you read that? Now wait a minute, because your two monitors are in the other direction, lady. Okay, here's my cope. If I was a woman and a streamer and on the purple platform, I would have said, my camera is reversed, stupid.
Everything will be unedited.
But then she turned around and looked at the proper monitors and she completely fucked it up. Yeah, there's no way. No way. You can't even say, oh, the camera's reversed, because the perspectives line up. None of they're both in the correct orientation. Oh, that's tough. And this was before she started it.
What's the last thing you said? Unedited.
Yeah, now she realized she caught herself, so now she's leaning in even more to pretend like she's looking at that, like that monitor has the chat. And again, this was before she started the boss fight. Like, she already fucked up before even doing the boss. Like, I would have just... I would have just cut off the stream and run it back.
The funny thing about Queen Ponzalot reading chat from her hidden monitor is that it's completely unnecessary. There is no need to have chat there in the first place, and it just causes her to constantly look at it, making it obvious it's there. And it also causes her to screw up by responding
Twitch streamer
to it.
who
I'm guessing
cheated
she
in
just
Monster
couldn't
Hunter.
help herself, and she really wanted to see all of her fans talking about her as she was playing. So we know that she has a monitor to her right, but how does she see it? Well, the secret is in how she's wearing her blindfold. She's wearing it very, very loosely. It's barely able to stay on her face, and on top of that, she wears it very high. This is not how you're supposed to wear a blindfold. Anyone who owns a blindfold like this knows you don't wear them loose, you wear them tight. If you wear them loose, light gets in. By wearing her blindfold loose, she can see through a small gap between her nose and the blindfold. The gamer Juzzy has already replicated her exact setup. In his case, he showed his two monitors, which he turned off. He wore a proper
the gamer Juzzy
gap between her light gets in. By wearing her blindfold loose, she can see through a small gap between her nose and the blindfold. The gamer Juzzy has
literally the gamer Juzzy
already replicated her exact setup. In his case, he showed his two monitors, which he turned off.
I believe you, Ann. I'm not saying I don't.
Blindfold. He used the exact same input display, and he had a hand cam with all
Juzzy with the hand cam. Big ups Juzzy with the hand cam.
All of this, he also killed Alatreon in
so this is where
fashion.
Juzzy's been. Thank you, Perez, for the video redeem. Yeah, the gamer Juzzy.
Here, he explains how he did it.
As you can see now, my monitors are off and I'm blindfolded, but
Juzzy with an eye.
Despite my short-sightedness without glasses,
And of course he has an anime profile pic, obviously. Like all these fucking losers, right?
It's because there's a secret here. Right now, I'm wearing the blindfold, right? But I can see out the gaps between my nose and my blindfold, and if I wore it even looser, I'd be able to see out the sides left and right in my peripheral vision.
Hey, Billy.
Then the next step of the trick is the fact that another thing you guys noticed.
Kind of looks like Derek's older brother.
There's two monitors here, right?
Maybe that's just my discriminatory bias.
And the third monitor on my left.
On top of wearing her blindfold very loosely, Queen Ponzalot also sits back in her chair and looks up in an unnatural way. This is to get a better viewing angle. Before her attempt with the new blindfold, she had spent around 1 hour playing with her old blindfold over multiple days and weeks. And for that entire time, she always sat like this. She was leaning forward and looking directly in front of her. This is because while her blindfold was partially obscuring her sight, she could see straight through it and was looking at the monitor directly in front of her. With the new blindfold, she can't see through the front of it, which is why she has now completely changed her sitting position so she can see down and to the side. This is not a normal way to sit, and world-class blindfold speedrunner Bubsia confirms that when you see someone sitting in this position, it's a giant red flag.
And if I curve up even more, but that's already looking very sus, I guess, if you sit there like your neck breaking. If I sit like this, for example...
What an analysis this is on like human behaviors. Oh, if they sit like that, they're cheating. It's like true crime. It's like an explore with this video.
I can see OBS
Hello,
right now.
Uwu crew.
I can see the volume meters going up. I can see the picture.
Bubsy and Juzzy.
If I turn a bit, I can see the other monitor.
It kind of rhymes.
And it's as simple as that. There is a hidden monitor on the right, and she is playing
through her
OBS, which she discreetly moved to it. I can't believe I spent so much time researching aimbots when the solution was so stupidly basic.
I don't know if it exists, but I wouldn't be surprised if it does.
Just to say there was a hidden monitor, which some people did, it's an entirely different story to provide concrete evidence. The fact that we can literally see her move OBS to the hidden screen, the fact that she reads chat from it, the fact that she stares at it constantly, the fact that she wears her blindfold so loosely, and the fact that she sits in such a weird position.
Very brave of her to do it with like multiple camera angles, I gotta say.
She cheated. But here is my favorite part. After she has killed Alatreon, and while paper is still covering her screen, she looks directly at the hidden monitor and moves the camera around perfectly. It's like she's not even trying to hide it. And beyond all of this, the simple fact remains, the way she played the game is impossible to do do if you can't see. Now let's be real for a second. At the end of the day, this entire thing
We weren't
isn't
real
a big
in any
deal.
part of this video
This
up
is
to this
just
point.
silly, fun
I'm just
internet
being
drama,
honest.
and it's just really interesting to learn how Queen Pontalot faked her blindfold runs. Personally, I'm not emotionally charged about this. I just love trying to expose video game fraudsters because I enjoy it. This whole back and forth is honestly really entertaining. But make no mistake, her behavior is not healthy, and it's not a good thing. There are gamers who spend thousands of hours legitimately trying to do amazing things without the ability to see.
Don't you think that's a bit more like mentally unwell? That part,
of ingenuity.
actually trying to do it legit.
Keeps taking a
That would be
giant
indicative of
steaming dump
even
on all
more,
of their
even
efforts.
greater mental
Because of her
instability.
actions, people are going to trust the accomplishments of real gamers
Rather than just being a
even
con
less.
woman.
Skepticism will disproportionately rise, and the public will become even more cynical. But on the flip side, maybe that's a good thing. The amount of people who threw common sense to the wayside and took her runs at face value is pretty shocking. Maybe people do need to be a bit more skeptical. And
Maybe people need
this
to be less
lesson was an
sexist
important one to
when it
learn.
comes to
Let
gamer
me know what you
girls
think in
and
the
women in
comments.
gaming.
I
Right.
worked with a group of gamers who helped me do research for this video, including the YouTuber Abisoft, who is also releasing a video about this most recent run. I know for a fact he is including many details I haven't mentioned myself, so if you want to learn even more, please go and check out his video as well. The link will be in the description. Thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video.
Pretty good. It got even better. It got like actually Kino as soon as the third monitor was exposed. We're gonna give a break to Beach Ball. I'm not in the ballism mood right now. I'm chasing dragons. I need at least one win, you guys. I need one win. How about Melt Panic? We were doing good in Melt Panic, I think. I think Carl will make an exposed video about Anne's lag switching in Krat. I don't know, Carl. Will you make a video exposing Anne's lag switching? Oh, you're welcome, Mickle. I got one more. This one is from the Muppet, and he usually doesn't do negative videos anymore, but I saw this in Subbox and thought, why not? Ubisoft is a sinking ship! Yes!
Now. I used to like Ubisoft.
No!
Really. I used to genuinely think they were a cool company. I didn't really know anything about them until I started religiously watching E3
You better not cry about the
presentations
sexual
back in the
assault
day.
stuff.
Back when E3 was still kicking around, all the big companies showed up every single time, and for a few days each summer, I could plunk myself down on the couch and watch presentations morning, noon, and night.
Oh, so we liked them because their presentations were cringe.
And this was when
they never
I
actually played their
discovered
games.
Ubisoft, in a sense. I knew about them mainly from Rayman and the launch titles
Yeah,
they
see,
made.
just
for the
Rayman
Wii.
and all the
Yes,
other
I was
cartoony
one of
games they
those
made.
Poor folks duped into buying Red Steel.
You will really feel like both your
Jesse
hands
blew up
have
after this
entered the
video?
screen. You are in the game.
No wonder he hasn't been
But I
streaming.
didn't know much about them as a company. I wasn't
He doesn't want all
familiar
the
with
new
their
followers to
different
show up.
series.
Ack, ack,
But
ack.
after watching one of their E3 presentations, I thought, you know what? This Ubisoft ain't so bad.
AJ Frosty.
I really appreciated how they seemed to be interested in creating a wide range
I
of
would be sad about
experiences.
Rayman,
They had
but,
their AAA series,
otherwise
which
a similar
seemed
sentiment.
really impressive, if a little repetitive. Even when I didn't play the games, it was still fun to watch the reveals and marvel at the graphics and whatnot. I did play Assassin's Creed Black Flag and loved the heck
Black
out of
what?
it, though we'll be talking about that more in a bit. But then in addition to the AAA stuff, Ubisoft had smaller projects, platformers like the Rayman games, indie-sized artful little gems like Child of Light and Valiant Hearts. And their E3 presentations
I heard Valiant
were
Hearts was pretty
cringy,
good.
Sure,
Same for Child of Light.
all E3 presentations were cringy. That was the whole point. And at the very least, you could say these
Yeah,
ones
Nintendo's
were
had some
colorful and
cringe
interesting. I knew Ubisoft was
cringe
a huge
presentations too,
gaming
Mr.
corporation,
Muppet.
but it felt at least a little bit like these were some people who liked making games. They worked on so many different
Hey, Kravin.
projects that I even got
Yeah,
a
I
little
did a bunch
excited
for tonight's
wondering
stream.
what they might reveal next? For a few years, I genuinely looked forward to watching their show each E3. And even as recently as the beginning of the Switch generation, Ubisoft was putting on good shows, releasing cool games. They did
Highlights
Mario and
the
Rabbids,
one
which
fucking
was awesome,
presentation
and
where they
no one
revealed a
else liked
Nintendo game.
Starlink, but I will forever stand by that game. I thought it was neat.
Specifically calls out the times in which they revealed
Ubisoft let me
Nintendo
make some
games.
silly skits. We were all chummy with each other. It was great. What a
Yeah, E3 2015. I remember that one, Red Check.
How things change.
I think they got those Muppets on display at their
It's just
headquarters.
Amazing how dramatically things can change. The older you get, the more you find
What's he talking
that
about now?
you can never
Just a video
count
on how
something
Ubisoft sucks
good
now.
to be good forever. Like it's sad, but it's true. Many
Sad.
things, no matter how good they are, have a tendency to just go bad. And my opinion of Ubisoft could not possibly be lower than it is right now. Like even if they actively tried to get me to hate them in some ridiculous scenario, like they deliberately.
He didn't review the new Mario and Rabbids, the one that I played on stream, because of the sexual harassment thing that was going on with Ubisoft, which I thought was kind of like the first truly lame thing that he ever did. And he's probably going to bring it up in this video. But I was kind of disappointed that he didn't play it.
The end result would
He took
still
like some
be
weird little
basically
stand that
more
amounts
or
to
less
nothing.
What we already have now. The respect I had for them is 100%.
And that was a
gone.
good game,
Yeah,
too.
The admiration, the faith I had
say
in
better
them
than the
as
first.
developers, all of it completely gone. That well has run.
And the team behind it was very
bone
passionate.
dry.
Probably
Now,
the
that's not
only
to say
passionate
the
team left at
company is
Ubisoft.
incapable of making good games. They just put out a really cool-looking Prince of Persia
Yeah, we were talking about it, Billy, in the
Metroidvania,
server.
of all things, and I hear it's amazing. Then Mario and Rabbids Sparks
see,
of Hope
here it's
looks like a
amazing.
really cool sequel.
It looks like a
Ubisoft
good
is
game.
huge company. They've
He
got
hasn't
plenty
played
of
them.
passionate
He's gonna
and
bring it
talented
up.
developers on the payroll. And
refuse to play Ubisoft
increasingly
games.
rare occasions those devs are allowed to, they are very much capable of making great stuff. They are not the problem. It ain't the crew, it's the captains running the ship. For starters, there's the whole employee abuse thing. I won't go too deep into that. I already
Please
did a
don't.
whole video about it. But
Oh, yeah,
just
I'm
to
sure you
sum it up,
did.
all that time Ubisoft was making cool games and doing silly dance numbers on stage, they were also cultivating
Bobby
a toxic
Kotick is
and
away
abusive
from
work
Amazon.
environment where the
Evie
top
is
executives
Amazon,
were allowed to
Activision.
harass
Evie's
anyone they
Gamont is the
pleased
new
with
bad
zero
guy.
repercussions. And even since all that came to light, they have done essentially nothing to fix the problem. So that's already plenty reason to just be entirely done with Ubisoft as a company. It is run by very, very evil people. And I'm not a fan.
Every company is
of
run by evil people.
Except
by Nintendo.
Not my thing. But even beyond that, Ubisoft has consistently revealed itself to be just another AAA publisher. Over the last 10
If
years
you want to talk
or
about that,
so,
talk
the
about like,
industry
I
has
mean,
gotten nastier and
does he have an
nastier.
iPhone?
More focused,
Blood
tested,
diamonds?
trend-chasing schlock,
Africa
more
blood
aggressive
diamonds?
and psychologically
Mined by
manipulative
children?
monetization, more bare bones, yet fully priced experiences propped up by paid post-launch
Jeez, but I don't care.
etc., etc. Not every company has gone down this road. Plenty have decided to hold their ground, keep doing their own thing, not sink so low. But one company that's been leading the charge.
I mean, Dalus, it's the same as when DSP says he doesn't want to shop at Walmart. Like, bro, you could probably point to like 10 things in your house that were made by like, you know, child labor or other bad stuff.
They have happily embraced the scumminess. They have slathered themselves in it, made it their home. When live service games became the big money makers, Ubisoft basically said, all we make now is live service games. Everything else is worthless.
What
When
about quadruple A
microtransactions
games?
became commonplace, they were eagerly adapted by Ubisoft. And multiplayer games, that's one thing. It's easier to monetize a
And there goes
multiplayer
my
game,
one win.
especially if it's free to play. But what about single player games? Oh, but not just single player games. Full price ones. Assassin's Creed sold very, very well. When they started releasing them every single year, there started to be a problem and they had to pull in the reins a bit, but for the most
they
part,
listened.
it is an
They stopped
incredibly
releasing them yearly.
profitable series.
That's not we can't like say that's an
profitable enough,
improvement.
though, it seems, Ubisoft introduced RPG elements to the series. Not
RPG
because
overload.
this was a natural evolution of the formula, but so they could sell players XP multipliers. I'm not making this up, and frankly, to this day, I am appalled that this happened, and it just kind of happened, and it's just sitting there having it had happened, and we all just kind of have to deal with it. They
We snowballed
introduced
so hard from the
XP
days
into
of
their games
horse armor.
exclusively so they could drip feed XP to the player in order to frustrate them into purchasing multipliers. It's unfathomable. Like, it's disgusting on such a deep, deep level. It is an insult to the customer, and at the risk of sounding all hoity-toity,
how about we talk about how much Capcom charges for Street Fighter skins?
This is how you're monetizing your games. You are clearly, so crystal clear, transparently, only exclusively in it for the money. You clearly do not have.
Yeah, I remember Pokemon Shuffle being a big controversy when it came out.
Or even humanity for your audience.
For the how much it cost.
That's it.
The
You're
gems
the
and
scammer,
shit.
They're the mark. That's literally all this is. So yeah, I think Ubisoft.
Because it was a free to start game, but it had like stamina and shit. You had to wait to play the stages.
I do have to admire one of their qualities. It is their unshakable reserve, their passionate dedication to being awful. All that trend chasing, that pledge to focus almost entirely on live
so
service
theatrical?
games. Yeah, it's
all this stuff he's saying about it was like, we already know
That's
this.
the thing about live service multiplayer games.
Talk about last horse across the finish line,
man.
man.
A lot of money. But if they don't, if they just don't click with players, then you've got yourself an extremely expensive flop on your hands.
I think Tevin
These
played
kinds
that
of games
once.
Take so
or
much
watched a video
money,
on it
so much
once.
infrastructure. They've got to support millions of players. They've got to have content planned years in advance. They've got to run well. They've got
I
to
would
be
miss
polished.
Rayman, JC.
They've got to really stand out from the vast ocean
Maybe
of
THQ
similar
Nordic
games,
could purchase
all
them 10
vying
years
for
after
the
they
market's
die.
attention. But there can only be
Then come
so
out with the real
many
Rayman
popular
4.
multiplayer games at any given time. And Ubisoft just keeps making games that people don't care about. Their live service games are failing, or otherwise just not performing as well as they want. Their multiplayer series that used to be successful are morphing to fit the live service model, and people aren't having it. One would think that someone in charge might look at all this and realize, hey, this whole live service thing isn't really working out. I think this might have been one of those.
He has an editor,
bandwagon
Peaches. It
things
could be the
people are
editor
always
speaking
talking about,
for
you
him,
know,
and he's
a
just reading it
foolish
out.
attempt to capitalize on what's already successful by chasing trends and creating soulless, focus-tested slop for the masses. Maybe we should take a moment to rethink things. Yeah.
Even his original
you'd
angry
expect
videos
that
never.
from a reasonable
They don't hit
person,
like this
but
one
the dudes
does.
in Ubisoft's
And I mean that in a bad
cabin
way.
gathered around the table with all the maps and stuff on it. As recently as last year, CEO Yves Guillemot
Feels
was
like he's
"We
rehashing
love live
points
service
rather than
games.
speaking
Live
from
service games are
the
life."
heart.
I mean, you just can't keep this guy down. What a little fighter. Then on the single player front, they essentially built an empire on making games using the exact same formula again and again and again. Assassin's Creed and Far Cry, for a while it felt like they were essentially the same games, but with different stories and camera perspectives.
Yeah, we hate
the gameplay
Coco.
loops were just so similar. Today they've diverged a fair amount, but Ubisoft has put out so many games from each series, and pumping out games like mad, that used to work for Ubisoft, so they kept doing it. And particularly in the case of Far Cry, people are caring less and less.
Hey, it's the Breaking Bad
Reception
dude.
to a
Remember
lot of
him?
these games is growing more and
That was
more
the 6
tepid.
Games entire
So
marketing
what
campaign.
should Ubisoft do? Change course? No, not on your life. How about we just
I feel
make
like
sure that
Pokemon
all these
fans,
games ship
or at least the
with
former
more
fans, cry a lot in the
microtransactions,
present day.
more XP multipliers,
I won't say that's 100% true.
and special items
You're on
you can
my
only
stream. I
get
complain
by
about
spending
Pokemon
even
fucking
more
every
than
stream.
the $60 or now $70 you already spent on this
But like
thing.
DSP
It
says, you
seems
guys
like
still
no
buy
matter
it.
what
You
happens,
guys
no
still
matter
buy it.
how much they fail, they refuse to learn. Guillemot himself has even admitted here and there that, yeah, they're turning out some real stinkers and they need to do better. He says that, but he just says it, and that's it. Nothing changes. They keep making stinkers. Which finally brings us to the analogy this video was built upon. And the reason I'm really sad I don't have my green screen yet, because in the last Ubisoft video I had this thing where I'm looking and there's like a bridge and it's burning, and this time I could be here, it could be a ship and it's sinking, it would be awesome, but oh well. Point is, Ubisoft is a sinking ship. Now, that's not to say that they're at risk of being
What an
entirely
insight.
sunk 100% anytime soon. It's hard to sink a ship this big. Despite all the failures, they're still making some money. Reception to many games may be tepid, but these
people
AAA
received
games do
the
appeal
Avatar
to very
game?
wide audiences, so
What
sales
was
are often
the reception on
okay.
that?
And all the microtransactions, I'm sure those help. They're there for a reason, and I have no doubt that there are plenty of people out there who succumb to the call of those fancy, shiny currencies and items and such. And sometimes Ubisoft will put out a genuine hit. Assassin's Creed Valhalla was a big financial success. The first in the series to hit $1 billion in revenue. Thanks in no small part, I'm sure, to the abundance of DLC and microtransactions sold
None of
alongside
which
it.
DSP
And
played.
of course, big companies always have tricks up their sleeves. Firing employees and making the remaining ones work harder.
have to
that's a
finish
popular one.
Valhalla.
Putting more microtransactions in their games, thinking of even more sinister ways to manipulate people into spending more money. You know, that's always on the docket. They've got options,
I
and
would
they've
say
got control
EA
of some
is worse
really big
than
IPs. They're
Ubisoft.
going to keep making money.
It would
But I
probably
can't help but
go
see a trend
Activision at the bottom,
You know, I can't help
then
but see
EA,
a trajectory.
then Ubisoft.
More and more of their games are failing or performing well
Actually,
under
maybe EA worse than
expectations, and
Activision.
they're barely managing to put out
But
just
yeah,
enough
Ubisoft is not
successful
unique.
titles to keep the lights on. The live service model isn't working,
I agree,
so
Eunice.
they're leaning into it even harder. You know what
And those
that
are just
makes
like
me
the
think
big
of?
three that everyone always talks
Crew
about.
Desperately bailing water. Sure, maybe the ship won't be completely submerged anytime soon, but the lower decks are flooded, and that water line is creeping upward slowly but surely. The crew is working hard to bail out as much water as they can, and it's working. But how long will that last? This all
I was never
happened
really,
because the captain
clamoring
sailed
for
the
open
ship
world
into
Pokemon either in
treacherous
TRPG.
waters in search of
Maybe
treasure.
World Order.
But even though it's becoming more and more clear that there is just not any treasure around here, he's only sailing deeper in. Ubisoft is getting by, but their success feels tenuous. It feels unsustainable. They're doing the wrong
Fucking
thing
Coco.
and failing because of it. And
Yeah, I don't
want
to say he's being obtuse and not recognizing that a lot of studios do this. He's just focusing. He's hyper focusing on Ubisoft.
All-time low. And on top of all that, their horrible
But doing so
management is
creates the
catching up with them, and they're
kind of, to
facing
me,
all
it gives off the
sorts of
sense that you're being a bit
lawyers and
tone
judges
deaf.
and
Like you're not
regulators.
reading
It
the
feels
room.
like
Like the
every
whole
week
industry's
they're
like
getting in
that.
trouble for something. And even though they're still making money, the business is still working technically. I get the feeling that I am not the only person who feels the ship is taking on water. Let's take a look at their stock prices. When
Now we're
they were
looking at the stock?
top of their game, pumping out titles like mad, milking that Ubisoft formula for an audience that wasn't quite sick of it yet, their stock
is such a
price
weird
was
video.
very high, peaking in 2018. Then they saw a dip, but in 2020, when everyone was at home playing games and pretty much every game company was doing very well, they saw another
I've never seen
huge
Arlo do
increase,
stock
helped a
segments.
bunch by the release of Assassin's Creed Valhalla. But since then, sinking, sinking, sinking. Their stock value has dropped by a whopping 75%.
It's like he's trying to be Hollywood
the company
Arlo.
Is worth a near quarter. of
I like
what
this.
it
Is
was,
like
and
the
it's worth only
Ubisoft
about as
promo
much as it
cut?
was way
Why?
back in
It doesn't mean we
2015,
already know
when they were
this.
just starting to really get somewhere. These numbers are dismal. Here's the thing about an entertainment company, though. Its success hinges on putting out products that people want to buy. You never quite know what's going to happen next or how well any one product will do. This Ubisoft
Yeah, I definitely
ship,
think Nintendo had a
there's
lot
still
of
time for it
Western
to correct
influence
its
when it came to
course.
Breath of the
We can't
Wild's
just
design
look at what
philosophy.
happened in the past. We've got
Like
to look to the
DSP says,
future.
thank
We've
you,
got to
Widget
look
3,
ahead.
thank you.
So
Right.
what's on the horizon for the SS Ubisoft? Where's its next port of call? Oh, I've been
How
looking forward to
cartoonish
this
and
for
cliche.
so long.
Skull
I've
of
mentioned
Bones
it here and there
bad.
in videos,
Wow.
but I have been
What a
dreaming
unique
of the
fucking
day
take.
I could really talk about it, and I cannot even believe how perfectly
Did he
this
watch his
plays
wife
into
play
the
it?
analogy. I mean, it created the analogy. Ubisoft, they're making my job so easy. They just gave this to me, just handed it to me in a neat little package, all
enough,
tied
JC.
up in a bow. A YouTuber could not possibly ask for more. It's just too perfect. Sorry to rewind again, but remember how I mentioned Assassin's Creed Black Flag? golly, that game is good. I really love ships and the Age of Sail and all that, so
are we gonna get a history segment on Black Flag?
Pirate simulator.
Anyone who's done a video on Ubisoft has mentioned Black Flag.
But it turned out that the assassin stuff only enhances the pirate stuff, and the whole package isn't just a terrific pirate simulator. It's just a phenomenal game overall. Every kind of piratey activity you can do. Naval combat with other ships, disabling and boarding those ships to add them to your fleet, managing that fleet to make money, fishing, diving for buried loot, attacking strongholds, raiding storehouses, getting in swashbuckling fights with all sorts of folks. The world is
it feels like you
massive
get
and
critical
completely
hits
seamless,
in
so you can
Polar Push
sail wherever you
sometimes,
want,
but I have
anytime
nothing to
you
say
can
to support
jump
that.
off your ship, swim to an island, and explore it for ruins and treasure and rare animal pelts and silly Ubisoft collectibles that are completely pointless, but when you're really invested in a game, they're great. Black Flag is incredible, and I actually put it on my list of the best games of the decade. After I finished it and played it for who even knows how many hours, I wanted more. Now, it is worth noting that Ubisoft did create a straightforward follow-up to Black Flag, Assassin's Creed Rogue, but they gave it to a studio who had never made an Assassin's Creed game before.
Leave me alone,
threw
Coco.
the
Leave me
game
alone. Leave me
together
alone.
in well under a single year. Didn't market it. I honestly did not know about its existence until years after the fact. I'm not even kidding. And they only made it in the first place because they wanted to put Unity on 8th gen consoles only, so they needed something for people still playing their PS3s and Xbox 360s. And despite all that, the game still turned out pretty okay, and while they haven't revealed solid numbers, we know it's still sold decently based on what they've said about it. That was all Ubisoft could muster when it came to an actual follow-up to Black Flag. A comedically rushed sequel scraped together purely to help fill the holiday slot during one transitional year, then quickly forgotten. No, they had their eyes on a greater prize. Because, you know, a lot of people seem to be really into this whole pirate thing. I wasn't the only one who liked Black Flag.
And no one ever shut the fuck up about the game.
Ubisoft got it in their heads.
It's the best pirate game ever.
Something here. Maybe, just maybe, there's a market for a full-on pirate game without the Assassin's Creed stuff. And everyone on planet Earth was like,
and the Dingy's playthrough of Unity is never coming back.
Such
But what
an
if it did?
amazing idea. Please do that. The funny thing is, though, that was such a good idea on Ubisoft's part, yet that right there, at that exact point, right at the very conception of their new pirate IP, was the end of their good ideas. Because what was starting to take off around that time? The live service model. So instead of doing what
games as a
literally
service.
everyone wanted, making a game like Black Flag, except with its own world and even more pirate stuff, they decided to make a primarily multiplayer, always online, live service game. Actually, they decided to give the game even less pirate stuff than Black Flag, making the focus almost entirely on naval combat, without any of the actual sword fighting or island exploration or anything. Just boats shooting at each other. That's it. And at E3 2017, Ubisoft revealed Skull and Bones. I was there.
DSP said they
on
revealed
my
it the
couch.
same year as
I
Sea
remember
of
that
Thieves.
show quite well. That trailer filled me with pure joy. It appeared as though we were getting that full pirate game after all. It was a dream come true, and it even had a sea monster in it, suggesting
I guess
a
he
much more
misremembered.
fantastical fictional world, which was everything I could have wanted. But then
play Sea of
I
Thieves.
read about the game after the show. Oh no, this wasn't what I wanted. This wasn't what I wanted at all. And judging by the reaction, it wasn't what anyone wanted. I couldn't find a single person who was happy about this direction the game was taking. This was, quite simply, an objectively bad idea. I mean, I could see the rationale behind the decision. Let's take a game that was good, turn it multiplayer, and get
Pirates
people
had an
hooked
online,
on
Pirates of the
microtransactions
Caribbean
and
had an
battle
online
passes
game
and
that
all
was pretty
junk.
successful
I
back in the day.
A semi-realistic online ship
It's not like a
battling
pirate
game?
MMO
That was at least very
situation.
unique.
It hasn't
The
been done
money-making
before.
potential was there, I
Pirates
suppose.
games as a service could have worked.
Do you know how
got
many
Sea of
people
Thieves.
bought Black Flag? I looked it up when I was researching this
Play
video,
Sea
and
of
I found
Thieves.
articles saying it sold 11 million units, which was the last concrete number I could find, so I was ready to go with that. But then while editing this video, Kane noticed that those articles were from 2014, only 1 year after the game came out. And I'm lucky I had him checking my work, because then he found this tweet. 34 million people have played Black Flag. The game has been pretty steeply discounted here and there.
Sadly,
sure,
I am
and
not one of those
think
people.
Ubisoft has probably had a few
34 million though,
free-play
huh?
days for their Assassin's Creed
That's an
titles.
interesting number.
But that number is still absurd. Even 11 million is absurd. But 34 million? Clearly, when it came to making another bigger pirate game, the money was already on the table. They already had the makings of another massive hit on their hands, of an exciting and very
Remember when
profitable
DSP said
new
Black
IP
Fig
that could
instead? He
support
was thinking about
countless
what his
sequels.
snack was going to be for that
Clearly,
day.
there was a market for this big pirate game. But what do we always say about companies like this? They don't want money. They don't
Cortex.
want a lot of money. They want all the money. They
So I did
didn't
Unity a
want
few weeks ago. I
another
loved it. I
successful
did it
game. They
for
wanted
Fall of
a
Dingus,
live
which was a little
service
event where I
product
played games that
generated an
normally I would not
endless
otherwise
supply of
play.
cash from addicted
I was broadening my
players. That
horizons,
was
and I
all
actually
they
enjoyed
would
it
accept.
for the first couple of
to
hours that I
throw
played
in
it.
even more ridiculous metaphors, they
It was
took
like
their
Sly Cooper. It had like the
delicious piece of cake
context-sensitive
and
sparkles
threw
to
it
do
in the
cool
trash.
shit.
For they would settle for nothing less than the whole darn cake. So when people complained about how Skull and Bones looked, what did those lion-hearted heroes at Ubisoft do? Did they listen? Did they realize that something wasn't right? No, they stayed the course. And what followed
he's just mad
was
they
a
didn't do more Nintendo crossovers.
long, drawn-out, and even nightmarish development process. An arduous voyage to annoyingly keep the whole ship analogy going. E3s came and went, and no new trailers dropped. After a while, no one knew where the game even was. Ubisoft said it was still coming, but something was not right. Then the reports started coming
God,
in.
Skull and
The
Bones
game
even
had been
came out.
scrapped
I
and
feel like the video
restarted
itself is a bit
multiple
late.
times. People who played
Maybe if you
it
put this
said
video
it
out on
wasn't
release day.
any fun. The whole project was turning out to be a flaming wreck. The game got delayed, then delayed again, and again, and again. Honestly, I don't know if anyone knows exactly how many times it was delayed. I think you'd need a chronometer and a sextant to figure it out. How many times was Skull and Bones delayed?
Sextant?
I don't know.
Nah.
What phase is the moon in, and what direction is the wind
Better
going?
than
I don't know, just for
sextant?
starters. So
Nah.
many people wondered why Ubisoft didn't just cancel the darn thing. But then it came out that the game was funded by the Singaporean government, and
Thanks,
Ubisoft
Slayer.
was contractually obligated to finish it and produce a new IP
fucking cheated
using
there. I fell to the
Singaporean
floor.
talent. So no matter how rough those waters were, no matter how doomed the expedition seemed, they absolutely had
I need some
to
swallow
keep
5 fails in the
going.
chat for this one.
This game has been in development now for over 10 years. 7 years have passed since its reveal. I can't fathom how much money they must have spent on it. I mean, I truly cannot imagine. Oh, but this is where the story really pays off. When they revealed
just
Skull
freeze
and
Dingo
Bones,
Dial.
we all said that the idea of a game like Black Flag, except only the naval combat and none of the other stuff, was a flat-out stupid idea. And over these 7 years, they have rebooted and retooled the game more times than we even know.
What's weird is that he does do news videos. This just could have been a segment on one of his news videos.
Working at it, trying desperately to produce a good, finished product they could actually release. And now, against all odds, the game is finally out. The battered and bloodied and scurvy-ridden crew has reached their destination at last. And
Yeah, it's
what's
his
the
video
game
injured,
like?
sorry.
What format did they eventually end up going with? Well, it's like Black Flag, except only the naval combat and none of the other stuff. I've not played it myself, but I have heard many early reports, and it's literally exactly what they advertised in 2017, and everyone told them was
Hey, you really like Zelda music, come on.
You can walk around in your little town area and talk to NPCs and stuff, but everything else is done on your ship. It is nothing more than naval combat. Activities we were once able to do ourselves are now reduced to mere cutscenes or unenjoyable mini-games. As far as piratey stuff goes, no, as far as actual gameplay goes, it's literally just less than Black Flag. And from the sound of it, it's also, wow, humongous surprise, not very fun. Some people are
I should just have
having fun with
Uku
it,
just
and
take
I'm not
everyone
doubting
out,
that there's
because
some
I
good
can't get
stuff
rid of
in
these
there.
guys the
It
fair and
clearly
square
leans
way.
a lot harder into the quests and the progression and all that, and that's certainly stuff I would want in a game like this.
Wait, number two?
But when you remove all that other stuff that made the experience feel like a real pirate simulator, when you strip away a dozen elements and leave only one or two intact, I fail to see the point. And for every
Or listening to Arlo the Muppet Man cry about Ubisoft, which is something that no one has ever done a YouTube video about.
Found it to be a slow, grindy slog and uninstalled without looking back. Even if there ends up being an okay game in there
If you're gonna give us a black pill this old, at least take a, I don't know, get a shotgun, shoot every company.
That this is not the game Ubisoft could have made.
Damn it.
Also,
Two wins
who
wiped.
knows how aggressively the game will be monetized? That's a great big question mark at the moment, but you know they're gonna want to make back at least a little money on this thing, and if they end up selling XP multipliers and time savers
Seven
and
disagrees.
resources and stuff for real money, I have to wonder how
My mod,
grindy
Tevin,
they made the
he
base game
disagrees
in
with
order
Bree.
to encourage those purchases. Because including those kinds of purchases means purposefully sabotaging your game to make it less fun. This game was already so troubled, and yet I would not be surprised if they made it more grindy and less fun just to try to squeeze a few more pennies out of the people who do manage to get into it against.
That's funny you mentioned that, TRBG, because he got his rise to stardom. Arlo, Mr. Muppet Man, got his rise to stardom by making anti-Nintendo videos. Particularly, he called out the newer Paper Mario games, specifically Paper Mario Color Splash, and he built his audience from that.
All odds.
Then he apologized for making those videos years later because they were too negative.
Ooh, I gotta calm
Hey,
down.
Seal.
And I also can't help but mention that it's not like other companies aren't making pirate games. Sea of Thieves is right there. That
I was
is
wondering
an
when he was gonna
online
mention Sea of
pirate
Thieves,
game
if
that's
at all.
apparently pretty great and succeeds as a
Never
pirate
played it.
game
Classic.
and
He never
a
played it.
multiplayer game. Ubisoft knew the bar was high, yet staunchly refused to aim for it. And again, that dedication is
Look, I'm not saying it was an
commendable.
ass
They
on
could have
launch,
produced
Golem, but
2 or 3
people say
games
it's
in the time
recovered.
it took them to make Skull and Bones. And
You can't be like DSP where you only talk about how the game sucked at launch and there can't be a road for redemption for a game.
They could have just put in the work.
Because then you
to
turn
give
into
us
him
all
with
the
No Man's
pirate
Sky.
trimmings we wanted. They could have made the game anything. It could have been the biggest, most incredible pirate game in history. Or at the very least, it could have
You're
been
right.
another
Ubisoft games can do that
Black
too.
Flag. What were they even
Maybe
doing
a decade from
during
now,
development?
Skull and
What were
Bones
they
will be a
even
goated
working
game.
on? What were they even
With a success story.
I don't know. But you gotta hand it to them. They stayed that course. No matter what happened, through thick and through thin, even when the wind was against them and they were taking on water, they pressed on. They would make their mediocre live service Black
Personally, I
Flag
haven't played Tears yet,
facility
TRPG.
or die
I have to
trying.
play all the
And
main
now that they've
Zeldas. I'm
finally
a
done it,
big
the
Zelda
most
fan.
embarrassing thing is that they've got to
I think
release
the next one I want to do
game
is
with
Link to the
a straight
Past.
face and act like
You and
nothing
F said
is
that should be the
wrong.
next one I play.
Like this is a game people have actually been looking forward to and not making fun of for the last 7 years. Yves Guillemot defended the $70 price recently, claiming that this
The
was the
villain of the
world's
internet.
first quadruple A game, which is it's so.
What is the actual context of that
intensely
quote? Is he
funny
just speaking
and
in terms of how
gross
much they
and
spent
sad
on
that
it?
I can't
Which would
even-
be
I can't dwell on
relevant
it
because
here.
they've been working on it for a decade.
It's just too powerful.
Was he boasting? Was he bragging?
Quadruple A. This
Who
game.
cares? You think it was
this
serious?
Is the one that you call
He didn't even
quadruple.
make the
Okay,
games.
no. Gotta move on. Sorry. for over 10 years.
Sorry, I just hate people bringing up that nonsense nothing quote.
A ship full of holes. The ship is still floating, but only because the crew is bailing water so hard. And it's worth noting, Ubisoft is now in trouble with Singapore for mistreating the employees working on Skull and Bones.
Slayer wants his fucking money back.
I'm no analyst, and I don't know what Ubisoft's projections look like, but I don't think there is much chance they're gonna turn a profit on this game. And you know what? This isn't the only game of theirs that's been languishing in development hell, hemorrhaging money, constantly teasing fans who have already lost interest. Beyond Good and Evil was a very cool single-player game that eventually gained
I did stream Minish Cap TRPG for saying that one.
Beyond Good and Evil 2 was announced in 2008.
Very good game, underrated.
Then we didn't hear a single thing about it until it was re-revealed, funny enough, at E3 2017, right along with Skull and Bones. Yeah, that was a really great show, we thought. And ever since then, same story. Long periods of nothing. Reports that Ubisoft doesn't know what they're doing. At one point, they brought up the game again
what are you
with
doing?
another trailer, a re-reveal, as it were, and then, poof, gone again. For years now, the game has officially taken the crown for longest development of a AAA game, beating even Duke Nukem Forever. I mean that literally.
DSP loves
Beyond
that
Good and
game.
Evil 2 has broken the actual record, and the only information we currently have about the game, the only thing that Ubisoft has shared about it, it's going to be an always online shared world with multiplayer. Ubisoft is a bad company. It is run by people who have no idea what they're doing. An evil company that
Why
finds
is Crash so
success through
fucking
abuse
weak
and
in these
manipulation
minigames?
is already bad enough. But one that does all that evil stuff.
I'm waiting
but
for them
still
to
manages
port
to
Wind Waker
fail
and Twilight
because they're
Princess
also just so
TRPG.
incredibly inept.
Because you know they will.
It's
just a matter of when.
Whole other level of sad. So that's all the stuff I've been wanting to say about Ubisoft and Skull and Bones. Really, I just want another cool pirate game, man. Like,
Is that it, really? That he just wants a cool pirate game?
I played
Because he doesn't
Rogue.
like Watch Dogs or Assassin's Creed or
good.
Far
I
Cry.
think I
What
like
does he
Black
want
Flag
from
more, but,
Ubisoft?
like, I
Just
want
a
something
good pirate
new,
game?
You know, I want the next
Go
one.
play
I
Sea
want a
of
cool
Thieves.
new
He didn't play
single-player
it yet.
pirate game.
Just play Sea of Thieves, that's right there.
But I mean, hey, I don't know. Maybe we'll get lucky. Even if Skull and Bones ended up the way it did, maybe after all that, someone at Ubisoft will decide to take all the lessons learned and just
I
make
get
a
it.
new
He wants to be
Assassin's
like
Creed
that
with
guy
pirate
who's
stuff.
like,
I mean,
wow,
I'd certainly
2
take that over
cakes.
nothing. Actually, let's see.
He wants his
What's the
2
latest
cakes and wants to
Ubisoft
eat them too.
news? Ubisoft is reportedly developing a Black Flag remake.
Yeah, that was not Arlo's best. Massive disappointment there. Hey, they can't all be hitters. We have Perez's video, Blindfolded Charge Blade versus Altreon, and this is by Juzzy, who was featured in the Carl Jopes video. Okay, now play vid shitting on every other company. I need to find an anti-EA and anti-Activision video.
Hello.
It would be super easy if I went to Jim Sterling's channel, but I don't know if I'm feeling that masochistic today.
I am Juzzy.
What?
Time is
Okay, we need to clip that and make that like Juzzy's entrance.
Hello, I am Juzzy.
Shit. I'm messing up. Messing up.
Hello.
I was trying to play this part.
Hello, I am Juzzy. The current time is 7 p.m. on the 20th of February. Here is a stopwatch. You can check the time at the end to make sure I haven't cut the video. Here is a flashlight. This will shine through my shirt, so my shirt's translucent obviously, but it will not shine through the blindfold because the blindfold is fully opaque.
Yeah, Juzzy face reveal. He was Derek's brother the whole time.
Start the quest. And then I will turn off these monitors.
Thank you, Goki, for the video redeem. We'll see what it is and watch it. After Juzzy shows us how to play the game.
And now I will put on my headset. And we're good to go.
Hello, I am Dingus. This is my fleshlight. this is how a realistic blindfold run is supposed to look. Whoa, it looks so much different from the ladies' run. Well, not really. It all looks like the same hitting big-ass dragon thing to me. Yeah, he showed us his setup, but I don't see the third monitor. I only count 2 monitors down there. He's not replicating our setup correctly. Oh, you know what? Maybe he's taking a page from her book, and the third monitor is also off screen. Come on, Coco. It's always Coco.
Whoa. I definitely can't see it in my eyes.
I agree the Dex cut is largely a controversy, but it's probably the one I'm the most petty about. I just want my national Dex. Is that so wrong? Sterling's a name we haven't heard of in years. We could play a video. Should we go looking at Jim Sterling's channel? Maybe he'll have the under 700k subscription special. Alright, we'll take a look at what Jim Sterling has to cry. Well, maybe we'll look for like an anti-EA video, just to be fair to Tevin. Now we gotta look at videos shitting on every other company. I think he cries about Activision every week. Yes! It's fuck AAA company night! Yes! We're doing it because it's DSP's day off, so, you know, we don't have his pre-stream. Without the pre-stream, how am I supposed to know what AAA company to hate today? Thank you for the DSP greeting, Golem. In an ideal world, it would be every night red check. I'm curious to see how many subscribers he has, because he's done 2 or 3 of those under so-and-so subscriber specials now. Ever since, well, for most people it was a wrestling thing, but if you're of a certain political deviation, it could also be the alphabet transitioning. For me, it was the wrestling thing. That was like when I was done, so I didn't even get to witness the gradual purplification of his videos. And then he had some drama with his editor that he didn't pay, so that's like 3 things. Most people are probably going to be upset by one of those 3 things, so he's been dropping the subscribers ever since. I used to watch his videos back before he went, like, well, he was always crazy. Back before he went 200% crazy. Yeah, Seal, but it's pretty easy. Like, it's very easy to just say AAA company bad. It's exciting. Like, I gotta take a page from Ralph's book here. What a brave stance you took, Jim! What a bold stance you took! I'm not really impressed, I gotta say. I mean, at least he's not saying they're based. Because then I would just call him a contrarian. Just like DSP says, you can't win. If I say AAA companies suck, you guys say I'm not unique. If I say they're goated, you guys say I'm fucking stupid. is like Review Tech USA. Does Jim also take off his shirt? And I can still call him Jim Sterling. His professional name is still Jim Sterling. It's because he knows that's the name everyone looks up. He doesn't want to poison his search analytics. James Stefani Sterling is his name now. So he still has a male name.
Yo, 6 minutes and 6 seconds. That's pretty good. That's pretty good for blindfolded. Here is the time on the stopwatch. I can now stop that. Pretty happy with the result.
Look at Juzzy there in the zone.
3, 2.
I showed you my Ultreon, please respond. Alright, yeah, let's go ahead and do it. You know what? Because Tevin requested it, let's look for a Jim Sterling video where he shits on either EA or Activision. Just to be fair, we're not gonna kick Ubisoft the whole night. Why it's okay, this is his latest video. Why it's morally okay to steal AI artwork. His next one. Live services are being sent to die. Konami Silent Hill 2 blooper reel. Why Crazy Taxi needs to shut up in Pacific Drive. Ubisoft says get comfortable with not owning your games. Well, we can't watch that one. That's an Ubisoft video. Quadrubisov's quadruple A quad swallow. He made a video on the quadruple A situation too. The only videos that get views like he used to get are the top 10, his top 10 video games of the year lists. Shittiest games of the year. When was the last EA video? I thought he would cry about these guys much more. What? I guess it's fair to say that he cries about every fucking company. Alright, fuck it. We'll just listen to a recent one. Well, I'm actually curious about Silent Hill. I think most of us would agree Konami's had some missteps. So let's shit on Konami. Alright, let's see the new Jim. I haven't seen a Jim video outside of Mad at the Internet segments on Jim. So I don't know what full, raw, uncut, Jim Sterling videos are even like. So this will be a trip. As much as it is for you, it will be a trip for me as well. Hey, Poorly Made. I really didn't like this trailer, though. Silent Hill does not need to focus on combat.
He looks like he shits himself.
I thought he retired this theme. What is this outfit? Can he stop the wrestling thing? The intro has gotten worse.
Not sure where I'm
What is this
standing.
room?
Oh shit. Hello everyone, Stephanie Sterling here. Now as inconvenient as this thing is,
He turned into the very consumer he used to mock.
When we do Silent Hill stuff. Always. But yes, it is once again time for some fuck Konami news.
So does he do all the editing now himself now that he's fired the editor?
Konami.
The editor used to live with him too.
Okay, look, I'll admit that I've not exactly been the most optimistic when it comes to the remake of Silent Hill 2, aka my favoritist game ever. Seriously, I love Silent Hill 2 more than Vince McMahon loves not paying his sex trafficking hush money fees, but yeah.
Oh, I bet he would have loved to have made a video on that, but sadly that's not video game news, so let's just slip in a reference to it.
I'm not being fair. I'll admit I saw Bloober Team was attached.
No way they edited this. Yeah, I feel like he got like a new editor.
Only occasionally re-acknowledging it.
We had a really weird relationship relationship with the old editor. I think his name was Justin. Like he lived with
I stopped
them.
having any hope for the Silent Hill 2 remake as soon
They
as
were,
I found
very
out
ho-yay.
Konami was attached. Such is the rap sheet of the game's own publisher. But you know what? Fine. I've not been fair, and that's not fair.
This shit has never stopped. Him focusing on like still images of 80s cartoons for like weird reactions.
You know what? Fine. I've not been fair, and that's not fair. So
Being
in the
from
interests
80s.
of
Ah, yes,
fairness,
another
I
fan
figured
of
we can
Robot
look
Chicken,
at the
I
latest
see.
Silent Hill 2 trailer, which released only a few days ago, and see if the trauma-trivializing terrible twosome of Bloober and Konami can't change my mind. Prove me wrong.
How long is the video? 12 minutes? We're just gonna play the whole trailer to pad it out for pennies of ad revenue? Wah! He better cut in with the commentary. I'm the one. James, the guy. I got a letter from my wife, and she says, come to Silent Hill. And I'm like, I can't. It's not my day off. My day off is Thursday. I can't just leave my house. I have to be here playing games. Hey, SCP. Actually, this shit I don't like. I don't like this. No one ever said Silent Hill 2 needs to focus on the combat even more. Very disappointing trailer. And I'm still gonna play it day one. Wah!
Yeah, so here's the thing about being fair. Not everything deserves fair. In fact, if I decide to be unfair about something, I'm 100% right to do so 100% of the time. This is why 100%
Isn't that the baldy dude? Why is he in the video?
unfair about something, I'm 100% right to do so 100% of the time.
That's a game that my niece watches videos of on YouTube.
But seriously, when you're dealing with the companies involved in this game, fairness, optimism, and hope are probably the least three relevant expressions available. This so-called combat trailer not only appears to bear my cynicism out, so too does the aftermath, in which the studio called out the publisher and compounded the idea that Konami is a fucking shit show.
Well, the writing hasn't changed since the old days, it seems.
Following its publication, while the original announcement trailer
It's only
wisely
gotten
kept gameplay to a
10
minimum
times
and
more
focused
obnoxious,
instead
that's
on
all.
how much gurning protagonist James Sunderland's face does now, this new footage seems to
Yeah, exactly, it was all about the
expose quite a few
atmosphere and the
weaknesses.
characters.
People in particular have called out the awkward stiffness of character
And yeah, Red
attack
Check,
animations,
the
as
awkwardness
well
with
as
the
how
combat
shitty
added to
weapons
how
both look
tense it
and
was.
sound as they softly boop their targets. No, I watched it and don't entirely
You weren't supposed to
hate it as
pop up
much as
zombies
some
like it was Resident
people,
Evil.
but it does
Well,
look
even there,
great.
it's more
It does
about, you
look to
know,
me
resource
stifling.
management.
What the
It was
fuck
more
is
about,
that
like,
cute
doing everything you
bullshit?
can to
And
not
does
have
that
to
nurse
fight
just
a
do
monster.
little vault over a wall? I mean, overall, the biggest problem with it is it's a combat trailer. Why? It's Silent Hill 2. Either Konami's video editing department has its fucking priorities wrong, or Bloober Team has no fucking idea what Silent Hill 2's about. And honestly, with these two fucking companies, the jury's out. Now, if that were all there was, this would be a simple case of game looks shit, moving on. But in the wake of audience criticism, Silent Hill 2 Remake's developer hilariously decided to throw Konami under the bus, pushing the blame for how bad the game looks on a company said to be solely responsible for marketing it. Basically, they said the game is good, but Konami made it look like shit. Ordinarily, I'd suspect Bloober Team of being just a little too eager to pass the buck, but it's Konami. If I could trust any
Those
publisher to be so
bloopers are at it
incompetent
again.
they can't even edit a trailer properly, it would be the company that has literally forgotten to advertise games it's released before. Bloober Team claims that Konami made Silent
Agree,
Hill 2
Golem.
Remake look worse than it is, which is a
All the zoom-ins, all the cut-ins, the jump cuts,
since been removed, but was transcribed
all the
in
spliced
Eurogamer
audio
before
clips of him
anyone could
talking.
get to
Like
it.
if you're wearing
Bloober
headphones like me, you can hear it every time it jumps to a new
Jumps
clip.
on Konami pretty mercilessly. I wrote these negative comments myself, he said, jokingly referencing the negative feedback. Quite seriously, we are not responsible for the marketing side. Our partner is entirely responsible for this. This trailer certainly does not reflect
Oh,
the
wow.
spirit of
Got a
the
tie
game.
there.
Obviously, we can't yet comment on what the game's spirit will be, but considering considering the spirit of most Bloober Team games is decidedly mean, I'm not sure it particularly matters. Of course, what he most likely means is that the spirit of the game is not conducive to fucking combat trailers. If that's the case, and Konami did drop the ball, which is not unlikely, I reckon I'd be pissed off at the misrepresentation of my work and start slagging Konami off in interviews as well. The president expressed the belief that the real game with its real gameplay would win fans over, and he addressed criticism of the unimpressive graphics by assuring cynics
They actually responded to people crying about the trailer? I didn't hear about that.
A promise that doesn't really mean or say anything when you think about it. To cap it off, he mentioned there is a fan base for Silent Hill 2 Remake. So far, I've been unable to verify this because I haven't found him. In response, Konami hasn't responded, which is its usual response. Aside from announcing the occasional dreadful video game, there's very little evidence anybody with a pulse actually works in Konami's gaming division. But yes, Konami is one of the most moronic publishers in video game history, so it's not like Bloober's making a particularly wild allegation. I do sincerely believe the clown comics
Doesn't Konami just outsource everything now? Like, actually everything?
A trailer that makes it look like fucking Two Worlds. That said, if we're using Konami's track record to suss out this situation, it's only fair we do the same for Bloober, and, well, I have an entire video detailing how thoroughly bloody bad this developer is at horror games. At best, the company's output has been hackneyed horror by numbers that hit every branch, pulling out the spooky.
Who would he want to develop the Silent Hill 2 remake? That's your question, he wouldn't want it.
Uneducated, insensitive, and downright fucked up attempts to tackle trauma and mental illness. Difficult subject matter for even the most delicate of writers. Nonetheless,
that's one of his reasons they're bad at handling mental illness. Sweet baby for consultation. Damn it.
But since Konami is inept enough to make a great game look shit, and Bloober struggles to make even good games, I'm gonna guess the truth lies somewhere in the it's probably a bit rubbish but Konami fucked it up even more region. I'll put it another way. Konami probably got the spirit wrong with a combat trailer, but the gameplay we saw is still the gameplay Bloober's making. And once again, as I've said before, I do hope I'm wrong. I really do. I might not like Bloober Team's work very much, but I've given all their games an earnest try. And Silent Hill 2 is, in my view, the horror video game. Of course I want the remake to live up to it. A world with 2 amazing Silent Hill 2s is literally better than a world with 1. But if this whole comedy drama has demonstrated anything, it's the thing we always knew. Konami is a fucking mess that can't keep a lid on its own PR. Silent Hill has not been doing well.
You could end the video there, Jim. Why are you still going?
For almost a decade, Konami made a big deal out of revitalizing the seminal psychological horror franchise last year. Its bevy of announcements, however, was concerning and seemed to be motivated entirely around milking Silent Hill for as much money as possible in a short-sighted strip mining of its
Sarah's been watching the TV show that they did.
Because Konami is Konami and Konami is a fuck wreck, all it's done since
he got
then
banned from their chat room.
Right, who had doubts about this return to Silent Hill. The prime evidence being Silent Hill,
Yeah, I was there for those streams, Nurgle.
You know, I've genuinely forgotten the name of that dreadful fucking app they put out a few months ago. Ascension? Was it Ascension? Either way,
kind of wild that 1 is still on only on PS1 or PS3. It's almost as wild as a Cerulean 86 raid! Whoa! It's Cerulean 86. Hello, sir. I'm here. Watching Jim Sterling. Yeah, it's a long story. We saw a video of Arlo shitting on Ubisoft. It was a very, like, 2014 video. And then I was like, because Seven was like, oh, no, you have to watch videos of every company getting shit on. I was like, wow, let's go watch a Jim Sterling video because I'm feeling very sadistic. So we found a video of him shitting on Konami for Silent Hill 2. Yep, but big up, Saru.
Those who might need reminding, and I can't remind you enough.
I hope your stream was very cool. I hope it was very meaningful.
But they managed to cram microtransactions
and I hope you learned something.
So even though you're just watching MP4s, just a couple weeks back we had Silent Hill: The Shit Message, aka the PT we have at home. A game so sensational and indulgent in its portrayal of
at least he
mental
hated this
illness.
one
It's
too.
the most Bloober thing Bloober hasn't made. And look, I know that Short Mingus has its its sympathizers.
Did he say
and hey, if you
Mingus?
think this reject from classic kids show The Herbs is scary, more power
yes,
to
swollen
you.
underscore
But to respond to you
Mingus.
with the delicacy and care of the game's own writers. Don't be fucking ridiculous.
Suffering and Crash Bash, Saru. I haven't won a single minigame yet.
Anybody who continues to disagree with me will have a curse put on their woo.
Exactly, Carl.
Several years ago, I said Konami should give its intellectual property to Capcom to use. The company behind Devil May Cry, Monster Hunter, and Resident Evil could work fucking magic with the
Voice
likes
of the Void's mostly
Castlevania,
done.
Metal
100
Gear,
plus
and
hours of
Silent
content for
Hill.
free.
Just compare
Well, there you
the
go.
mastery on
If you
display
guys are looking
with the
for
remake
a
of
good free
Resident
game to
Evil
play,
2, to the
Sarah
fact
recommends
Konami
Voices
couldn't
of the
even
Void.
put out a trailer for Silent Hill 2 remake
ABT's being
without
played on the mini PC,
screwing it up.
right?
The only things to have happened between my original suggestion and now have been instances of Konami further demonstrating to me that I am correct. It's the only thing Konami can be
Yes,
relied
that's
upon
true.
to do, to back up every low fucking opinion you could have of the twats. Gotta love them for it.
I really
It's
hate
free
Cortex's
content and it's
push.
far more entertaining than what they're selling.
So normally I have help when I wear this for
Yeah, I mostly avoid combat in Silent Hill. When they force you to do combat, like the bosses, that's like the game's lowest points for me. Of the ones I played, and I played only the good ones, 1 to 4.
So I genuinely am doing. I don't know.
I want to get at least one thing tonight.
Because I'm incompetent, even with.
No, it won't be a 12-hour stream, Goki. But what if it was? What the hell is Jim doing?
Whether you can see me or not.
What is he doing?
Sure as shit can't see
Jim, you're
you.
crazy.
Thank God for me.
As far as gym videos go, pretty substandard. It could have been worse. I'll say that. It could have been way worse. He hates Bloober Team because they don't know how to do mental health. And hey, Laura Kate Dale, another person from 2014 I also dislike. Nice to know they haven't broken up yet. Not that they were in a relationship. I just mean like friendship-wise. But yes, I will say that, Mr. Pun, it is a marked decline from the kind of content they used to put out. Oh, there you go. Konami got trashed. Yeah, co-editor. D-Sive said he had 2 editors now. Unlike Andy and PvP. Let's see if they have any clips up. It's the Keto Casino, baby. Oh my god, they have no clips out. It's over. How is their editor gonna get paid now? Didn't Bloober Team make the media? The medium. The game story was awful. Yeah, they did. I think DSP liked it. PvP died. So Ralph tweeted this out. He rushed to tweet it, and Peaches sent it to me. This has not been confirmed, Tevin, but we have some breaking news on the Kino Casino gut front. I gotta scroll up to find this because I lost it. Obviously. Here it is. Breaking news from the Kino Casino. Kino Casino is indeed done, according to anonymous sources. From my own sources, the Kino Casino is indeed done, and not just on Kick. I know why, and cannot say, but this is serious, you guys. Now, this is Ralph, of course. Take it with a grain of salt. This was seconded by a Gabe Hoffman account on Kick, but it's not the real Gabe Hoffman because it only has a 2-month sub. Whereas I think Gabe has been funding them for longer than that, so it's not the real Gabe Hoffman. But I don't know where the truth lies in this. I guess we'll see in the next coming days. But Ralph rushed to tweet this out because he saw Bean Soy say it, and we don't even know who Bean Soy's source is. But again, take it with a grain of salt. They provided no proof whatsoever. They just said the show was over. And to be fair, Tevin, they do this every fucking time the casino so much as goes on like a day or 2 hiatus. Now, if the show is in fact over, do we call this a COG W? Like, we kind of have to, right? Unmitigated COG W. Now he's gonna go back to being the only stream who does a show on Ralph every day, which means you know, the people who are watching the casino now have to watch COG to get their Ralph updates because they're not going to watch Ralph Raw. Overall, COG will see a massive surge of viewership, an average of 5+ more viewers. Yes! COG life! Massive COG W. Rip Expand Dog's life for clipping the casino. That part sucks. Okay, Goki had a video for us. See if I can scroll down here. Thank you for the Rapamel. Let's fucking gut, baby! And another one. Alright, this is... I played every Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi game in 2021. Part 1! By Neosai. I've never played those ones. I do have a Dragon Ball game for the PS1. It's Dragon Ball Battle 23, something 23. And I think it's only called that because there are 23 characters in it. If you know, you know. It was only in Japanese. The voice acting.
I played every Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi game. Here's my thoughts. For starters, I'm saying it again. Thank you all so much for all of the support. I love that people are enjoying my videos, and I've really enjoyed reading all of your
like anyone we know?
If you haven't already, please consider subscribing because it really helps me out. Also, let me know in the comments what kind of stuff you want to see. I've gotten tons of great suggestions already, and this video is actually one of them. So,
yeah, that's it. Ultimate Battle 22. That's the one I have.
Which I already made 2 videos on. Budokai Tenkaichi is a separate series of 3D arena fighting games that started back in 2005. That being said, there were a few games that didn't exactly have the name Tenkaichi, but were basically Tenkaichi. Then there were a couple of more that are only really technically Tenkaichi games, but I'll still mention them here. Alright, let's get into the games. Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi released for the PlayStation 2 in 2005. This game's intro is super iconic to me. It's also got the weirdest art style. For some reason, they decided to slather every character in grease or something for just this opening. Either way, it is still a super cool segment, and it has a sick soundtrack to back it up. It really gets you hyped for the kind of game you're about to play. Well, except for this part.
I think the co-op game is going to be with kids. Someone posted a Stardew Valley joke on Twitter. I don't know if that's confirmation or just a joke.
For the most part, the entire series sticks with this style going forward. Also, a nice touch I really enjoy is how characters get battle damaged in basically all of these games.
Oh, is this game where that image comes from, Goki?
And they look beat up if they take a lot of damage. Plus, a lot of the environments can get damaged and messed up from your fights, and this is a thing I really enjoy in pretty much all of these games. It's a neat immersion thing that I really like. The first 3 Tenkaichi games
gotta be careful with this challenge.
Colorful and interactive menus. Different characters talk to you in basically every menu, and there's always some kind of fun thing happening in the background. This is one of those things that I really like, but some people may not. It really depends on your tastes, but I really enjoy this kind of thing. Gameplay-wise, Tenkaichi
I wouldn't mind something like that. Makes it a bit more immersive.
How Budokai worked. In this game, you're able to move around almost entirely freely on a pretty huge map. At the beginning of a match, you have to hold down L1 to scan the entire field so you can lock onto your enemy. There's a whole system here where different characters have different ranges they can lock on from, but I won't get into that too much here. Once you've locked on, you're able to dash toward them by holding X. If you hold down the key button and X, you can dash way faster, but it uses up your key. Using special abilities requires you to hold down L2 and press certain button combinations. Combos are really fast,
almost
and
out.
They can be chained together, causing enemies to be completely knocked away. You can also rush at them to keep hitting them when they're down.
Kind of annoying because then I have to have Qualicog and Roulette.
Energy attack at the same time. To win, you have to spin the joystick faster than the enemy.
I prefer Brio was the last one to get eliminated.
Ultimate Battle, World Tournament, Dueling, Practice, Evolution Z, and Character Illustrations. Z Battlegate is the game's story mode, and it's framed in such a way that you're experiencing the story through Shenron's memories. The story covers all the way through the Buu Saga, and it also has a little bit of content from GT. Plus, there's some movie content like Janemba missions and Bojack missions mixed in. The game goes on a linear path where you go from mission to mission. Once you select the saga you want to play, you're then able to select whatever mission you want, either the newest one you've unlocked or the one you want to replay. At the beginning of the fights, there's a short cutscene, and
the only DBZ movie I saw was Cooler's Revenge.
At least they're voiced. Ultimate Battle mode is a fun single-player kind of ranking mode. The way it works is that you start out with no ranking.
I don't care about Broly guy.
Harder and harder, but you also gain more points and climb the ladder of 100 fighters. Winning fights in certain ways also increases your score, like having a perfect finish or beating the enemy with a super move. It's not as rewarding as playing against people online, but as a single-player thing, it's really ahead of its time. World Tournament mode works exactly like it does in the Budokai games. You're able to choose your difficulty, and then you're put on a bracket where you fight to win the whole tournament. The announcer, as is tradition, narrates the entire thing, and I enjoy that greatly. Ringouts also
Hey, it's like
return.
Pokemon Stadium.
Winning the tournament rewards you with an item. There's also an additional world tournament
Like a
mode
Lorio?
called the Cell Games. The Cell Games take place in the Cell Games arena map and always end with
Broly's
a
a
fight
sweaty
against
man
Cell.
JPEG. I thought we didn't like those
Dueling
guys
mode
here.
is straightforward. Player versus CPU.
Do you like them?
Player versus player, and CPU versus CPU. Evolution Z is Tenkaichi's version of the capsule editor from Budokai. In Tenkaichi, you unlock items called Z items over time, which you can equip to your characters. They're mostly just stat boosts.
I want to say that was the first DBZ thing I ever saw, Jay Frosty, but it is the only movie I saw like all of.
Character illustrations mode is pretty much exactly what it sounds like. Well, kind of. It includes a render of every character along with a text profile. It's a nice addition, and I'm glad it's there. A couple of other things I forgot to mention. This game starts a fantastic trend of having character-specific dialogue, and I am here for it. This game also brings back the tradition of having a little mini-game on the loading screen. In this one, you mash buttons to make Gotenks blow out the ghosts faster. Dragon Ball Z Budokai
I always
Tenkaichi
knew
is an
Dingus was part of the
incredibly
Frieza
solid
race.
foundation
What
for a
gave it away?
great
The
series of
constant
games.
monkey
There's
jokes?
very little jank here, and I think that every game
The
that came
monkey
after
shot my
improved it
car.
in some way. Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi 2 was released for the PlayStation 2 in 2006, with a Wii version coming out later. First off, I've got to say that the number of characters in this game is bonkers.
Mini
This game
Fridge.
pretty much covered every Dragon Ball base for character representation. You can even play as Grandpa Gohan.
Saber, you
if
made
that's
me
a game
lose.
to go by.
Hello,
the
sir.
visuals in this game are about the same as Tenkaichi 1, albeit a bit more refined. I guess
I
the
think I
best
won
way
a
can
single
explain it
minigame
is that the
tonight.
character models look
Yeah,
a
I
little bit
haven't.
cleaner, and the shading, at least to me, looks a
We're
bit
just
better.
chilling
The
out,
gameplay's
Aqua.
changed just a little bit, but mostly for the better. For
Learning
starters,
about
it feels
DBZ
a lot
here.
smoother to play in general. I don't know how to describe it, but there's just a better game feel. But for specific stuff, I'll go into some of the changes. For starters, you can now transform in battle. In the first Tenkaichi, the only way to use a Super Saiyan transformation was to pick it in the menu. When
Oh,
you
you know
were
what,
selecting
Seal?
your
That's my
character. In
name. Call me
Tenkaichi 2,
Popsicle.
you can now transform in battle. There's
That's
also
my
now a
Frieza
tag
race
team
name.
mechanic for some of the battles where you can tag in characters to switch on the fly. If this was in the first Tenkaichi, I never saw it. Using some special abilities now allows you to charge them up to deal more damage. In the first Tenkaichi, using the ability was pretty much the same every time. Now you can kind of judge whether you want to press the button
Finish
for a
Mario
long
and
time
Donkey
or just
Kong?
tap
Nah, I
it
still got a
for
few more
quick
worlds
attack.
left.
The modes in Tenkaichi 2 are Dragon Adventure, Ultimate Battle Z, Dragon Tournament, Dueling, Ultimate Training, Evolution Z, the Item Shop, and Dragon Library. Dragon Adventure is the story mode. It's broken down into sagas kind of like Tenkaichi 1. This time though, there's a whole map
Rio?
you can navigate, just like in Budokai 3.
Oh, that's
You're able
good
to go
too.
anywhere on the map, and there's plenty of landmarks to visit. When you do visit a landmark, you're able to explore a little bit and talk to NPCs. Sometimes there's little treasures lying around like
fuck
bags of money
off.
for some reason. Occasionally,
There's
the
no
NPCs
time for me to
will also
dodge
try
that.
to fight you too. Also, at certain points in the story, other characters will join you in the
Get
free
outta
roaming
here,
parts, but
man.
they just kind of follow you. There's no extra gameplay thing to it. When you go to landmarks that progress the story, you usually get a cutscene along with some dialogue. The cutscenes are about the same as the last game.
Whoa, it's the guy
They're
from
serviceable,
GT.
but that's really the most I can say about them. I do like how the announcer interjects all the time, though. Completing fights rewards you with items, experience, and sometimes even new characters. The story mode in Tenkaichi 2 covers all the same stuff as the first game, so all the way through the Buu Saga, plus a pretty good extra selection of side stories. Along with GT and movie content, there's even extra stuff
Rio would
like
be
a
Dingus'
confrontation
Japanese
with
name,
Videl
Popsicle would be the
and
English
I
dub
do have
name.
one
That's
gripe
gonna be
with the
hell
story
to
mode,
make
though.
work with the lip
navigation is
flaps.
kinda
But I
messy.
like
When
it.
you're choosing the saga
We can
you
make
wanna
it work.
play, it's fine when you're first going through them, but if you want to go back and replay them, you have to navigate through a lot of icons that look mostly the same. I'm probably the only person in the world that this annoys, but I still thought I'd mention it. Ultimate Battle Z is named similarly to the first game's Ultimate Battle mode, but this time it works completely differently. In this mode, you select from a series of courses. Every course has pillars, and it actually kind of gives me Mortal Kombat vibes. It's essentially this game's
Oh,
version
love
of
Mortal
an arcade
Kombat.
mode, and you can pick whichever course you want. They range from the Ginyu Force to movie villain battles. The battles are also a mixture of solo
Well, I
and
like that
tag
they
battles,
include
so
movie
it's got
stuff.
quite a bit of variety. Dueling mode is
I feel like you don't often see
straightforward,
that.
but there is a cool little thing you can do in the battle settings. You can actually choose the announcer
Movies, when
for
it
the
comes to
match.
anime
While it doesn't really
franchises,
affect anything outside
doesn't
of the
it tend to
voice,
be
it's
like
still super cool
non-canon
that you have
filler
the option.
shit?
Beyond that, there's player
Except for Demon
versus
Slayer.
computer, player versus player, and CPU
Dragon Ball
versus
Super.
CPU.
Now that
Dragon
we
Tournament
mention
includes
it.
3 modes: World Tournament, Cell Games, and the World Martial Arts Big Tournament. World Tournament works exactly as you'd expect. You're out on a tournament ladder and you fight your way to the top. Cell Game works the same way, but you can fight Cell at the end if you're playing at a higher difficulty. The fun final one is the World Martial Arts Big Tournament. This one works the same as the other two, but Hercule is the host. I like this one because he gets progressively more nervous as you win more fights. Evolution Z is back from the first game and looks pretty much the same. There's way more items you can equip this time around though, and there's also a separate item shop mode where you can buy and sell Z items. Dragon Library is this game's museum mode. There's 3 modes.
What's crazy, Renchick, is that it's like 2 minutes max.
Is the first one, and it gives you some backstory on the character and lets you look at their 3D model. Dragon Text is an overview of every saga in the game.
This is expert
and
AI.
Sound Select lets you listen to all the music in the game.
The worst shit in
One thing
existence.
I do want to note, if you're playing the PlayStation 2 version, having Tenkaichi 1 data actually gives you a bunch of Zenny. Unfortunately, the Wii version doesn't have a bonus like this, but I guess it's understandable considering the Wii didn't get the first game. Also, the little loading game is Yamcha using energy balls to break bricks. You flick the control stick in the direction you want to break them, but you can also hit Yamcha if you flick it down. Tenkaichi 2 isn't the biggest step up from the
Yamcha
first
gets
game,
like little
but
loading
it is
screen
still
minigame.
Definitely an improvement. It feels a lot better to play, and the modes feel way more fleshed out all around. I honestly don't see any reason why I'd play 1 over 2, just because 2 pretty much does everything better.
I should stop moving to the corner.
Tenkaichi 3 was released for the PlayStation 2 and Wii in 2007. Visually, this game looks very similar to Tenkaichi 2, though in my opinion, the shading looks just a smidge better, but that also could just be my imagination. Gameplay-wise, this one made a few changes. There's a few new fighting mechanics, including some
Ratchet and Clank used to do that all the time, Goki.
Dash behind enemies for starters. They
Used to
added
love
some new
that
time
shit.
of day variations to some of the maps.
Now
too. Also, the
Pokemon does
character
it,
select
and
is
everyone
a lot
hates it.
easier to navigate in my opinion, and the way it's sorted makes a lot more sense than Tenkaichi 2's, especially since this game has even more characters. The modes in Tenkaichi 3 are Dragon History, Ultimate Battle, Dragon World Tour, Duel, Dragon Net Battle, Evolution Z, and Ultimate Training. As you probably guessed, Dragon History is the story mode. In this one, you actually choose your difficulty
it's
before you start
GBM.
playing, whereas
And he
previous
says,
games had a
"Ah,
difficulty
yes,
selection
finally
for
a
each
day
battle."
for
I think
whites.
This is a lot more
You know
streamlined,
what?
to be honest,
I
because
agree.
there's less menu
Pick up
things to
GPM,
flip
happy
through.
White
The
Day.
story in this one is told mainly through text.
Never
as
even
is
said
typical
like
for
what
these
is
games.
White Day.
There are minor
It's
cutscenes before the
if
battle.
you're not like Japanese, it's the opposite of Valentine's Day in Japan, right? Correct. Valentine's Day, only the women give guys chocolate, and 1 month later, exactly on White Day, the guys return the favor, right? Stuff like that doesn't happen in America because patriarchy.
But that's pretty much the same as previous games. However, they
there you go. That's
definitely
White Day.
amped up the presentation here. During the battles,
I guess
the characters
Americans
actually
can
talk to
celebrate
each other, and
Pie
there's
Day.
tons of
I
dialogue
don't have any
happening all
pie
the
today,
time.
sadly.
The battles are also sometimes broken up by entire cutscenes with even more dialogue. I like this approach, at least for the story mode. It makes it feel more like a story mode and less like an arcade mode with dialogue. When you
PBC
complete
game,
fights, you
Budokai
unlock more
Tenkaichi.
story missions.
Tenkaichi.
Also, the free roaming aspect is totally
Fucking
gone,
weird. I don't know how to
which is
pronounce
good
this
or
shit.
bad depending on if you liked that part of Tenkaichi 2. I personally didn't mind that mode, but it being gone doesn't really upset me or anything. The story in Tenkaichi 3 covers pretty much the same content as the previous Tenkaichi games, but overall,
I should have
there
gotten a
isn't as
big
much
pizza
story
pie today,
content as
to
Tenkaichi
be
2.
honest.
I'm totally fine
Blame
with that,
Matilda.
though, since the presentation is so much better. I think the story mode in Tenkaichi 3 actually has the best layout for story selection. Every saga has its own art, and it's actually really easy to navigate. I also really like how each saga has their own character attached to it that talks to you, and the character has something to say about each mission you scroll over. To be honest, Tenkaichi 3 story mode is probably my favorite so far. It definitely has less content overall, but the content that's there is better. Ultimate Battle Mode has 3 modes inside of it: Sim Dragon, Mission 100, and Survival Mode. Sim Dragon Mode is pretty unique. It's got this kind of simulation training theme to it. The basic idea is that you have 10 days to train before a big battle. You select which option you want to use, which consumes your health and also sometimes consumes a day, depending on the option you picked. You can either choose to train or to explore. Training just gives you a general stat boost. Exploring can
First
lead to
time I
little
lost this
scenarios
without
where you
hitting a
either
red
run
ball.
into an NPC, or you have to make a decision, and even sometimes play a little mini game. Sometimes it seems like exploring doesn't really do anything but weaken you though, but also there's sometimes where you get stuff like stat boosts. The idea is to kind of juggle it to keep your HP high while also increasing your stats as much as possible. At the end of the 10 days, you fight an enemy. Winning the fight allows you to continue for another 10 days and so on to further increase your stats. While I'm not a huge fan of this mode, I am happy it exists, and I think it adds some nice variety variety and role-playing elements to an
Oh,
already
there's that word again, variety.
Mission 100 is
And
kind
right
of
after
like
it, he said
Ultimate Battle Z
role-playing.
from Tenkaichi 2. You have a series of battles you can choose from, and they all have various themes. The difference here, though, is that a lot of them are survival-type challenges where you're almost always outnumbered. I'm gonna be honest, this mode was brutally hard, at least for me. I could feel a gigantic difficulty spike playing this mode. Survival mode is the only mode here I didn't play because unlocking it requires you to complete a ton of Mission 100 fights, which I definitely could not do. In survival mode, though,
just
you choose
download a
character
save,
and then fight
idiot.
against a slew of enemies for as long as you can hold out. Dragon World Tour is the World Tournament mode, but this time there's even more tournaments. There's also a presentation upgrade. A neat touch is that in the final round of the
Crow
standard
remake
tournament,
trailer
the
is
stage
out.
switches
I
to
didn't even
an
see the
easy
original.
version. Since I've talked about the World Tournaments in previous games and they work pretty much the same, I'll only talk about the new ones in Tenkaichi 3. Other World Tournament is a tournament set in, well, the other world. Outside of the presentation, it works pretty much the same as the other tournaments. The final tournament is called the Yamcha Tournament. In this mode, the character you play as is completely random. It's actually a pretty neat challenge, especially considering it also chooses which form and custom slot you're stuck with. I somehow lucked out and got Super Saiyan 3 Goku my first time around. I didn't get so lucky the second time around. Duel mode is, say it with me, straightforward. Pretty much identical to Tenkaichi 2's, but there is an extra mode called DP Battle. Every character is assigned a certain destruction point or DP value, and you can choose a max value for
Why
both
did Rillaroot
teams.
just sit
Stronger
there and take
characters
that
have
ball?
more DP points, meaning that you can have fewer stronger
Oh, it's
characters
Bearded
on your
Biscuit.
team. It's
Hello,
kind of a
sir.
nice spin on the
We're
standard
learning about
versus
Dragon
mode.
Ball Z video
Evolution
games.
Z works pretty much the same as previous games.
sit
but
down
with
and
a
get
couple of
comfy.
additions, like distributing points to your characters. The item shop is also nested inside of the mode this time. Character reference is the museum mode, and it's super similar to Tenkaichi 2.
We're begging to the RNG gods here to give me a victory in one of these mini games. Will it happen? We can only hope.
It's something a lot of people would never even notice or touch, but they still went out of their way to make all of these voice lines anyways. There's technically an extra mode in this game, but it only appears when you've collected all the Dragon Balls. It's, as you probably guessed, a mode where you summon Shenron to get new characters and Z items. Also, this game has multiple loading screen minigames. The first one is mashing a button to get Vegeta to do one-armed push-ups. The second one is mashing to get Gohan to pull out as many swords as possible. And the last one is mashing to get Goku to eat as many bowls of food as possible. They're not complicated or anything, but it's really nice to have a variety this time around. One last thing I'll note about Tenkaichi 3. The Wii version did have an online mode, but even if I wanted to play it, online play for the Wii has been long dead. Tenkaichi 3 as its tradition is an improvement to Tenkaichi 2, which is an improvement to Tenkaichi 1. I would
Now wait a minute, you telling me
recommend
fan
Tenkaichi
servers
3
aren't
if
up
you
like
were
with
to only
Mario
play one of
Kart?
these games. I especially like the changes to the story mode, and while it didn't have as much content, the content
Why
that's
did
there is way more
I saw that
entertaining,
coming
at
and I
least to
still
me.
moved in a way.
So, the games I've covered so far are what I'd call the core Tenkaichi series. They're pretty much the foundation for what we see in the rest of the Tenkaichi
Okay, they are up.
games. Though future games aren't really
Yeah, I would've been
titled
baffled
as
if they weren't.
Tenkaichi. That being
People
said,
love
this
Dragon
is
Ball,
the end of
dude.
part 1. Thank you so much for watching, and if you liked this video, please consider liking and subscribing. Also, let me know what you want to see me play next. I've got a
You know
pretty
what,
big
Goki?
backlog
That
from
was
all your
such an
suggestions, but I'm
informative
still
video.
always open to
I've never
ideas.
played
As
these
always,
games
thank you
before.
so much, and have a
That I am
fantastic
actually
day.
requesting that you link the second one, and you don't even have to use a redeem. Unless it's not out yet. I don't know if this is a new video or not. Yeah, I only ever played Ultimate Battle 22, and then what was the games before this series? Was it just the Budokai ones, and then it became Tenkaichi, and now they're doing Sparking Zero and all that. But then people got mad because they said no split screen. I always forget where I put my copy though. What's weird with that game is I don't have it with all my other PS1 games. There's like some other box where like my games I never play are stored, and I think Ultimate Battle 22 is in that box. Played Fighter Z and Xenoverse, they were good. I saw DSP play Kakarot, and I think I saw a little bit of his Fighter Z gameplay. Even though that got the rollback netcode update, he doesn't want to go back to it. No! Alright, part 2 of his Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi situation.
I played every Dragon Ball
Let's
Z
fighting
Budokai
love, man.
Tenkaichi game. Here's my thoughts. Part 2. In my previous Budokai Tenkaichi video, I played the first 3 Tenkaichi games. In this video, I'll be playing the rest of the series. As always, thank you all so much for the support. It means a lot to me, and if you like these kinds of videos, please consider subscribing because there's a lot more to come. I'm doing this pretty much
DBZ and Naruto, I think most people would say the games they've gotten are good. It doesn't feel like we've ever gotten a good One Piece game, though.
VPN. Hey, check it out. Have you ever tried to watch a movie on your favorite streaming service only to find out that it is available, just not probably needed
sponsor block?
Dragon Ball Raging Blast was released for the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 in 2009. While not technically using the Tenkaichi name, this is kind of a burst limit situation, and the game is for all intents and purposes a Tenkaichi game. The gameplay in Raging Blast is fairly similar to the Tenkaichi games too, albeit with some clear differences. Energy moves are now all mapped to the right stick, and each direction allows for a different move. Clicking in the stick when your key is fully charged allows you to use your ultimate. The UI of this one is more barren than the last ones. Seems to be completely gone too. You have the ability to dash toward an enemy at normal speed by holding X or A on Xbox, but if you're not moving and press it, you can do a much faster dash. The dash works pretty much the same as previous games, just with a different control combination. If you and the enemy both do this dash at the same time, you have a dash struggle, where you have to rotate the control stick faster to win the struggle. Also, whenever you're knocked away by a powerful attack, you have to do the same control stick spinning move to recover. Oh, and you can transform in battle just by using a simple button combination, and you get to choose which form you transform into. Unlike previous games, this means that you can go straight from base form to something like Super
Saiyan 3. It's like putting Guitar Hero on an Atari.
There's also this mechanic where you can knock opponents into the scenery like a rock wall, and they get stuck for a short amount of time where you can just kind of wail on them. A small issue I have with this game, though, is how sometimes after you use an ability, there's kind of an end lag. I assume this is so you can't just spam abilities and the enemy has time to retaliate, but it kind of just makes your character feel like they're lagging. I don't really know how else to put it. The previous 3 games did not feel like this, so it's definitely a new thing. But really, it's not that big of a deal. The biggest issue I have with this game is the camera. This game is a very movement-oriented game, and you're flying all around the map.
I'm a spaz when it comes to fighting games, so I'll probably be annoyed by end lag like that.
Spinning rapidly as you attempt to keep a lock on the enemy, or it can just get stuck super close to the action and make it really hard to tell what's going on. I don't think any of the previous Tenkaichi games had this issue, at least not nearly as bad as this game does. Otherwise, the game feels fine to play. Oh, and of course, this game gets extra points from me for having character-specific dialogue. So the graphics in this game are really good, though I feel as though the visual style has kind of a clashing stylistic issue. For example, the character models are cel-shaded and look great as you'd expect, but the stages feel like they're a different style entirely. They're super detailed, but they're also kind of flat-shaded. The characters don't feel like they're actually
Maybe it's like that for performance.
Some might disagree, but I feel like a slightly more cartoony
Was this one on the Wii? That would explain it.
A neat touch that returns from previous games is the degradation of characters' costumes as the fights go on. If you can't tell, I really love when games do that. The modes in Raging Blast are Dragon Battle Collection, Dojo, Ultimate Customize, World Tournament, Online Battle, Versus, Super Battle Trial, and Museum. The story mode in this game, Dragon Battle Collection, is broken up by sagas that you can access right away. It includes everything up to the Buu Saga, plus a Bardock Saga and a Broly Saga. There's also an additional section called What If Stories. I've gotta say, I really like the menus in this mode. Every menu option has a little diorama that's a moment frozen in time from the saga. When you select a saga, you're sent into a sub-menu where you can view a prologue and all of the available fights. The prologue is just some text that gives you a little bit of backstory and context. When you select a battle you want to play, you choose the difficulty, and then there's an introductory cutscene followed by the battle itself. The cutscenes here aren't really all that impressive, but they're decent enough. They're no burst limit though. To its credit, it does have full voice acting, so I'm pretty happy with it. Also, there's a shockingly high number of missions where you're using the villain instead of just Goku. I kind of like that variety. Beating story missions unlocks some secret missions along with some extra stuff like moves to approach your characters. Beating your missions on hard difficulty has some extra clear conditions that give you stars. You can spend stars in the star shop to unlock stuff like costumes and the locked levels. I also really like the what if scenarios. Not only are they a fun premise, the dialogue between the characters is super entertaining, and I think it's great that the story doesn't take itself too seriously. Versus mode is a versus mode. There's player versus CPU, player versus player, and CPU versus CPU. Though the CPU versus CPU mode in this one is called Watch Mode. Super Battle Trial is not just one mode, but a few. There's Arcade Mode, Survival Mode, Time Attack, Score Attack, KO Attack, and a few unlockable ones including Destruction Attack, where the goal is to defeat enemies and destroy as many buildings as possible for extra points. The other modes are straightforward and exactly what they sound like. Museum Mode is pretty good in this game, specifically the character profiles. You can look at the profile for every character you have, and they all have their own first-person accounts along with a nice voice line.
It's like it magnetizes to me. How do you want me to dodge it, dude?
Ultimate Customize allows you to customize your characters. The first thing you can change is the character's deck. This is kind of a grid that every character has where you can slot in items you've acquired over the course of the game. Every item has various stat boosts and takes up a certain number of slots in the grid. You can buy more items to put into the slots using points you've earned over time, along with outright expansions to your deck's size. You can also customize the moves for each character here too. Each move is mapped to a control stick direction, obviously, and you can change which move is in which direction. You can also change what moves are equipped entirely. World Tournament mode includes a classic World Tournament and also a Cell Games variant. For starters, you can change the worst
Kingdom Hearts game, honestly.
The number of participants, the difficulty, and the entry requirements, which I think is super interesting. If you want, you can make the whole tournament Saiyans only. The presentation here is kinda sorta similar to previous games, but the characters are now represented by actual models on the brackets. Also, the tournament still has the announcer, but the actual presentation is completely different. Honestly, I love the way the announcer works in this game. The announcer talks the entire time during the fight and actually says different things depending on how the fight's going. Beating the World Tournament unlocks items and extra stuff like transformations for your characters.
Wouldn't that be annoying having the announcer constantly talking?
The presentation is similar on the brackets, but the fights are a bit more challenging since your HP doesn't fully heal after every fight. This one has two announcers too, including Herculin, his only appearance in this game. The little loading screen minigame in this one actually has points attached to it. You control a little flying Nimbus as you attempt to collect as many capsules as possible. Almost like a simplified version
Oh yeah,
of
these are
Snake.
published by
It's actually kinda
Namco,
fun, and
so that's why they have the loading screen
minigames
minigames, because they got a patent for that shit.
Raging Blast is a decent game overall. I'd have a hard time putting it anywhere near the top of the series, but it's definitely got some high points that I think make it worth playing if you're a big Dragon Ball fan.
A little trivia for you on that.
Raging Blast 2, released for the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 in 2010. Something super interesting about Raging Blast 2 is its inclusion of an entire 30-minute OVA called Plan to Eradicate the Super Saiyans. Watching it actually unlocks the villain from the OVA, Hachiak. Visually, this game seems to have a slightly different style of lighting and shading for the characters.
Dude, what a deal. You get a whole fucking anime episode. That was 2010, so that was before...
But at the same time, I'm sure
that was before even the Beerus movie. What a deal!
More anime-styled lighting from the last game. The best way I can explain it is that there's less contrast in the shading and in the lighting than there was in the first game. The first game looked generally more cartoony. Honestly, the changes are kind of subtle without having a direct comparison, and if I wasn't playing
just
these games back to back, I might not
better
have
be
noticed
careful.
the
I was not careful.
That being said, my complaint from the first game was that the environmental details clashed with the look of the characters, and I think the better solution was to make the environments more cartoony rather than making the characters less cartoony. Also, the weird camera issues I was running into in the first game are significantly better this time around, which is awesome. Gameplay-wise, there were a couple of small changes and additions, but nothing I'd consider too crazy. I'd say the biggest one is a new mode you can get into called Raging Soul when you fully charge your ki, and it makes it to where you're way stronger, but you can't use any special abilities. In Raging Soul, you actually gain access to new combos.
OVA was originally a VHS back in the 90s, I think.
They've also added a thing where you can intercept enemies
little trivia
to
for
tag
me,
out characters, but that just gives you the opportunity to do a series of kind of quick time actions to deal a bit of damage.
But yeah, like I was saying, that was before Battle of the Gods, so that must have been cool back then. It's like, oh my god, wow, the first new Dragon Ball Z animation in like 10 years, wow.
There's single play, battle, online battle, world tournament, ultimate customize, and museum. In single play, there's Galaxy Mode,
you gotta buy like a $60 game to get it.
and training. Galaxy Mode is the replacement for the story mode in this game, except it's not even close to a story mode. In it, you choose a character and then you fight a series of fights down branching paths with different modifiers. Sometimes, for example, you'll have to complete the fight while your HP is automatically decreasing over time, or you'll have to complete the fight within a certain time limit. It is a nice mode with a lot of fights, but it's also only these fights. There's no story or cutscenes at all. Something I really do like
sounds
about
like they were
this
getting
mode, though,
lazier.
is that while the
Lazier and
progression
lazier
is
starting
linear,
with this one.
usually the paths will start to branch as you clear fights. This can actually make some characters' paths look deceptively short until you've unlocked more of the branches. Beating fights usually unlocks extra characters and transformations, along with other stuff like museum artwork and music depending on how well you did. Also, sometimes when you beat certain fights, it unlocks branches on other characters' paths, which is a neat touch, and it gives you a reason to revisit other characters' paths even if you you've already completed them. Also, if you complete a character's path, you unlock a Dragon Ball. Unlocking all 7 Dragon Balls allows you to summon Shenron to make a wish. A neat little thing I like when you summon Shenron is that if you wait too long, he actually has dialogue for being impatient. Something I noticed in this game is that sometimes the characters will have dialogue that happens during the fights, but I don't know what triggers it, and it didn't really happen very often at all. It was still nice to see whenever it did happen though. Otherwise though, this mode is incredibly bare bones in the story department. If you're looking for story, Raging Blast 2 isn't very strong there. I will say though that I did play this mode way longer than I expected, mainly because I do enjoy unlocking characters and some of the challenges and branching paths were pretty fun. The next single player mode is Battle Zone. Battle Zone is kind of like Raging Blast 2's version of Ultimate Battle Z from Tenkaichi 2. You pick a character and then you pick which series of fights you want to do. In this version though, you have to clear the first set of fights before you can choose the next. During the fights, there are some extra requirements you can complete to collect stamps. The stamps don't really seem to do anything, but it's nice to have an extra challenge and something to work toward. The fights also have hidden routes that you can take for completing the fights in certain ways, like using a special attack or landing a combo with a minimum number of hits. Beating the battle zones with certain characters unlocks an enhanced version of that character. These versions of the characters are stronger, but they can't be customized at all. In fact, normal Hachiyak has a power level of 20 in the DP battle mode, whereas his enhanced version has a power level of 27, but again, you can't customize him. Something I'll also note about Battle Zone, there were a couple of times where I saw some dialogue happen in the middle of the battle, but of course, every time it happened, I wasn't recording. It did happen super randomly though, like Yamcha telling one of the Cybermen that they shouldn't underestimate him. I assume these pieces of dialogue are just random and happen between characters who have some kind of relationship with who they're fighting, but it's so inconsistent and random that I have really no way of confirming this. Back to the main menu in battle mode. There's single battles, team battles, and power battles.
Starting to get hectic.
Single battles are standard one-on-one battles. Team battles are battles up to 5 characters that swap out. And power battles work similarly to the DP battles from Tenkaichi 3, where every character is assigned a power level. World Tournament is back this time with all the extra
I like how I
stuff
just
from the
see
last
red
one.
and I just go straight for it,
Totally
even though I should be
different, though.
avoiding
Instead
red.
of normal brackets, it's now like a big ring thing. But it's still a good mode and it's still the same foundationally. Something that I really like about the World Tournament in this game, though,
He's very generous to all these games, even for like stuff he doesn't like. He's like, okay, that's okay.
Options now.
I don't mind that.
Toggle, an option that
That's
lets
alright.
you carry over your HP
It's
from the
functionally
previous match, kind of
okay.
like the Cell
It
games,
does
and
its
an
job.
option that allows you to fight the previous World Tournament champion. The Cell games
just
are
really
the
loves
second
Dragon Ball,
World
dude.
Tournament mode, and there are
Don't
even
we all?
more options here. Outside of the extra options and locale change, the mode is functionally the same as the normal World Tournament, aside from your health not being regained between fights. Ultimate Customize is changed to be closer kinda to the original Tenkaichi games, in my opinion. You can customize the super moves of your characters and equip items to them that boost their stats. Every item you equip has a point value and every character has a point limit. Using the characters in Galaxy mode actually can increase their point limit though, so you can equip more items. The museum mode in this game has a few options. There's the BGM collection, which is the music player, the battle replay mode, which allows you to view saved replays.
Didn't one of the composers for DBZ just steal all this music he did for the show? They had to replace all the music?
The 30-minute OVA.
Does that affect like these games
The
too?
Character Encyclopedia includes a summary of the character and their background, along with some voice clips you can listen to. The loading screen minigame in this one is kind of a simple press the buttons and order as fast as you can thing. Honestly, to me, this one's kind of a step down because all of them are simple, but this one doesn't even have any kind of Dragon Ball theming to it. Overall, Raging Blast 2 doesn't really do a whole lot more than Raging Blast 1. I think if anything, Raging Blast 1 was a
already
pretty
gone by
solid
then.
foundation to add even more story elements and modes. Raging Blast 2 could have been the culmination
No,
of
hold
all
up,
of those
hold
possible
up.
additions.
Ryan MK, massive breaking news alert. Ryan MK coming here to save the stream. He says, breaking news, ladies and gentlemen, the casino is now reopened for business. Let's go see what this is. Andy Worski tweeting, we love that guy. Andy, that guy. We'll pull this up here. What does he say? Debunking the haters. Ladies and gentlemen, aim, we are back and released 2 long-part episodes of This Week in Kakeda on the Gum Road. Fuck yeah! We tested out the quality of the show and damn, it's amazing! We are doing a part 3 and more right now. We wanted to test the quality before a main show and we are so happy with it. Ralpha Bros, it's over! Ralpha Male Bros, it's over, it's done! What if it's just him and Flake don't think about it? Well, okay, that's the schizo theory. That's the cope. That's the copium. Cog is gonna talk about this tomorrow. Oh, he didn't mention PvP. Curiously, he made no mention of PvP whatsoever. He did not at any point debunk the allegation that the show is over. It's actually gonna be Worski and Flaked, and PvP has been ousted from the show. Thank you, Perez, for the GPM shovel. All right, well, there you go. It didn't even take a day, and Worski has ostensibly debunked the fake news. That's nice to see. Thank you, Brian. I was looking at Twitter, so that's news to me.
Like Tenkaichi 3 was. Instead, it's pretty forgettable, at least to me.
Baby
it's not a bad
boy.
game at all, don't get me wrong. It feels really good to play, way better than the first Raging Blast in my opinion. Plus, they fixed some issues like the camera. It just had a lot more potential to do a lot more stuff. In all honesty, if anything,
Hopefully
I think
they can put out a fucking show
in
tomorrow.
Raging Blast 2 could have just been a patch or DLC for the first game. Dragon Ball Z Tenkaichi Tag Team.
Why patch the game when we can just release another $60 sequel? So says
this one
Scamco.
somehow manages to retain basically all of the feel and gameplay of the first 3 Tenkaichi games. In fact, it feels really distilled and solid here, and this is for the PSP. The biggest change is that there can now be multiple characters on the battlefield. Otherwise, it works mostly the same. You can switch between the targets and choose who you want to engage, and also choose to ignore
We're
a
talking
target
about
and
PSP
have you and
games
your ally
now?
focus on just one opponent. It's a pretty nice shake-up to the formula. Struggles are back in this game, and one of them is a rush struggle where you have to mash O faster to win. The other is a beam struggle, which also requires
Kino Chat on Kick was just the whole meltdown. First, everyone was moving O fast. Everyone was moving to person stream just to go on the casino being shut down. What a disaster! We're so back, boys!
If you want Goku to
Fuck
be able to fuse into Vegito, you have to have Vegeta
Another
as your
Worski
partner.
W.
Same with Goten.
What do you think the W and Worski stood for?
Like this little extra strategic element they threw
It
into the
don't
game, and I
stand
think
for
it works
Wombo,
really well
sir.
for the kind of game that this is. Visually, this game looks incredibly nice for a PSP game. It takes a lot of cues
Asterisk
from the
for a
first 3
PSP
Tenkaichi
game.
games, but still has its own distinct style. The characters are textured in such a way that they have
Yeah,
bold,
Jesse, I've been here for like
contrasting
30
lines,
minutes.
and it's a very refined style. The maps are far simpler.
I got
than
real
something you
close.
find
I had
in
Rillaru
previous
down to
games or
2,
on
and he was the
console in
last person
general,
alive.
but this is the
And then a red
PSP
ball
we're
hit me.
talking about. This game looks great for what it is. The modes in
Did you do this
Tenkaichi
one,
Tag
Jesse?
Team are Dragon Walker, Battle Selection, Free Battle, Multiplayer, Customize, and Training. Dragon Walker is the story mode in this game, and it's surprisingly fleshed out. It covers all the way through the Blue Saga, but unfortunately has no movie content or anything from GT. That being said, it still has a pretty impressive
having GT content is a negative?
PSP game. In Dragon Walker, you navigate the world on a world map, sort of like the one from Tenkaichi 2, except this time it's an overhead view and the characters are very much chibified. You navigate the map as any character you want in your party, and you can switch between them freely. When navigating the map, you go to landmarks to progress the
Kong
story.
is the first dead,
Sometimes
Brio's
enemies will show
next.
up on the map, and you're able to either engage them one at a time, or you can use
Is
this
it
aura
either
spreading
Brio or
ability
me?
to engage
Rillaru?
multiple for a better bonus. You can
Rillaru?
also use other abilities to
Rillaru,
stun and
please?
daze your enemies on the map. Once you encounter an enemy, you're put into a fight.
Hey, I got him down to
against
2
two
again.
enemies. Sometimes, though, there were one-on-one fights, which is nice. The game works just as well with one-on-one
Yeah, half of my
fights
deaths
as
have
it
been like
does
that,
with
Jesse.
2-on-2. Sometimes the fights are even 1-on-2.
It's like,
Let me
I
just
got
say
no time
also,
to
this game
react,
has
man.
a ton of voice acting for a PSP game. Like, way more than I ever expected. Not every bit of dialogue is voiced, but it feels like a majority is. Also, there's dialogue during fights, which is something I love to see, and it works really well in this game. Battle Selection has 2 modes in it, Battle 100 and Survival. Battle 100 is a unique mode where you choose from a set of predetermined battles on a grid. Clearing lines on the grid gives
Sounds
you
like the
extra
PSP could
points.
barely
Similar to
handle
like
it.
Bingo. Survival mode is similar to
The
previous
UMD
games.
was
You fight
screeching for
enemies
dear
endlessly,
life.
and when you defeat them, you get an HP recharge and more enemies show up.
Do I
To my
regret
time, Free
dominating
Battle is
Crash
pretty much
Bash? Well, it was a
exactly
charity
what it
goal,
sounds
so I
like. You're
can't
able to
scam
choose
it.
your character, your CPU
I would be no better than
companion,
the
and your 2
guy with
opponents.
Divinity
You can
Original
also
Sin
adjust their
2.
individual difficulties. Another thing you can
But,
do is adjust sensu
it is
beams for
depressing
each
that I
team.
haven't
Every
beaten a single
sensu
thing
beam
tonight.
is 1 revive for a down character, meaning if you have 1 sensu beam, whoever dies first uses it, and you have no more after that. By the way, the sensu beam mechanic was also in the story mode. Customize is the mode where you equip items to your characters to increase their strength. The items in this game are called D items, but work pretty much the same as Z items from previous games. Every character has a point limit, and every
I do
item
prefer
has a
D
point
to Z.
value, so you can only equip items up to that value for for each character. There's also a shop where you can buy D items using the currency called D points. The loading screen in this game has you moving left and right to catch fruit in a basket, and the fruit actually gives you D points. Overall, Tenkaichi Tag Team is an incredibly solid game, and that's before taking into account that it was only on the PSP. I really like this game, and there's a pretty good amount of stuff to do in it. If you're a Dragon Ball fan and you haven't given this game a shot, I highly recommend it.
Go emulate your
Dragon Ball
PSP
Z
games
Ultimate
now.
Tenkaichi released in 2011 for the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. Okay. This game is different. Let me start by saying the visuals in this game are fantastic. They took the style that they went for in Tenkaichi Tag Team and blew it up and made it HD. That's the best way I can explain it. It just looks so good. The shading is less cartoony but still feels decidedly anime and super cool. There's also some really cool stage deformation stuff where using beam attacks and explosive attacks can leave craters in the stage that remain for the entire battle. The gameplay is, well, this is where this game has me feeling a certain kind of way. Well, actually, I don't really know how to feel about it. It feels kind of like a middle ground between
the first
Budokai
bad
and
one?
Tenkaichi, but at the same time, it feels like this game is playing itself most of the time. Let me explain.
I was trying to hit the other
move
one.
around freely and guard and do most of the normal 3D stuff. However, anytime you engage with the enemy, the entire battle turns into a quick time event.
This one was
Every attack
really
becomes
bad.
a mini game where you're basically just flipping a coin. The game takes control from you, and it's a 50-50 shot if you're going to take damage or receive damage, even if you initiated the attack. You have the option to use
I mean, it looks
special
alright to
moves,
me.
but
I
even
guess this is one of
those are
those
turned
you
into
have to
quick
play
time
it to
events.
believe
What
it
this means is that
situations.
the fights aren't really fights anymore. The control you have over your characters is minimal. There are some attacks you can do without triggering an event, but if you try to even attempt a combo, you're gonna lose control of your character again. The attacks you can use depend on your range. There's melee range and blast range. Melee range is when you're close
So
to
you play
enemies,
for a little
and for
bit, and then
the
the game
most
takes
part, you can't
control
use
from you
special
and
or
does
beam attacks
shit
when you're close to an
automatically?
enemy. To use them, you
Then
have
it just
to
turns
back
into
up
death
blast
battle.
range.
I
From
thought you
there,
liked
can
that.
use the
I
control
thought you
stick
guys said
kind
you
of like in
liked
the
death
Raging
battle.
Blast games.
Now wait a
Sometimes
minute.
there's also defense interactions where if you have enough ki, you can perform certain dodge moves to dodge enemy attacks. But I don't think there was a single time I ever had enough because the game doesn't seem to actually use ki for attacks. Instead, you use a separate gauge to the right called the spirit gauge. This increases just from fighting and doing chase attacks. You can charge your ki, but it's pretty much pointless. Okay, let me rephrase. It's not pointless, but you may as well not do it. I never had any issues with any fights, and I barely ever charged my ki. Health isn't represented by a bar in this game. Instead, it's represented by a transparent green Dragon Ball that slowly turns red and breaks as you take damage. You do have a hard number for your HP on the left, but I kind of like the Dragon Ball aesthetic. One thing to this game's credit, though, is that the fights are pretty entertaining to watch, at least at first. For the most part, though, they do become very quickly repetitive and boring, and the only reason I continued chugging along was for the story mode, and so I could give this game a fair shake for you guys. The modes in Ultimate Tenkaichi are story
that was
mode,
nice of
hero
him.
mode, battle
He
mode,
plays it so
world
you don't
tournament
have
mode,
to.
customize, online battle, capsule house, and training mode. Story mode in this one is insane. I just need to get out of the way that some of the cutscenes in this one are fully animated. Like, you're sometimes straight up just watching a TV show in between the fights in this game. Others are
That's a
3D
good thing, isn't it?
engine, but still a big step above most of the other Tenkaichi games. Also, when you're in fights, it does that thing where there's entire cutscenes within the fight, and I really enjoy that kind of thing. There's a world map in this one like we've seen in previous games, and you fly around to different landmarks that show up on your Dragon radar. Once you've arrived to a landmark, you either find an item like a Dragon Ball, or you're able to jump right into
I was
a
doing
cutscene
good
or
too.
fight.
Look at everyone's
Interestingly, during
scores.
the free roam, you're able
Damn
to
it.
change the game's difficulty on the fly or go back and replay fights you've already done. You can also access the World Tournament on the fly using the character
Nah, I get it
you're
eventually,
controlling,
Saru.
but I'll talk about the World Tournament a little bit later. Oh, and beating fights
This is
in the
the
story
last
mode
crystal I
unlocks
gotta
new
get.
abilities for your
If
characters.
anything, I
Hero
have to at
mode
least
is
get
the
this one.
second single-player story mode, and you can create your own custom character. There are 3 types of characters: standard, light, and heavy. Each one of them has their own stat specializations. I chose standard type for my character. After you choose your class, you can customize your character's look. There's not a whole lot of options to choose
Yeah, these
from as
anime
far as
adaptation games
hairstyles
used to
and
be
clothes go, but you can unlock more of
generally
them from
good.
playing the
And then
mode.
it feels like we hit an
Presentation
era,
here is
I think when the
largely the same
PS4
as the
came out,
normal story mode,
and then when Bandai Namco started publishing all of them, where they just kind of became lazy, no matter what IP it was.
I think it's a really nice touch, and they didn't even have to do this. They could have gone the silent protagonist route.
It's still kind of like that now.
Putting fights in this mode increases a bunch of stats
it's an
over
exception
time,
when it's like, oh wow, holy shit, this one's actually good. Like with Fighter Z.
Train you and allow you to learn their abilities. If you want to learn abilities, you have to select a master first, and you can only have one at a time. Each master has training battles where you fight them to get stat increases. Some of them, though, also have trade-offs for stat increases, like stat decreases in certain areas. Hero mode has full cutscenes, and while they're not animated for obvious reasons, they're still really good, and the mode is an overall good and fun mode that isn't just retreading the normal Dragon Ball story. It's almost kind of like a proto-Xenoverse, and for the record, you can use this custom character in other modes,
we haven't even gotten the Xenoverse yet. Does he cover that one?
Previous games with a couple of minor differences. There's two battle types.
People like
Single
Xenoverse,
battle, which
right?
is self-explanatory, and team battle. In team battle, you can set up a team with up to 5 characters. As you
I think
defeat
Xenoverse
opponents,
2
the
still
next
gets
character in
DLC to
line
this day.
replaces the enemy or you if you're defeated until there's none left. Something I really enjoy about this mode is the ability to choose which songs play. There's pretty much a whole playlist for each saga that you can choose from, and it's a really neat touch. Plus, you can actually mess with the playlists and create your own in the customization mode, which I'll get to. World Tournament mode includes a standard world tournament and
yeah, it's actually unique when Bandai Namco doesn't get a license to an anime game.
You pick a character and climb the tournament ladder while the announcer commentates the whole thing. Also, a neat touch that extends to this mode too is the little random tidbits of dialogue from characters that aren't even involved in the fight, almost as if they're in the crowd spectating you. Something that
I heard about the Hunter x Hunter thing.
Noticed though was the inconsistency of
I can't wait to see people go, oh my rubber net in that game.
Square in the center of the tournament stage, regardless of where I was on the level beforehand. Because of this, I couldn't actually find out if this game has ring outs in the arena, but based on this and some Googling, I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume it doesn't. Customize mode has a few things in it. First, you can customize your character skill sets, including stat bonuses. It also includes the BGM medleys I mentioned earlier that you can use in the versus mode stages. It's a cool
Replaying
feature.
Doom,
I
Dingus?
don't know if I've seen
Probably
many
never.
games do something like this. Honestly, this should be something that you can
Especially
do in
if I'm
any
stuck on
fighting
this
game,
for the rest of my
hands
streaming
down.
career.
I love this. Capsule House is this game's museum mode, and it has a really cool aesthetic. The options are Character Encyclopedia, Dragon Balls, Replays, and Movie Viewer. Character Encyclopedia is similar to previous games' museum modes. You're able to look at the character bios and listen to some of their voice lines. Dragon Balls just lets you look at your collected Dragon Balls. Replays is where you can watch battle replays, and the Movie Viewer allows you to rewatch the animated cutscenes.
Why the fuck would I want to watch my own
This game's loading
replays?
screen has you
How does
pulling
that
a
help me
little
get better
crosshair
at the
and shooting
game?
in capsules, shooting gallery style. I think Ultimate Tenkaichi is the perfect example of style over substance.
Bandai doesn't get the Bleach rights because Sony has to kind of deal with the game rights. When was the last Bleach game anyway?
Exists. This game could have been a top-tier Tenkaichi game
Probably
if they
some
had made
gacha
it play
shit.
like
Gotcha.
Tenkaichi, because the story content and presentation in this is better than any other game in my opinion. I'm sure there are people out there who actually really like this game and the way it plays, but I just didn't like
With
the
the
way it
anime
plays
being back, you
nearly
think,
as much as
you know,
any of
that
the
would
other
be the
games I
time.
played for this video. I just don't like how hands-off it is. Dragon Ball Z Zenkai Battle is a little weird. I didn't actually get to play this one because it's an arcade exclusive game that's only available in Japan. I know that's gonna upset
Then why
some
are we doing a
people.
segment
I
on it?
originally wasn't gonna include it at all, but I figured I'd at least mention it. This is my guarantee that if I'm ever able to actually
Bleach in
go to Japan
2024.
and find
Hey,
this,
leave me
I will
alone.
record myself playing it for you guys. Gameplay-wise, this looks a
That's
lot
another
like
series I
Tenkaichi Tag
watched,
Team, but in a
cursory
more modern
glancing
engine with
in the
better
background.
visuals. It looks
Like, we
it
had
has
it on when it was
online mode,
on,
you're able to save
but I
your
couldn't tell you
individual
anything
progress,
about it.
including scores and character unlocks.
Other than
Speaking of character
Ichigo's
unlocks,
the
it looks like
guy.
this game
He's
covers
the
all the way
one.
through Dragon Ball Super content, since there's a Super Saiyan
Rukia
Blue
Bros
form for
were
Goku,
big
in the addition
mad
of
when it
Beerus and
ended.
Golden Frieza. There's also characters like Broly and Janemba. I really do wish we got this one in the West because it looks like a lot of fun, especially since it does the Tenkaichi tag team thing. Like I said, maybe someday I can go to Japan and hunt down one of these machines. And that's it. That's every Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi game. Well, almost. I was going to mention Dragon Ball Z for Connect here, but it didn't really fit in a way that I thought I could make work in this video.
Dragon
It's
Ball
also
Z for
not really a
Connect?
Tenkaichi game, at least not in my opinion. That being said, I do plan on including it in a future video, so
Oh yeah, I
do
hear
keep a
about the
lookout
filler for
that.
Bleach all the
Overall,
time.
These games are massively nostalgic for me, and probably a lot of other people too, so getting to play them all again was a huge treat. These games have a lot more to them than the standard standard Budokai games too. I went out of my way to cover as much as possible, but I'm sure there's some small things that I missed. I think I covered most of the big stuff though. Thank you all so much for the support, and I really hope you enjoyed this video. I'm actually already working on another as we speak, and I cannot wait for you
Why
guys
did I
to
stay
see it.
there?
Also,
I
please
could have
consider
easily moved
subscribing
away.
if you haven't already, because it really helps me
Hit
get my
that
stuff out
fucking
there
bell,
for more
man.
people to see it. Also,
Now,
leave a
guys.
like on this video if you liked it. That also helps me. Anyways, thank you so much for watching, and have a fantastic day.
You know what? I like the cut of this guy's jib. He was amazingly positive. He tried his damnedest not to be negative at any point in the video, and he played through every game, which is something that most of us probably would not want to do. A very good video series, Goki. Thank you. I was about to say, wow, let's go see if the wrap is up. But we're not going to have a wrap today, are we? Ah yes, the classic shooter returns. Star Wars Battlefront Classic Collection. March 15, 2024. Let's check in on a channel we don't usually check on. Wings of Redemption goes ballistic at arch rival Nitro. I don't even know who that is.
Why do you keep coming in here, dude? Literally. Let me give you some advice. Those clips that you are like 13 or 14
I gave up catching
years
up
old,
on
why did that
Lumbex
happen?
ages
You've said
ago.
it more than I've said. Just leave me alone. Just leave me alone.
Say my name. Swollen Dingus. You're goddamn right.
Say my name.
Breaking Banquet.
You're goddamn right.
BanJS 218.
No podcast tonight, he already said.
What time do they all get on?
2 and
He's just
9
telling
right
other
now.
viewers that
I know how
Locale
to
Live ain't
use
gonna
this guy's
happen.
ability.
Ban him, I
Gotcha,
guess.
right. Game room's clear, showers clear, laundry's clear, piano's clear, piano hallway's clear. Hallway or stairs? What's this drum? How am I getting scanned? Damn, you didn't take that default camera out, man?
Yeah, because someone swung straight away.
You can do it from the door.
I don't know, I like the Pikachu segment, J Frosty. He rage quit.
Nitro, why do you keep coming in here, dude? Like, literally. let me give you some fucking advice, dude. Those clips that
Carlito,
you
why do you
wanna
still
fucking
exist,
lambast
man?
me
Webby,
on are like
fucking
13
leave.
or 14 years old. So what happened between the 12 years you didn't go on this White Knight campaign, then nobody was fucking harmed, right? There's no messages, there's no accusations, there's no lawsuits, there's no fucking court cases. Why did that happen? Since I'm this terrible, little bit very bad person that you want to claim I am, other than
I win.
Other than I've said some dumb shit to try to get a reaction on a podcast.
Sorry for the clap. Oh man. I was never able to do that as Billy Dingus. That was actually from the bottom of my heart, back of my head, back of my neck, back of my mind. That one right there was for Billy Dingus. Thank you. Gonna get Dragon's Dogma next week. Kind of on the fence on Rise of the Ronin, because I feel like it's gonna be a Ghost of Tsushima wannabe. Isn't it by the Wolong guys? Be closer to that, I would think. It's only been a year since Wolong, but they were able to put out Rise of the Ronin that quick. Maybe they were in development at the same time. Ah yes, Juzzy. From Skyballs right into Platinum Pogo Padlock. At least we can't say it's been a nothing burger stream. No goose eggs on this stream. Oh, Wolong was an open world? See, I don't know this stuff.
Why would you hide skate code?
RPG Overload does that shit to a man, Jesse.
All he did was say colored stencils.
Kind of funny looking back on it because Wolong, you remember that shit was a hostage situation. He needed to hit the tips goal every Wolong stream. He missed it on one session, and he never let you hear the end of it.
So play by my fucking self.
I may as well just play by my fucking self, right? May as well not even be here. I could be playing by myself. Oh, yeah. As you can see in this variant of the pogo stick minigame, you cannot paint squares you've already painted, or you lose your combo.
Use critical thinking skills.
Why'd I go for that? I explained the directions of the minigame and then promptly failed the minigame.
I don't know why I didn't even get a chance to read it.
I don't know why?
Like Al Babish, though, that's bannable.
Still one. 2 more to go.
Wilkie Soft, I'm sorry that you're
I didn't see that red animator, no.
More than 62 IQ.
Not often that they offer refunds like that, right? So, I don't know. Do you think Phil's gonna refund it? How many times does Phil refund games? I wouldn't. Don't get your hopes up. Don't hype up a refund situation. Not every game is like Cyberpunk tier. Big ups Riku Zephyr. Nah, I'm not done with this. Did you know, Riku, it took nearly 3 hours for me to get one like mini game complete. I've been switching all night.
Like, he spends the vast
it was
Skyball's
Crystals. We're 170.
In his mother's basement.
Oh, you sure got him, Wingo. You sure showed him. Gave all those points to Dingo Dial, piece of shit. At least I made Coco fuck up her combo.
Freeloader. Fuck.
No, I believe it's Seal. We've been talking about it all day in Ant's Discord.
Yeah, money's money, but like, I don't know
I've
what
seen
he said,
GPM
but,
play
like,
it
he probably
too.
called me Richard or
If
some
you're the
shit like that.
host on this new Star Wars Battlefront, you're locked to dirty frames if you're the host. So GPM was talking about how he needs to like play, he needs to host it from his laptop and then join on his real computer as a player just to get 60. That's tough.
The static truth? I don't even know what you're fucking referring to, man.
10 seconds remaining.
It always feels like the enemy team is a well-oiled machine.
Exactly,
and my
Riku.
team is fucking terrible. Bomb down white stairs. Bomb down white stairs. Oh, fuck. Nah, I didn't stream Starfield at any point.
No, I thought he did. That's weird. As the Bethesda guy,
extra, but like I doubt
the Fallout
you're
guy.
actually in Roll 3. Also, in this season, I haven't really had a good chance to play it yet. My first 2 games were horrible. To the point that I'm
Whoa!
embarrassed of
It's
them.
Almighty Tevin, a gifted
So far,
tier
like
1 to
4 and
Riku
11 for the
Zephyr.
season. I gotta
And it's
pull it back
Tevin's
as always.
70th gifted sub. Thank you, Tevin. Congrats, Riku.
Last operator standing.
Got about 3 months worth of Wingo to catch up on. Let's see, November, December, January, February. Try 5.
I never said something like that in a private call. Little stories that you make up doesn't change the fact that they're made up.
Just say they're writing fan fiction like Ralph Jordy. They're writing fan fiction about me. They're obsessed.
Come on, dude.
Check that out. I won by 2. I won by 2. Last second box.
Down to 1 friendly. All friendlies have been eliminated.
Apparently, the developer
God's not making
Aspire,
another
Jay
turn.
Frosty, has been
Like, the
responsible
reason
for some
God's not
pretty
making a
bad
turn is They
remasters.
figured out a way that's never going to get patched out to fuck with me on Call of Duty.
Not just limited to Star
So I'm
Wars.
probably not going to be playing a Call of Duty in the current engine anytime in the near future. Zed, they'll take a block person and join my game over and over again. And
We tried appearing offline.
I didn't even see him. Dude, what kind of glitch is that?
The game. See, I don't even have to finish my sentence. You just hear it in your head. One of the changes they made to Battlefront 1, if it's... Do I still have this? This is the most nothing change they made to Battlefront. Let's see. How many of you guys played Battlefront back in the day? I should still have this. I deleted it. Okay, well, I can recover it from the recycle bin pretty easily. Of course, I wouldn't want this shit on my computer any longer than it needs to be. This is the most nothing change made to Star Wars. Star Wars is what happens on Black Friday. Battlefront Classic. Player 1 killed himself? Battlefront 1, quote-unquote, remaster. Player 1 killed themselves. Ah! And it's a different, worse font that isn't thematic, so I hate it more. I hate it for reasons beyond the changing of himself to themself. Why would you do that? I guess, look, I guess it's fair. We don't know the stormtrooper that's, like, in the stormtrooper outfit. It could be a woman. It could be a black guy, like Finn Dude. Thank you, Aspire. You should aspire to make better games. I would think every dev would want to aspire to make better games. Oh, Cammy? Okay, yeah, that's exactly... So I didn't see that. Cammy posted what I posted. I posted that first Nurgle earlier in the morning.
On the second time he pushed with that,
it's okay, nobody saw it when I posted it.
Submachine gun, right? You guys didn't see him, right? I can't be the only one that didn't see him.
I guess even females can be space Nazis.
That's the second time
or whatever the fuck they're supposed to represent.
Just getting killed by somebody that's not even on the screen. Somebody go back and look. Like when I got killed by the mute.
Oh man, I was missing a score box.
Nitro, motherfucker.
Never mind emulating on console. The original PC release is still on Steam.
Why are you so
can still run it.
Go on, dude. Like, just leave me alone. Just leave me alone. You saw it. Oh yeah, Luke. Peeker's advantage has never been like that.
What's curious is that I always see people say EA Battlefront 2 eventually got better. Wouldn't it be ironic if people just went back to that one?
Dude, that's the worst I've ever seen it in 9,000 hours. Like, dude, I'm honestly go back in the stream and watch that kill again. Tell me at the point of the kill was mute on my screen. Because I can't do it right now.
Oh, I think you told me about Stubbs the Zombie Nurgle. Back when they announced it, I was semi-interested because I had always seen stuff about Stubbs the Zombies in gaming magazines I owned back in the day. I was like, oh, okay. Whoa, that looks kind of funny. I never ended up getting it. Nice to know I dodged a bullet at least. Battlefront 2 is the only good thing you have to deal with most of the time is cheaters. Got better, but that's like saying the poo dried a bit before you stepped on it inside. Okay, well, I don't know what the... Okay, I thought like it was maybe a No Man's Sky situation. 1 by 3 points. I need 3 in a row for this one. Okay, now sadly, Synthetic Man has not uploaded a new video. But we do have a video of his that I don't think I didn't stream it. I saw a little bit of it, but I didn't stream it. So I hope you guys are ready to talk about the other thing in Western society that is degrading besides Star Wars.
This is,
comics,
without exaggeration,
yes, and
one
comic
of the worst
adaptations
games I've ever played in my life. If you end up taking away anything from this review, do not buy this game. It is not so bad it's good.
Well, that's nice
it's
to know, Nerdle.
just bad, okay? It is not entertaining on any level. Honestly, this is barely even a video game. 80% of it is cutscenes, and it's one of the worst stories I've ever heard.
He's really looking forward to Dragon's Dogma 2, so it's gonna suck or be funny if it ends up being bad.
The Justice League, 3 out of 4 of them don't even have fucking powers. Harley Quinn shoots Superman to death. And guys, I don't care what any shill has told you. The gameplay in this game is not good. It is some of the most brain-dead easy trash.
DSP was right again, baby.
This has to be the worst game of 2024. I will be blown away if anything worse than this manages to come out. I tried playing through this with my brother because, you know, it is a co-op looter shooter. Playing these games with friends usually makes them more fun. And my brother wanted to join the Suicide Squad, if you know what I'm saying, the 41% squad, about halfway into the game.
You didn't have to say
And
specifically.
I find it so
We got
funny
it.
as a marketing gimmick. They try to say this
You laid
is in
that
the
choke on a little too
Arkhamverse.
thick.
Oh yeah, there's references, there's tie-ins, and famously, Kevin Conroy's last performance.
Yeah, we gotta
as
disavow that
Batman,
one, I'm sorry.
they spit in the face
Everything was wrong
of
with that
Arkham fans
comment,
in this game.
which-
I know you've all seen the scene. We've all seen the scene. Every time, I think gaming can't possibly get worse. Somehow an even bigger piece of trash manages to come out with an overinflated budget. 9 fucking years of development hell, and they have a 10-hour co-op looter shooter.
Thank you,
we
Sweet
can't
Baby.
forget that Sweet Baby Inc. worked on this game. So yes, it's full of propaganda.
Dude, okay, I just said this video was old. When did this video come out? February 8th. There were people already crying about Sweet Baby in February, and even earlier than that. So this has been going on for months. This isn't new, but I guess it finally entered the gaming mainstream. But yeah, I remember hearing about Sweet Baby months ago.
And the game being themed around
They're not
killing
devs,
all
Golden.
of
They're
your
just,
favorite superheroes and taking a
consultation
piss
people.
on their corpses literally is highly intentional. They want to kill your
Toriyama.
heroes.
Oh,
They
yeah,
want
they need to go to the wall in
humiliate
Minecraft.
you. This whole game is a humiliation ritual for comic book fans. And I also want to say,
Hey,
once
he was
again,
saying
I
humiliation
told you
ritual
so,
before the
because
Oscars
over
people
3
did it.
years ago, when this game was revealed, I said it was gonna suck and got a shit ton of dislikes. I don't know how I keep doing it, guys. I must be some kind of Nostradamus making these crazy predictions. And so you might be thinking, oh, I'll have plenty to talk about and dissect, but no, not really. Because it's 80% cutscenes, the story
Yeah, ever since Spider-Man and Alan Wake, but it's only, you know, recently that it truly exploded to the point that the curator group, the actual people affiliated with the company speaking out and all that.
The effort of a huge breakdown
Articles by
video,
Kotaku
picking
blaming
apart
Kiwi
every single
Farms coming
flaw.
out.
The first section of this is going to be just a gameplay breakdown, and the rest of this video is a highlight reel of me and my brother's reaction to the game's story. Don't worry, I already know people prefer my normal style of
Sweet
reviewing,
Baby and DSP
but I
gaming
wanted to
are
do
ruining
something
games in my
different. I
opinion.
really
Both
didn't feel
equally
like writing
dangerous.
a
I
shit ton
agree.
of notes on every single flaw with this game's story, so you can just see.
You guys think Tevin's joking? You think he's just saying that as a throwaway funny comment and dingus in chat, but remember, God of War. God of War. I rest my case.
My live reactions to how terrible it was. And I can't believe I have to say this, but yes, there's quite a few edgy jokes we made during the stream that I decided to keep in this video, but they're just that, they're jokes, okay? Don't take it so personally. So without further ado, here's Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. Now, as always with my reviews, I'm going to talk about the gameplay first, and this is definitely the element of the game that is the most passable. But as I got used to saying several times on the stream, I'll say it again in this video.
It's hilarious,
It is
Riku.
way less fun than it looks. The traversal,
but in like a melancholic sense, you're looking at the hobby you grew up with die. You can't help but laugh.
I mean, as Harley Quinn, you can jump off the top of a skyscraper and take 0 damage, no fucking fall damage. Harley Quinn has
and then the cool games from Japan that do come out get rewritten by the exact same people.
Building. I spent the vast majority
of my time
fan fiction
in my games.
King Shark, and he
I can't wait till they rewrite
like
Vivian and Paper Mario does in your door.
Destruction, or like Alex Mercer and Prototype, in the sense that you can run fast, jump super high, do little air dashes, and of course all the characters can run straight up buildings. No, there's no real explanation for that. Deadshot has a jetpack, which was, I guess, kind of fun in a way. Boomerang can use the Speed Force to run to wherever he throws his boomerang, which definitely seemed like the most technical of the movement abilities, and probably actually took some skill, but given that I hated the combat in this game, I only played him like 1 time. And the same goes for Harley Quinn. She steals a bat drone.
Yeah, I can't cry too hard about AAA.
She also has the grapple
Indies are doing great.
Game, so she combines that with swinging like Spider-Man, and so that's kind of okay. The main issue is it's just too floaty. The characters don't all move the same speed. Deadshot is probably the fastest, and I'm pretty sure Harley is the slowest. So expect to lag behind your partners.
I like the footage I saw of that Pepper Grind game.
The best
was interesting.
Element of the gameplay. As for the actual shooting, it's as fucking bare bones as it could possibly get, dude, and takes no skill at all. So of course there's no creativity with the guns. It's your classic hand cannon, machine pistol / submachine gun, assault rifle, sniper rifle.
But generally the people that only play AAA, they're the people who I feel cry the loudest about what's happening right now. They don't want to look outside their horizons and, you know, try, the little guy shit.
This game is so easy on normal that when I finally switched over to play as the other characters, they were stuck with common and uncommon weapons, and I did perfectly fine near the end of the game. So I guess if you are going to play this, you should probably play it on hard difficulty.
We're in the Synthetic Man segment of the stream.
This game also
it's
has
big video variety tonight. The double V.
And because this was designed as a games as a service first, if you're playing this in single player and actually swapping between the characters, you're not going to come anywhere close.
He's absolutely destroying the Suicide Squad.
Game. I have to once again remind you, this game's only 10 hours long, and only 2.5 hours of that was actual gameplay. I'm not fucking joking.
If DSP did a review of this game on the credits, it'd probably sound like this.
About 90% of the game, and so I'll only speak for his gameplay, but it was completely fucking brain dead. There's this mechanic in the game where after you melee an enemy, you get automatic crits on the enemy you just hit, and the game literally locks your aim onto them. Straight up aimbot. This isn't aim assist anymore, it's fucking aimbot. And fairly early on, the game introduces enemies with armor, which are immune to bullets until you break that armor, and melee is one of the things that breaks armor.
He killed it.
Gameplay very quickly devolves into you meleeing a guy, shooting him for crits, meleeing another guy, shooting him
Nothing's
for
come
crits,
out officially, TRPG, but I just got
super ability, your traversal.
I got a sixth sense. I got a sixth twisted feeling in my stomach. I hope I'm wrong.
Effect smash again, like Hulk or Alex Mercer or even Cole McGrath would do in their much better games. And each character has a signature.
Ostensibly, these people shouldn't want them to go back and have it like the original version of the dialogue, because in the original version, she's a dude.
In this game, but it's Sui Strike.
It's a localization that just says that she's a girl and then like removes all the jokes about her being a dude.
Not really. There's like 10 enemy types, but
if anything, the localization should like be the version they prefer, but they want to just completely rewritten. Not even like include the original version dialogue. Just fuck that too. Just write fan fiction. Rewrite all of it. I hope it doesn't happen.
It could be worse, but it certainly could be
Eddie
much
B,
better.
43 on the 3-stream streak.
Board
quit on Seth Stefani's Sterling and came back to Synthetic Man was this year's worst First Marathon.
And the UI team was like
Arlo
8 people in the credits. And the UI lead was a woman. I have to say it. Look at how fucking cluttered this is. and there
Welcome
are
back, ADB.
non-stop tutorials how to do basic
Look, this isn't the worst YouTuber's stream. I'm just like, we're doing variety. It's variety night. It's Thursday. He's not streaming today.
Shit, dude. And when you
There's no daily rap to watch.
Huge fucking decals, blood, your shield's breaking. You can't even fucking see, and there's purple everywhere. Fucking purple. I hate this game so much, it's unreal, dude. One other thing you'll do a lot is there's a counter shot move where you point at an enemy and then hit F or whatever the equivalent is on controller, and this will stop an enemy from attacking you, right? And that's an okay mechanic, but it's definitely way overused. It's basically the main mechanic you use to fight the Justice League, and because there's only like 4 mechanics, that's the entire gameplay, man. I just described everything you do for 10 hours. Except this, again, it's not 10 hours. It's like 2.5 hours if you skip every cutscene. And yet somehow, in that very brief time where you're actually playing the game,
to get all the meaningful shit.
painfully bad. Because
Or the
this
shit that's
has
not meaningful,
quite
rather.
possibly the worst mission design I've seen in any modern game. Like, it's worse than a shovelware game for the Wii, in the sense that in the first major mission in the game, you jump across a couple rooftops, stand in a circle, watch a cutscene, kill 5 guys, travel across
Burgers
the city,
and
jump on
fries?
another fucking building, watch another cutscene, kill 5 more guys. Dude, I'm not joking. You do that at least 3 fucking times in the first mission. They don't even let you just shoot guys until
That
you're
was a
like
close one.
2 or 3 hours in. This
But can we
game
run
is
it back?
so unbelievably bad, dude. I'm not exaggerating. This is one of the worst video games I have ever played. Honestly, I have a theory.
I don't know. I feel
and
like you
free
said that
to call
to
me
2
schizo or
other
whatever.
video games
The
this year
reason that
already.
There's so many cutscenes in this game and so little gameplay is because they knew this incredibly basic ass combat.
No,
that would
it's an
make
older video,
N64
ADB. I just
game
haven't seen it yet on
blush.
stream.
Would not be fun for more than 3 hours. Okay, so 80% of this game's budget went into
He's
building
currently doing Final
Metropolis,
Fantasy VII
which
Rebirth
I've already
streams,
seen the
and I
graphics
think he's gonna make a video
comparisons,
about
and by
that
no
next.
exaggeration, Arkham City looks better.
He hadn't
than
played
this,
the original, so
which
it's gonna be
just
like
shows you
a
how important lighting
unique-ish
is to
perspective
making
from
a
someone that
game
never
look
played
good.
DOG,
I
like
don't
what he
care
thinks
if
of
it's
it.
got 10 times as many polygons, 4K textures, doesn't matter. Look at this, and then look at Arkham City, okay? The sad thing is, Metropolis has more love put into the design of the city than any other element of the game. I mean, look at it in terms of open worlds. At least you can tell a lot of effort was put into making it look unique. There was definitely effort here, but because this is like a really shitty version of Crackdown with looter-shooter mechanics, the city serves no other purpose than a series of platforms for you to climb and jump across while shooting guys. When I was a child, I would have been blown away by a sandbox like this, but it's incredibly shallow. It's wasted on this game. Outside of a bunch of repetitive side missions which contain the same mission objectives you've been doing in the main story, there's a shit ton of Riddler puzzles, which of
One
course
more?
I didn't waste a single
Sorry, I'm going
second
gamer mode for
doing
this
any
segment.
of them. Again, it just feels like a chore, like many other sandbox games. There's no exploration. Why even build something like this if there's no point to exploring it? I actually kind of feel bad for the environment artists. Oh, and another thing I gotta briefly touch on, mission design. This has the laziest, most basic, stereotypical video game missions you've ever seen, and the bad ones, of course. As in, you have to escort a truck and defend it from enemies. Expect to do that multiple times. You have to pick up glowing orbs and throw it at the weak spot before you can shoot the thing. Well over half the missions in this game are defend a stationary point and kill all of the enemies around it. Alright, it's finally time to get to the story of Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. Like I
Well,
said,
you killed the
this is
Justice
gonna be
League,
a
right?
highlight reel of my nearly 12-hour
What more could there be to
stream.
it?
I'm going to spoil the entire game. Not that that should be a problem, because there's no reason you should purchase this game, not even at a deep discount. Judging by its already embarrassingly low number of reviews and player count on Steam, this game is basically dead on arrival. So I doubt anybody's going to care about this thing in a week or two. So
Nobody's
hopefully
talking
you enjoy
about it.
this. I tried to edit in as many funny bits as possible and condense the story as much as I could, but it was 7 hours of cutscenes. So yes, this is a bit long, but I did try my best. Feel free to give me some feedback in the comments. So without further
There we
ado,
go.
here was
3
my
wins.
experience with the story of this terrible game.
does the multiplayer start?
I don't know. Are you watching the same cutscene I am?
I didn't watch any of the cutscenes.
Oh, you skipped it? I'm sorry, chat. You're gonna have
Unicorn
to watch
Overlord?
This.
Huh.
God,
You know, I don't
remember
know
that
what he
good
thinks
game?
of strategy RPGs.
I remember that
He
good
didn't
game.
play Fire Emblem
That game was
Engage.
good.
This channel didn't exist when
It's a
Three Houses came
microbomb
out.
projector from our friends at Lestor.
I
Stick
think
it in
I've
your
heard him
target's
give a
neck
big ups to Fire Emblem in the past, but I may be mistaken.
You want
Alright, that's
this to be where
Pogo
you take
Padlock
your
complete.
last
That's
breath?
another thing that Billy Dingus didn't do.
No? Then help me. I only need one of you.
God, Harley's fucking wide-faced disease.
Toxic Dash Platinum.
Makes sense Waller would want the world's deadliest.
Probably did Ring Ding. A Ring Ding.
The rest of you for.
Knowing Amanda Waller, it is nothing good.
Ring Dingus? See
In
Jungle
my
Fox.
experience.
What the heck is your experience? And what's a fish doing in Arkham? You got mental health issues, Short.
Generalized anxiety.
It's clearly a trap.
Yeah, I think he got hit
Any
by
of us touch that
RPG
thing,
overload.
none of us is getting out of here.
That's why I didn't
the
play Jay
prisoner's
Frosty.
Dilemma.
What's the bloody dilemma? This prisoner wants out.
Come on, Captain. You just got here. I've been inside 5
King Shark
freaking
said in this
years.
universe, they
You can
don't
tell
fucking
they're
care, man.
trying to have a dynamic. They're trying to have chemistry.
It's only
but
tied to the Arkham
feels
games to
like
get people to
you
buy
put
it.
In Chat GPT, like
Poison
that
Ivy was
poor
dead, and then they
Quirky
made her a
Chungus is
fucking
arguing.
kid.
You played yourselves. Welcome to Task Force X.
The Hero Museum.
If I rely on the totem, this shouldn't be too bad.
And museum.
There's a real ruse right there.
I've seen it on TV.
Superhero Museum.
Justice.
All of justice.
Never mind. Have 50 seconds, the second one drops.
Correct. I tried to invite you. It said you're not in the Argus database. I don't know what that means.
Oh, what? That's what it said for me to you.
3 hours later. Hey man, watch the
Get!
glass.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Deadshot already existed in this universe and he's
wearing
white.
gloves. Oh, I guess that hand doesn't have
Wasn't there
gloves.
another character they could use?
The other one does.
Back when Doc Savannah tried to lift Flash's gimmick.
Big ups Pim Pam. I did beat Skyball's Crystal, yes. And Poco Padlock
Everybody just knows how to
Platinum.
use that immediately.
Oh, this is
Not
not a
to mention, why
goose
do they
egg
have,
stream,
like,
thankfully.
Actual weapons in a museum.
Yeah, why wouldn't it just be a replica?
Like actual functional weapons.
Yeah, I mean, what the fuck? Why wouldn't you rob this place?
They just donated all their gadgets like that? That seems very dangerous.
Shotgun.
Oh no, I know all about what they do to Flash.
Nothing says it.
Oh, he wasn't even fooled. That could have been a funny bit.
I don't have to deal with more. No, there are so many more ball games I gotta deal with. I'm just, we're giving it a break for the rest of the stream. Fuck it. We're doing everything that's not a ball game that's left to do.
That's what he should have said.
I haven't even done a single race minigame yet.
I would be a better writer, let's be honest.
I agree. I genuinely am surprised how badly written this is. That they just kind of walk up into a museum and then gather actual weapons.
Yeah.
Mother of God. Do you see what this is?
Go big ups on the poppy.
Boy, I got more pushing the thing open.
Yeah, but you have to, as you like.
This is the end of Matilda week. Matilda has gone home forever.
Oh yeah. Yeah, like you finished your circle before I even got there.
Yeah, like
yeah. If you could at least yell at each other like Resident Evil 5, that'd be funny.
Oh my god, Cortex has full health. I didn't even see it. How is he alive?
It's literally everything in this game require 4 people.
Yeah, what you had to
Oh, I
wait
saw
for
that
me?
Starguard.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, I saw the article. I didn't see the video.
I suppose that
The
counts
last
as
thing America
activating the
needs is a game where a white guy shoots at black
That was
people,
an elegant line
right?
from King Shark.
Yeah.
It's very well spoken.
Is that why all the zombies in Remake 2 and 3 are
He
white?
should just kill us.
Think about
if
it.
he's mind controlled, why doesn't he just kill us right here?
Yeah, what are we gonna do about the Green Lantern wall people? Can he just spawn a spike to impale us right now?
Yes.
Your face always looks so... What?
I was just about to ask you the same thing, Quinn.
Shit.
Wait.
He really has a shit voice.
Oh, is that the link?
You keep saying Brainiac like it's a thing, but I don't think it's a thing.
Oh God, stop talking.
Hilarious, Harley.
Make it home for his people. All this.
Okay, we're 19 minutes in this Synthetic Man video, but I did see this article earlier. This is relevant. Before the rest of you fall asleep, let's go ahead and watch it. The Resident Evil game that can't be remade. 6 minutes long. I agree, they shouldn't remake 5 because that's the one people don't like unless you're playing with a friend.
With Resident Evil 4's release last year, Capcom's project to remake the glory years of its survival horror series is complete. But as the game's post-credit scene suggests, the remakes aren't
They got
over.
one of Eddie
And
B's
so the
people
big
to write
question
this
is,
article?
Where next? The obvious answer is a remake of Resident Evil 5. But
No, a remake
on the
of
game's
1.
15th anniversary, it's clear that moving forward
Code
chronologically
Veronica?
will
Zero?
take Capcom's remakes into the series' weakest era. An era of gameplay
Yeah,
and
some people
narrative
say 4
decisions
didn't need a
best left
remake.
in the past. Resident Evil 5 simply can't be remade, at least not to the standards of Capcom's best work. And so the answer is not to remake,
It's $10K
but
down
to
for this video.
rewrite.
Well, yeah, like, bro, people love Resident Evil. It's leftover
Resident
residual
Evil is a
hatred
survival
for
horror
Sweet Baby
series.
Inc.
Not that you'd know that playing Resident Evil 5. Sure, it features a constant flow of horrific imagery, but Resident Evil 5 is an action game through and through. That's evident in its cover shooter mechanics.
Think about it. First they were like, we need more black people in games. And then you remake Resident Evil 5. No, not like that, not like that. Now they're like, oh, you gotta rewrite the whole game.
Cool chases with on-rails turrets.
Do people really think this though? CP5 Photo, I don't think people do. This is an article that came out yesterday? Yeah, yesterday. I've never seen anyone really say this. You're right, it could just be a fringe couple of leftists that genuinely think, oh, this was super racist, yada, yada, yada. And I do recall the controversy. There was legit controversy when the game was first coming out. Like, all we had was the Japanese trailers for it. I remember that. So I can't say it's coming out of nowhere, but it feels like a handful of people are dredging up, like they remember that initial controversy, and now they hear rumors, oh, they're gonna remake 5 next, so okay, let me get some fucking clicks, let's dredge this shit back up and relate it to the current political and racial escapades the country is currently facing, so we can get easy clickbait views.
Sequences and the constant rattle of assault rifles. Even its visual design evokes the sandy shades of modern military
Yeah, it's okay to
games
shoot
that
Spaniards in
experienced
RE4
mass
though.
popularity in the late 2000s. It all speaks to a series that had lost its way. Rather than reflect
It
on the
lost its
tenets that were the
fucking way.
foundation of its experience, Resident Evil 5 looked to the contemporary gaming zeitgeist in an attempt to find a new lease of life. The result is an unholy hybrid of Resident Evil, Gears of War, and Call of Duty. It's as ugly
Oh,
and
that's too
unwieldy
sealed that
as
it was
sounds.
like kind of the timing was bad because there was
This
actually a
design
virus
appears
in
to
Africa
not
at the
just be a
time.
misguided attempt to follow Western successes, but also a misreading of its predecessor. With Resident Evil 4,
Like, game development takes
director
time.
Shinji
Like, there was
Mikami
no way
definitely
they could have
reinvented
known
the
a virus
series
was gonna
through the
hit
use of a
when they were
new
making the game.
over-the-shoulder camera angle. The perspective allowed for a more kinetic, action-heavy game. Despite this, Mikami never lost sight of the terror at the core of Resident Evil. Through the use of enemies that were strategically placed to provide undulating waves of tension and fear, and the inclusion of Ashley as your vulnerable charge, combat encounters were focused on surviving overwhelming horrors rather than dominating foes. Resident Evil 5, meanwhile, presents its enemies as waves to be gunned down with increasingly powerful weaponry. Their purpose is cannon fodder, a wall of meat to slow your progress through levels. And those levels are not locations to be explored. Instead, they are largely funnels that push you from entrance to exit. Resident Evil 4 may have replaced the series' traditional continuous structure with discrete levels in an attempt to move away from the backtracking-heavy design of previous games, but it preserved the spirit of locations like the Raccoon City Police Station. The village, Salazar's castle, and the island feature interlocking, explorable pathways that solidify these locations as authentic spaces rather than obstacle courses. Resident Evil 5 has no interest in this, with the majority of its stages being little more than corridors peppered with dead ends to hide treasures in. Their lack of
Dude, he
authenticity
fucking hates
means
Resident
no
Evil
one will ever
5.
mention the Kijuju Autonomous Zone in the same breath as the Spencer Mansion.
It's okay,
All
people
this
did
is
back in the day,
say
too.
that a faithful remake of Resident Evil 5 would break
Second one?
Capcom's 7-year streak of brilliant survival horror games. It's telling that the series' reset point, Resident Evil 7, was a reinvention of the very first game, a haunted house that grew ever larger as you unlocked new rooms by solving its puzzles. Clever reinventions of this base conceit is the key to Resident Evil's success, be that dropping an unstoppable force into the house's corridors, such as Resident Evil 2's
Don't
Mr.
believe me
X,
too hard.
or expanding the scope of the house. Resident Evil Village's titular location is effectively a giant manor. Its corridors are streets, and its rooms are houses. Resident Evil 5's stage-driven structure is simply inferior to this design. A modern recreation of it would
Yeah,
only
exactly.
further highlight
The
its
best games to
flaws,
remake,
especially
you would
coming in
think,
such
are
close
ones that were
proximity
bad
to masterclasses
originally.
like the remake of
Don't remake
Resident
the
Evil 2.
goats. It's like, yeah, I get it. Capcom now regrets going this direction with Resident Evil, so they want to remake it to bring it back to
Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, for example, is
bring it back to what the
recognizably an
games,
updated version of
what the
the
games are
classic
like now.
RPG. But its world design and gameplay mechanics are a world apart from the 1997 original, and so you could argue that Resident Evil 5 is actually the Resident Evil most in need of a remake. A whole new environmental structure and scenario design that reins in the action and dials up the horror would bring it in line with Capcom's other remakes. But all of this doesn't account for Resident Evil 5's most notorious problem: racism.
Uh-oh. What?
Set in a fictional
Does he think that's like a sneak diss? They're all infected. They're literally zombies! Does he think that was like a racial thing?
African country, Resident Evil 5's primary antagonists are black people. Yes, it's technically the Ouroboros virus that protagonist Chris Redfield is fighting, but the parasite's host is depicted as a nation of mobs and primitives who are violent even before their infection.
Should he have went to
Intentionally or
South
not,
Africa
Resident Evil 5
and fought
positions
farmers?
Africa as the Dark Continent, an uncivilized world harboring a diseased population that needs gunning down via Western intervention in
It's
the name
Africa,
of global
like, I don't know what to
security.
say.
This insensitive treatment of
The
people
last
of
game
color
took place
was
in
hotly
Europe
debated
before this
even
one.
as early as Resident Evil 5's debut trailer, with writers such as Ngai Kroll and Stephen Totillo pointing out the game's uncomfortable post-colonial imagery. The arguments and think pieces continued well into the game's release window, with IGN's own former editor-in-chief Hilary Goldstein having also wrestled with the subject. But that was 2009, a time when race was apparently a debate rather than a reality. In the 2020s, in a post-Black Lives Matter world, there is only one acceptable response to a white man shooting waves of Africans for an entire video game. No.
There is one thing I do. I have a job to do, and I'm gonna see it through.
Remakes may be able to redefine their source material, but there's only so many changes you can make until it's not a remake at all, but an entirely new game. And if you take Africa out of Resident Evil 5, is it Resident Evil 5 anymore? Even with a vastly improved, more sensitive take on the continent, perhaps one with a black protagonist and a more empathetic look at the outbreak, the
How do you say
experience
black
would simply be too
protagonist
divorced
while,
from the
like,
original
focused
to
on
hold the
Shiva?
name Resident Evil 5.
That is the black
So
protagonist.
Where does Capcom go now? Personally, I'd look backwards. Code Veronica is an ideal candidate, as is the original Resident Evil. But if the only way is chronologically forward, then a total rewrite of what comes next is the logical path. Because what followed Resident Evil 4 was not one terrible game,
like, what the
but
fuck?
two.
We need a black
Resident Evil 6
protagonist, but you
doubled
focus
down-
on shit.
no,
Like, she's right
tripled
there.
down on the action-packed
What are you
set-piece
asking
heavy
for?
shooter design, to the extent that much of it could be mistaken for a third-person Call of Duty spin-off were it not for the monsters. Its restrictive level design practically puts you in a chokehold, forcing you to endure a barrage of bombastic moments that have no interest in evoking any sense of fear. Resident Evil 6 is a survival horror, only in that it's a horrible game that you have
it's
to
a
survive
typical
playing.
lefty
But this time around,
complaint
it
on the
doesn't
behalf
have
of
to be
others.
like that. Capcom now has the opportunity to ignore the past and completely reinvent this chunk of the timeline.
Yeah, and he's British.
In Resident Evil
Ack.
4 Remake's post-credit scene, evil mastermind Albert Wesker details his plans for world domination to
Whoa,
Ada
it's the
Wong.
guy.
Reflected in his glasses is an image of Excella Gion and the Stairway of the Sun, two significant plot elements from Resident Evil 5, which indicates Capcom's intentions. But there's more to consider. This scene is largely a replication of the sequence from Assignment Ada, a non-canon chapter from the original Resident Evil 4. Its shift from unofficial to canon points to a willingness to change. Furthermore, the end of this scene is completely
I think that's a
rewritten.
reach.
When learning of Wesker's plans, rather than dutifully deliver the stolen Las Plagas sample to him, Ada betrays her shadowy boss and forces her helicopter to turn around. In this moment, the future of Resident Evil becomes unclear. Capcom has given itself the freedom to do whatever it wants.
I would have
just
wanted
hope
them to
it's
do
not a
Code
remake
Veronica.
of Resident Evil 5.
For more on how Capcom is altering the series, check out our video on the biggest changes in Resident Evil 4 Remake. And for everything else,
that was incredibly bad, and I like how we're complaining about Resi 5, but then the recommended videos are like, oh my god, Resident Evil 5 tease! Click here, click here, click here! I guess the joke's on me for clicking on this video. That was bad, and according to 10,000 downvotes, yeah, people really don't want them to do what this guy wants. But FIFA Phone's got a point too. I don't think anybody has really been saying, oh, Resi 5 is racist in 2024. But, you know, inevitability. You were eventually going to get someone complaining on the behalf of other people. It's like when they took Speedy Gonzalez away because they thought Mexicans would be mad, but it turns out Mexicans were based and we're like, no, we love Speedy Gonzalez. He's like, he represents us. And they had to put his cartoons back on the air. He's the guy. Okay, we were 19 minutes in. Don't look at that runtime.
He even has a shit voice.
Brainiac says he can.
You keep saying Brainiac like it's a thing, but I don't think it's a thing.
It's not a thing, you guys.
This world. Make it a home for his people. All this, soon it'll be a new planet Kolu.
Yeah, let in the immigrants. Let them destroy your world.
Of that and securing loose metahumans.
I hate Crash's shots so much.
Either way, we'll put you to good use.
No, what should
you missed a shot and gotta wait for it to cross halfway around the world before you get to shoot again.
Kills you. That would have been better.
Be a better game too.
Yeah.
Game ends there. I'd be like, it's pretty good. Wasn't too bad.
Yeah, I got my money's worth.
Looks bad, feels worse. But once you've been enhanced, there's no going back.
I love how we just got to finally play the game and we're watching another cutscene. Why does this keep happening? I hate modern games, dude.
Brainiac wondered how you got off the ship.
Speedster secret. The leak doesn't leave anyone behind. Let's make you right, buddy.
Well, he's saying them changing the original and the remakes version of that shows that they're willing to change canon if they want. Therefore, his stupid request to change everything about RE5 has some precedent, which I would disagree with.
It's
one thing to change a small detail in a side mission thing, another thing to change the whole plot of a game.
Big invasion. Crime's on a break. Hide. Get somewhere safe.
Flash.
Whoa, it's Pim Pam with the 5-bit cheer. And he says, what's next? Are we gonna call sports races because the color of all small balls are white and all the big balls are colorful? I can't even speak. Colorful? Ah! Thank you, Pim Pam, the 5-bit cheer. And I agree. All the small balls are white, all the big balls are black. Unless you count basketball, which is orange. But it has streaks of black in it.
Flash.
Come on,
Flash.
Dude, I just stopped myself.
Thank you, sir.
This is the worst thing.
Golf and ping pong bros. I sympathize with D.
Monkey. Hey. Again, we're writing a better game in real time. Dude, this is the worst mission design I think I've played in a game in like 10 years. I mean,
I'm with you. This is
people still play MLB.
This is unbelievable.
Like you do. This is absurd.
Yeah. Kill 5 guys, walk to a rooftop, kill 5 more guys. Oh my god.
You know what? Just let them fight. Let them fight each other. Let them fight each other.
Alright, in like 30 minutes. Oh shit. Somehow he caught a guy who's like a cajillion times faster.
There we go.
He's helping us, you stupid
Yeah,
fuck.
where's this guy crying about Yakuza? Stop Asian hate much? It's because you're not playing as a white person.
Waller, the area's hot. Flash.
Even though I'm pretty sure everyone in Yakuza isn't Japanese.
Okay, I kind of like that.
You know, I'm starting to not like her.
How the fuck, like, he's the Flash, dude. Do you even, I mean, do writers understand how overpowered the Flash is? He's like almost as powerful as Superman in terms of just how stupid he is.
Well, you said, do writers understand? Cody, how much would I have to pay you to start skipping the cutscenes?
I'm trying to think. I don't know, like $10,000.
Jesus Christ.
We have to watch this. This is part of the
Equivalent
video.
to what the ad revenue would be on the video plus $10,000.
But how you gotta provide commentary? That's just me.
Let me know. Yeah, that's fine.
This is such bullshit, man.
Females taking over the MLB. So it's like a what if thing? Because that sure shit ain't happening in real life.
Captain Boomerang's such a pussy. We didn't even. Oh my god, Batman killing people. That's not normal.
Yeah, it's just Tiny left. No! It was a tie. I should have just moved. Oh yeah, I remember the Battlefield 5 stuff. And then they made fun of the fans at a company party or something.
No, we get to walk in a straight line. How spooky.
Kobe, I'm being
They had a presentation mocking all their complaints about the game.
This is so bad, it's making me upset. Come on.
You see what I do for a living?
Dude, we love EA.
Yeah, I know. This
Everyone's
is
favorite
what
developer.
hundreds of millions of dollars are being spent on. Like, the games we grew up with were made with like 10% that budget or less, and are some of the greatest games ever and just pure fun. And then you get this. We get this. The fuck is this?
Thanks, Biden-inflation.
This is a real good game, dude. They really like amped up the tension by just having 100 bombs. Yes, fucking do it, Batman. Oh.
Why does Flash save?
Really? Yeah, Harley got saved just so she could shoot Batman in the head later. That's good. Imagine Batman punching the Flash to death. This is so bad, dude. It's bad writing. Oh no, he resisted the mind control.
I would say I'm kind of a meritocracy kind of fellow. You should get paid reflective of the work you put in. Thankfully, I'm not in charge.
I love how Flash
That's a bit,
basically off
that's a bit Never Everland, Wonderland, Fantasyland ideals.
And that's just how he gets mind controlled. The fucking Flash.
And who decides like what work is worth?
Yeah. Remember when she had titties?
It's one of those works on paper ideas.
This is sad right here. Remember this game that was
Thank
actually
you, Totem Pole.
Oh, remember when Deadshot
Sounds like
was
a game
white?
that Jason pre-hating.
Remember when Deadshot
Yeah.
was white right there? Yeah,
But it is Suicide Squad. Like, come on, everyone hates this game. Yeah, he absolutely came in pre-hating.
Kobe, I got to walk like 2 steps before
Who was making videos when the game was revealed saying it was gonna suck?
Oh yeah.
Back when nobody had anything to go off of but the CG trailer.
Oh, I see. The monkeypox
How come all
flag.
the girls from that country are so ugly?
The arrogance of Warner Brothers is unbelievable.
At least he played it with his brother,
After the
you know, just
Avengers
have
game
someone to
failed,
suffer with.
that they could do it with the fucking Suicide Squad, man. The biggest superheroes in the world failed, and they're like, here's some D-list, you know, literal who's. I'm sure that guy will beat Superman. Can't even open it.
Settle down, mate.
Can't even open a door.
Job
Pathetic.
calls for finesse. Maybe a little sleight of hand. Touch the bone bit.
Wish I got me to voice Captain Boomerang. I would have done a better job. Oi! I'm Australian. I'm Josie 51. I'm the one.
This is why safe.
Why did he
edgy
shoot himself?
is the term. This is not even edgy. There's nothing offensive about this. It's just cringe.
Obey.
I think you should get paid what your work is worth, but I think you should also get paid on how much money you bring in, which might make me the bad guy if male players make way more money than female players because male sports make way more money than female sports. That's fair.
Oh yeah, that's
But you're talking about esports,
like
though.
Batman. Are you fucking kidding me?
I kind of just meant in general.
Just made it sound like Tara Strong is like the.
But that is a thing to consider too. Like if your work brings in revenue for the company, you think your pay should be reflective of that too.
It's Israel woman, Wonder Israel.
Yeah, I do fill a diversity checklist. That's true.
Can she at least kill these guys?
Correct.
I wish.
Unmask my insecurities with drink and bad behavior. Oh.
What have you done with Flash?
Batman got him. Please don't kill me, evil Wonder Woman. Look, here's his thumb. It just came off, I swear.
You brought them, Amanda Waller? Unfortunately. You're damaging Argus property.
Oh, I'm sure those guns are gonna hurt Wonder Woman.
Real threatening.
We trusted you. Let you live among us.
He's sus.
The last one left, Diana. You need to work with us. They have been enslaved by something terrible. Their minds are not. I will find
Big up GPM, welcome back. GPM, what were your thoughts on Suicide Squad?
This is a hall for heroes, not you.
She just looks so off, man. I mean, they all
Besides
do.
Wonder Woman stepping on you.
Looking into a universe where everyone has fetal alcohol syndrome.
Task Force X. Your new mission is to kill the Justice League.
Oh my
She said it, she said it.
That's the
You gotta kill the Justice League, baby.
We've got no chance.
Yeah, no shit. Thank God. Captain Boomerang, the only guy with a fucking brain. Smarter than
That was
the
close.
writers.
Weird how much the game worships Wonder Woman. No, it's not. It's because Sweet Baby Ink worked on it.
In this game.
No, look, I'm just speaking factually there, but I hate how they're being singled out because there's so many companies like it. I mean, we talked about it yesterday. They aren't the only one.
We're up to 2 pissing jokes. How
You shouldn't
many
make
are you
it to be all about Sweet Baby because then it kind of dilutes the greater point.
There's another one coming.
I was thinking something more fashion forward.
Yeah, gay, LGBT.
God, it's fucking hideous, dude.
1,600 viewers, Deb.
It's a
1,600.
E instead of just like press E.
Yeah,
and
my
just
bad.
left away for everyone.
I know.
It's just absurd.
Yeah,
It's actually absurd. Like a human did not make this.
Thank you, Cortex. Thank you for doing
Yeah,
that. Thank you for
Indians
blowing
did,
yourself
not
up. Yeah, they're just consultants, P5 Phona.
To the country.
On his suicide.
A squad of suicide.
But their leader did say some sususpicious stuff that seems to directly imply that they're. I mean, they don't seek out consultation for no reason.
Why didn't they just do that? Please. That's better writing than this, dude.
Dude, it's like anti-funny. You know what I mean? Like it makes me not want to laugh at anything ever again.
Really? Fuck you, bitch. You got taken out in 1 hit in every Arkham game. This is a fucking joke.
Oh, did I win? Was that 2? That's 3! Big ups. Another one. Yeah, I think TRPG's got it.
God,
They're
he's
consultants, but their goal is to put pressure.
Oh my god.
To
He
get
looks
you to
even
change
uglier, dude.
your game.
Everyone's uglier in this fucking game.
Via their consultation.
Who's the big bleed?
Penguin was already ugly, you know?
Thank you,
He
Pim
just looks like
Pam.
a British guy to me.
That's what every video essay YouTuber looks like.
It's true, dude.
Tell him, Quinn.
You're making guns for us now, Bird Brain.
Hey, big ups on the crash music. You might essay in your GPM voice? Let's see. Let's see here. Where's the GPM essay at? Oh, okay. Skipton, I'm glad Kevin Conroy's last voice gig is multiverses and not this terrible slop. Imagine making this Arkhamverse and killing off Madman. Threatening the companies to hire you or else you get the LGBT gang. The LGBT, keep scrolling up. The LGBT gang on your classic ass Sweet Baby. Big up GPM, that is quite the essay. I agree. The game looked pretty bad, and I really don't like DC to begin with. Well, I wouldn't say I hate them. They're just kind of... I'm indifferent to comics as a whole. Saw a couple DC animated movies that weren't too bad. Like, the one where Batman's old and based. The one with the female Robin. Thank you, Red Animator. I try to go for a V voice. Even though GPM's not Romanian.
What's the point of this?
Nothing. It's to waste time, Kobe. They had to get over 10 hours, and there's no game.
Yeah, there is no game. Like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, Dark Knight Returns, that one.
It got delayed.
Yeah, FIFA phone the president had like this really weird GDC presentation where she pretty much says like that's her goal.
Why does he hate
What? Ladies and gentlemen, Guitar Punk Master GPM, the re-up 1 month at tier 2 for half a year at GPM goodness. Thank you, GPM. Big ups for the tier 2. We're gonna take a sip to that. Abrupt, out of nowhere, Swolify vibe sip. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And let's a fucking go. Thank you, GPM. Don't know why they don't do Batman Beyond. Wasn't there a Batman Beyond game, but it got canceled? I may be getting my wires crossed here. I could have sworn that was a thing.
He's a. This is literally crab in a bucket, right?
See, I was right. Thank you, Nurgle.
I feel like I've seen that exact type of design a bunch of times.
Yeah, it's the Joker from the end of Arkham Asylum.
Oh my god.
Oh no, I know there are bad Batman Beyond games because Dave played one of them.
Then why are you still in the city? Every minute waste on you is stolen from the people who truly need my help.
Why did I do that?
I don't think
Kong
it's
just
that
knocked me back
similar,
over.
but I swear, like my mind's eye is even picturing Ela, you know, fucking.
Yeah.
Wait, which superheroes did you say you were again?
Super Chuds, loser.
We just want the nanite bombs you made for Waller out of our heads now. That's all you want? Of course. Will you let me go free?
Depends on you, man. Let's go.
Gotham Knights started as Batman Beyond? I didn't hear that. Interesting.
You shut up with the science and shit. You trying to trick me?
No, now people are looking at Gotham Knights in a more positive light post Suicide Squad.
Becoming like this?
I don't know if that's deserved though. It just seems to be a case of this turd smells less worse than this other turd.
Yeah, I mean, why did they think they could get away with this? Oh my god.
I don't suppose you brought
If they made Terry look like Miles, it would work. Maybe they should consult Sweet Baby again.
Dude? Yeah, dude.
You listen to
Thank you for your service, Epperson. You're dismissed. Delete and purge all data. I work for you, Lex.
If only it blew up her too. That'd be so awesome.
Oh, they blew up his head. Oh my lord.
In my home, father would never.
I'm your daddy now, shark.
Oh my god, that's a real line in this fucking game.
Why don't they just shoot Waller? She's so annoying. Like, just shoot her. Your daddy now, shark. Oh, yeah, you're so based.
What the fuck is she even doing?
Hear me out. Just execute her right now, and then you all die. And
isn't Waller supposed to be
There are incarnations of Amanda Waller that aren't annoying. I know that
She's also
much.
supposed to be fat.
I'm not saying the character is inherently bad.
She got all upset.
Yeah, she hangry. She hangry.
Ooh, she hangry.
Well, yo, girl, hangry.
Bitch, a Snickers.
Lost the Rillaroo. If you get ringed out even once, you gotta ring out your opponents or they're just gonna stay ahead of you.
Wait, why do we care about
Yeah, the
Poison
Justice
Ivy?
League Amanda was good.
I'm finding it hard to pay attention anymore. This is where they bring in alternate universes. We're gonna get baby Poison Ivy, Greta Thunberg Poison Ivy.
Greta Thunberg.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Maybe
take
that
a
was the
look at what
face
she
model
looks
they
like.
used for the character.
What the fuck?
She is not made of meat. Is this what you
It
call
was
a
Justice
vegetarian
League, and then it was Justice League Unlimited, and it had like one more.
Remember you. Strange emotions. Wasn't expecting you to come in fun size.
I sure do love millennial writing. Where like we can blow the superhero's head off, but here's our cutesy little baby poison ivy.
Alright, first one.
Also, Harley Quinn might be a pedophile. Can't believe it's only been 3 hours.
Dude, why did you say that?
Alright, look. We're all villains.
I haven't seen a real kind of tangible connection to the Arkham games yet.
Seems like a lot to anyone else.
And not any little girl, my little girl. Oh, that came out weird.
What's a villain? I don't know, dude. Do villains do evil stuff? I'm not sure. I don't think.
No, the only humiliation rituals, Kobe. That's the only villainy they're allowed to do.
The villains are the real good guys. The Justice League, they were a meanie weenie one time.
Being around humans and death was hungry.
Oh, I did it, okay? I put the bloody bomb in the head ages ago. What?
I knew he was the chud. Base Cap Boomerang. We protect the plant and then she tries to eat us. What the fuck is even going on, dude?
Dude, I'm like drifting in and out of conversation.
I just, there was no like flow from like, okay, we protect the plants and let them grow. And then she's like, okay, I'm
those
tired of you
Arkham
guys, I'm
games,
gonna eat you
man.
now. Like what? Huh?
This is supposed to be connected to those. Same developer, same universe.
Put a bomb in her head. You know?
Yeah, like what?
Are you all gonna be dead like 2 seconds ago?
Like what the fuck is happening?
I expected that to catch one of you.
Why couldn't Lex Luthor be a Chad? Come on now.
Been known to exceed expectations.
Surrender, Luthor.
No, I was gonna say, oh wow, Harley looks like how she used to look when she was fun, but it's probably a costume Synthetic Man has on her.
He's pretty underwhelming when you get to know him. Seems you all have that in common. Tell Waller to stay out of my way. If you'll excuse me, my plan to neutralize the Justice League starts now.
He's in a better game, Dev.
I'm going to enjoy this.
Whatever.
How's it?
You okay? Where?
Okay, well, why wouldn't Flash do that to us?
Yeah.
I hate this. God, the writing's so bad.
Take the shot already!
That's the Flash?
Gotham Knights wasn't connected, right?
Yeah, and Captain Boomerang, the only guy with a brain.
He's falling asleep. How does he expect me to stay awake? Because you love his commentary. And my commentary even more. And you love Crash Bash. It's like Mario Party, but without the board games. So no boo to piss you off.
You know it's gone to hell when you went. Really? Why don't you just mail me the bullet?
Somehow we will shoot him to death, despite him showing you, hey, you can just dodge bullets.
Give me your mailing address. I want to mail you a bullet.
Why? What is it about mind control that makes you crazy? That's the thing I don't understand. Like he's acting like, like the Joker, ironically,
Because everyone just wants to write the Joker, and they don't know how.
Second one. It's like Mario Party without the part that makes Mario Party worth playing. I was thinking about doing the Mario Party 1, 2, and 3 on Switch. Like playing through the story mode. 3 has a full story mode, but even just playing through 1 and 2. But I feel like that would be sad and kind of lame unless I wrote people into it. JC3 actually has a full story mode. Don't mess with me. You know this too. Don't act like you don't.
It's that easy. A normal person can be faster than the Flash.
Oh, I'm gonna lose the Dingo Dial. He's got a perfect run here.
But I can't.
Dingo Dial needs to fall again.
Easily the worst game I've played in so long.
But he's not.
Yeah. I don't know why you're doing
Yeah, I never did Minigame Island. I would consider that Mario Party 1 story mode. Minigame Toaster. Minigame Coaster 2 for 2.
Would you look at that?
He did have a heart. Catch. Oh,
So on top of being fast and bullets, he's also bulletproof. So how do we win?
Look, JC, it's just a case of the
why doesn't
eternal
he just rip our
backlog.
heart out?
You know how it is. I love you.
Oh, now we just shoot him and win. This is the fucking worst game ever of all time.
It's like kicked out of your game. Am I in your game still?
Are you not?
For me, you're alive.
I'm watching a cutscene right now. What are you doing?
How many times did they get kicked out of each other's party?
Fuck. Did you get, yeah, maybe. Did we get kicked out of each other's game again?
They didn't even notice?
Barry! Please, tell me how.
If you're gonna do a game like this, at minimum, the connection should be decent.
You have to kill us, Diana. We have to die to save the world.
Yep,
You have to do it, Diana.
No
You're so great. Everyone loves you. You're the only one who's not humiliated in the whole game.
Killing Flash is on our to-do list. How about a team up?
You didn't let her finish. We should
Did
team
Wonder
up.
Woman even get mind control like the rest of them do? Like Flash was kind of good, and then they caught him.
We should
No. Oh, why am I not surprised?
Barry. Who the hell's Barry?
She literally just locked
She was immune.
To never strike anyone in anger. You four are
Oh my god.
Someone is touching me.
Not me. Actually, it might be me.
I don't mind.
I thought you were a handle. Wait. What am I holding
Thank you,
on
Dingo
to?
Doll. Made me lose that at the last
That's good.
second.
I swear I am going to kill.
That's good. From the files of Lex Luthor, I am prone to wild imaginings. As a man of science, speculation is how my brain finds leisure, and the closest thing it knows to play. But there is little amusement to be found in imagining how improved Earth would be if instead of forcing the Amazons into hiding with our cruelty and avarice, we had instead looked to them as a model, replicable if only we could set aside our baser instincts.
Is
They've
Lex a
solved
fucking
so
simp?
many of
What is
society's
this?
ills, broken democracy, lagging technology,
This is Lex Luthor
toxic
speaking?
masculinity, and thus they flourish through higher learning, mutual aid, and governance without cruelty. They are a golden society who deserve to be as secret as they are. Are you fucking? This is Lex Luthor, Devin. That's Lex Luthor wrote this. Yes.
Oh my god.
That's fucking. What universe is Lex Luthor? Like, they literally do not understand the characters they're writing.
My name's Hero.
Not,
Are you the guys trying to save the world?
not him, her. Whatever that is.
I'm the one. Did they name her Hero because it's a superhero game, but like Hero with an I because she's Asian?
I'm pretty sure.
But also just for the pun?
I might be looking
That's
at
so
the wrong
funny.
person. Let me see.
I am a genius.
Why
I'm the
do we
guy.
have another quirky Reddit chungus for the team, man?
That thing in your hand. I want you to make more. 4 of them. We're gonna keep. Capture the Flash.
Her bug eyes
Capture
or something.
the
to
guy.
control.
Dude, it is like a hideous
Why?
picture.
They get bigger in every game she's in.
Captain Boomerang! And help!
What did I tell you? I'm no one's sidekick. Flash on fire.
She literally is a sidekick.
God.
Pulls off the red tight.
Look at how fucking hideous
Yeah. Oh my
he is.
god. God. Get it away from me! We need a video game crash immediately.
The Amazons were not good people in the early comics? Yeah, I didn't know that.
Fucking video game crash.
Metropolis. You like live executions? Well, don't touch that
Now they're just goody two shoes. They're so cool and amazing, and everyone loves them, and they're so strong and smart and intelligent.
Yeah, but
And they
here's the thing,
possess,
you suck
oh yes,
to activate
crowns
it.
of
Flash
clarity.
is so fast, he could just snap all of
Now
our
make them
necks
resist
before we
Brainiac's
even
mind
use it.
control.
Rather than, hit him in the nose.
It's like a
right?
hard
Just
check
tear
in
out his
Pokemon.
Or I don't know.
The hard
Killed us
counter.
900 other times he could have before any of this happened.
Because they know this game is fucking stupid. They're hoping the consumer is even more dumb.
They're hoping the consumer doesn't even play the game that long to reach this part.
The game is busy being bad, Cody. It needs a lot of time to accomplish that.
We have to get to that 10-hour mark, so he has to monologue for 5 more minutes. Finally, we get our first fight against a member of the Justice League, the Flash, and of course, he's a fucking bullet sponge, like I mentioned earlier. This fight took us something like 8 minutes of shooting, and the only mechanic was you're just supposed to hit F to counter shot
Yeah, I love
him,
Jeff
and the
Bezos.
huge
He
counter
signs all my
symbol is
paychecks.
surrounding him. That's the only mechanic for every single boss fight, by the way. Does Flash ever just try running into us and ripping our heart out like he did with Lex Luthor? No, of course not. Because our coupler
Can we
is
not, Dingo Dow?
protecting us from the Speed Force, whatever the fuck that means. And when it goes to 0, he doesn't even instant kill you or anything. Past the halfway point, he starts throwing tornadoes at you, which from a gameplay perspective is kind of interesting, but
I mean, they
dude can
tried.
shoot lightning bolts.
There's so
If
much
you can't
Flash could do.
physically
I could
touch the
imagine like
Suicide
designing
Squad
a boss
because of
fight for the
couplers,
Flash. That'd
he
be
could at
pretty
least
difficult.
fry us from a distance. I don't think I have to tell
Like,
you
he's the
lightning
fucking
is
Flash.
fast
There
enough
wouldn't
that we
be a
wouldn't
boss
able to
fight.
react. Whatever, I'm putting
Ideally,
way more thought into
full
this than
power
the developers
Flash?
did.
There wouldn't
Back
be
to
a
the
boss
highlights.
fight.
Well,
You'd
it's
already
that
be dead.
Easy to kill a god. He'll just run around and
It's like
charge
SpongeBob when he
like
runs over
fucking
to that rock.
Vulcans and throw tornadoes. A guy faster than time. It's just you fucking just shoot him. That's it.
He saved our lives, yet we ended his. As honorable warriors, we will show proper respect to this fallen hero. Fight.
Show a little class, man. That... Holy shit. Congratulations.
What the fuck?
He has big pee-pee.
You'll have time for last words.
Okay, Green
Disgusting.
Lantern, are you gonna be retarded and not finish this off?
Yes.
We were gonna see Brainiacs too close together. You're gonna wish you stayed in lockup. Oh. You need another lesson, convict.
I want to learn how
Yeah, you
far
tell.
to shove this foot up your glowing green ass.
Time for some more black on black crime.
Oh, does he have a thing with Deadshot because they're both black? That's so lame.
Mind controlled, and yet they're like, man, I love having.
That's so cliche. Like, come
Yeah,
on.
during Black History Month. During Black History Month. This is fucked though. Like, Deadshot
That's the issue with the whole game. Flash, Superman, you only shoot him. Oh yes, yeah. It'd be difficult to do a Superman boss fight too. There wouldn't be a boss fight. He's Superman.
Every time the lefty writers.
It wouldn't be an even fight. It can't be a fair fight. He's Superman.
Time traveled.
Grappling. They're in the dying world. Wouldn't even scratch to finesse my escape plan. And you jeopardized everything in 3 minutes.
Oh, we're in an alternate universe.
No way, Jay Frosty.
I forgot. This is the multiverse.
No way he
thing,
says
isn't
that. Alright, we'll find out.
Yes, this is a parallel universe. To you,
Big up, sweet baby. They probably gave him that line.
it? It's just that simple, guys.
now, Terraform. I had been communicating with your Lex Luthor, preparing him for Brainiac.
Oh my God, protect the objective. Dude, why is he moving at 5 miles an hour? It's a fucking truck. Wow, look at how epic this looks, dude. Yeah. Rookie Chungus Harley. Wow.
I don't think they know that,
Game
Peaches.
worse than I expected. Yes, actually, it is. I expected the worst, and somehow it was worse than that.
You vanished.
But see, TRPG, if he keeps at a distance and doesn't go near your kryptonite, he'd probably be okay.
Brains while we're in the other universe.
You just have to dodge your kryptonite bullets.
Get like the smartest guy on the planet with us.
How the hell did you get back?
Well, funny you should ask that, cause... Hold the line, hon.
I am not your hun. Tell me where.
Waller of this world can't know I'm here. Get this into the intersectum computer. I can prove your Waller's the same.
Lock out the sun? Yeah, go call Mr.
Oh,
Burns.
God. All right, Dev, you want to head out? I'll read super chats, and then I'll probably take a short break, and then we'll see if, I'll just finish this without you.
Billionaires and their secret layers.
I miss my secret undersea lair.
You what?
Now, alarm. That's a positive development.
Why?
Because you're LaRue on Fallen?
Never mind. I don't fucking care. Not one joke in this game has landed.
So much for the secret lab. Bloody Wonder Shield is here.
Don't embarrass me in front of her.
Hey, lady.
I would hardly give a fuck. Kryptonite shield.
It should be in a sword, not a shield. You saw the massacre upstairs.
I just can't believe this is again how you know like it's not a comic book, that they can't possibly find a way to break the brainwashing. No, we have to kill them because we just do. We just have to.
What happens to Task Force X?
Maybe they thought the effect of having to kill the Justice League would be cheapened, or not even kill, but having to fight them, the effect of it would be cheapened if you could break the mind control. Like they thought they were being more ballsy by killing off the characters, but now I'm being told it's like a multiverse and shit. There are other versions of this Justice League, so we went right back to it not mattering.
Again, super mega genius.
I thought I was gonna have to hunt you jailbirds down like dogs, and here you are.
And here we are.
Yellow lanterns. Better be. Did you get those from a gumball machine? Damn, they're tiny.
Doesn't matter. We heard they break a lantern's will. How's your will doing?
Look at me, convict. I'm feeling fresh and relaxed. How you feeling, Floyd?
Goddamn peachy. Ready to kick your ass. How you feeling, people?
I'm going to sign out.
Okay, now kill us. Are you gonna kill us? No, you're just gonna let us do stuff. Okay. Also, what the hell is it? With the Redditors in saying peachy. Black people don't say peachy, okay? They don't fucking say peachy. They don't. They don't fucking say peachy. Enough with this. Just stop doing gay shit, dude. They can't help themselves. Now it's time
we got
for the
it.
Green
That's
Lantern
3 wins in a
boss.
row.
He's actually the most simplistic of them all. All you have to do is shoot his constructs, and then you can shoot him. And you do that over and over again. It's basically just a bullet hell boss, except mind-numbingly easy because this game has to be beatable by someone who has never touched a video game before. Just another
just like me,
bullet sponge. Wait a minute, how could green be your least favorite color? You like the Joker. Joker sprays green on all sorts of shit.
Well, I think that's the point. It's like a sneak diss to the Joker in hindsight.
Even like one-off comments like that are stupid.
No, I think that's like double layered, technically.
Yeah, green.
If you think about it too hard.
Is green too. This fucking. Oh my god.
Okay, well I guess.
What a joke
All
this
right.
is.
If you bring up Poison Ivy, I guess it makes sense.
Fresh and relaxed.
A cab.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Not so easy in a fair fight, is it?
176%. We're climbing up. Do splash dash.
You're just gonna go from lawless prison to Brainiacs.
Mallet mash. Swamp Fox, which is hell on earth.
Didn't you hear?
Or Kaboom.
We're out on good behavior.
We are not.
Well, that was tough.
That's
We're
the
out on
best
good
line you can
behavior.
come up with? This game is not woke. Perpetuating black on black crime. That's fucked.
Did he dress up Captain Boomerang like a
Fucking
gnome?
bigot devs. Cancel him.
Wait around for Batman to pop out of a floor grate and punch each of us in the brain.
We could take him.
You know how many guys...
Honestly, you could take him. You guys killed Flash. Oh yeah, here comes the retarded
Who's left?
part.
Superman,
The writers don't understand how the
Wonder
Green Lantern
Woman.
rings work. Wouldn't it grow to fit him?
I'm missing some? Oh, Batman.
There's all sorts of species in the Green Lantern Corps.
Yeah, they kill off
It's
the
supposed to
irrelevant
go
ones
find
first.
a new worthy person, right? And actually, someone pointed out that it can detect if you're mind controlled. So Jon Stewart would have lost the ring as soon as Brainiac took over his brain, but you know. There's probably like 100.
So remember that one Game Awards show where there was an ad pushing about lessons in blackness? I remember that one. Wasn't it the one with the big lady? The big girl? Yeah, he said that after he shot him. He should have said that before.
It's just retarded. Like, none of it makes any sense.
Whoa, this is a vow.
Game sense, thanks to $2. Kilowog and Planet Mogo or Green Lanterns. Yeah, exactly. Like,
No, I didn't see that. I read that later.
And that's what's funny. This is canon to the Arkham universe. I mean, not that canon even matters, man. Like, Dragon Ball Super is canon. Actually, the funny thing is, Dragon Ball has 3 canons going on right now. So canon doesn't. Who cares if this is technically
one is the main canon, the other is that superhero show, the one that has like that weird release schedule. What's the third?
Your sentences will be posthumously
Okay, superheroes legend. Okay, you said it for me. All right, Gold Relic Challenge, 2 wins on Dante's Dash. Who's Dante?
Just stop knowing you nerds.
Dragon Ball Heroes is cursed? That's weird, Cisto, because every time I hear someone talk about it, they're like, oh, Super fucking sucks. You need to go watch Dragon Ball Heroes. That one's where all the lit fights are at.
Yeah, I fucking called that shit.
No, GT isn't canon anymore.
Yeah, now pointed towards
Which is weird, because now we're at a time where people
Like,
have
turn it
nostalgia for
around and
GT,
just
so
throw
it
at
like
us.
still
Please
gets
end
in the
this fucking
games.
Stupid game, God.
Like it's got characters in Fighter Z, even though it's not canon anymore. So we have non-canon material in Fighter Z.
Throw the nuke at her, please.
It's like an ugly duckling now.
Superman's the only one that looks normal. At least they had the dignity not to like make him look like a hideous
The manga's better. I think the manga story is only done by Toriyama, and then it's drawn by his understudy, Toritaya,
Or you stay out of our way.
TikToker.
Yeah.
GT happens after Super? Well, I don't know.
Glad there's no radiation.
Yeah, does canon even really matter? Okay, the events never get referenced again, but if it doesn't conflict or contradict with the main series, does it really matter? You can just say like, oh, the events happened between this saga and that saga.
Like a ceremony or...
Force X. New orders. Get me to the Hall of Justice.
What about that stupid little dragon that Gohan had? Didn't he meet him in a movie? And then he appeared in the show?
We've been through this before. You're expendable assets. That was always the deal.
Expendable assets with feelings.
Nah, he didn't hire God. The kind of person he
Talk about
is.
this among yourselves later.
Gizmo.
He's the kind of person who forgets how to draw Frieza. Hack, hack, hack.
Kill us. Kill us.
Definitely a case of the fans giving more of a shit about it than he does.
He definitely looks like a pedophile like that, that's for sure.
We have to get inside the inner sanctum. No.
Okay, can we stop watching the fight and be a part of the fight now?
No, you have to watch it. Why would we do it why would we make like a cool double boss fight between Wonder Woman and Superman where you gotta fight both? That would be too hard. We already struggled to come up with a boss fight for the Flash. No, Super takes place after Boo, because Boo was there. I saw all of Super and Kai. Super takes place after Boo.
Actually, of just watching the fight. Just keep watching. I mean, it's the only interesting thing that's happened in like 8 hours. Yeah, break that kryptonite. Why would you help that bitch? Just fucking take your chances.
Oh, okay, Sargard.
Really bad.
I do remember that from the last,
Like
Boo episode.
Like, that's some studio foam shit. Oh my god.
Oh, you shouldn't have done that, Shark. That's Superman. He'll kick your ass.
And Oob was never seen again. I thought... Maybe I'm misremembering. I thought
Kill
Super did like a wink wink nod nod to Oob. Like he didn't exist yet in the timeline, but I thought they wink wink nod nod nudge nudged. Oob was in the Super manga.
Sorry,
Like, well, I'm talking about the anime. I know the manga's still ongoing. They have that arc about the goat guy. I thought he had a cool design, the goat man.
Just make him immune to it or something.
And then they had that school arc,
yes,
I think.
Laser Harley.
Because I saw people posting, there was a black character.
No, you got it in you.
And people like, oh my god, it's a black guy in DBC.
Do me this favor, please, for having to play this shit game. Alright. Yeah, no, that'd be too good for this game, I'm sorry.
It's just...
Don't try to... It should have...
Thank you, Saru.
You recover. Be prepared.
Shark, help me carry her in. We got medics.
Look at some weird stuff, Dingus. I looked at it because it was trending one day, and people were like, bro, whoa, look, there's the black guy in DBZ, wow.
Okay. Why would she listen to you retards? If you didn't have, like, more plot armor than Batman, then you would all be dead, like, 10 times
I know that,
over
G
by
Frosty.
now.
I'm not saying the hashtag was saying that there never were black characters. I'm saying that the hashtag was people pogging out over it.
If you're seeing this, Robin, it means I've been compromised.
No, I didn't see Piccolo's wife. To be honest, I find Superman and Wonder Woman the lamest and boring relationship compared to Batman and Wonder Woman.
I'm proud to call you Nightwing and Oracle my friend.
Is Wonder Woman even really meant to be with either of them? Wasn't Batman supposed to be with Catwoman, Cat Lady?
To nullify the rest of the League. I started with the Yellow Lantern.
And Superman's with Lois Griffin. Hey, Peter.
Yeah, big shock. They stole Batman's plans to kill the Justice League. That's
I guess
where
Wonder Woman's like the side piece.
Lex had his thing, and the Toy Man stole shit too. Yes, they all stole from Batman. Yeah, big shock.
There is no anti-Batman device.
Yeah, because he's a human. You kill him like you kill any human. Batman is a human, remember? That was the whole concept of the character. He doesn't have powers.
I do not think he won.
Yeah, Robin died, big shock.
That's got Robin. Talk about cutting out the middleman.
Oh, I see what you're saying here, PG. With the higher stakes of Super, you're saying it's quite difficult to now, even if you want to say Super doesn't make GT non-canon directly, it's pretty difficult to accept the events of GT, knowing the stuff that Super introduces.
You'll be formidable. That's something you taught me, son.
Keep it together, Shark.
Shark, are you crying?
I have a complicated relationship with my father.
Yeah, that Peaches, and then stuff like the Destroyers and all the universes and all that.
He's our friend, but he's also the most
Like that implicitly kind of steps on GT's toes, because you raise the stakes so high to that level, and right after you lower it. Like what? Okay, if GT happens, okay, what does Beerus do there? Does he just go back to sleep? Sorry, Beerus can't help out. He fell asleep again.
Now he's like the Scarecrow boss, remember? I remember. I'm in the Arkham Asylum. Finally, we get to the much anticipated Batman boss battle, and it's a
that was
massive
close.
disappointment.
Almost lost the Kong there.
The first part takes 10 fucking minutes of just wandering around, turning off valves, while hallucinations of Batman try to stun you for a few seconds. There's explosive gel again.
I guess you could pull a Broly and redo GT, but reimagine it with the super stuff
at least in
effect.
And you've got a time limit, but it's incredibly
But at that point, what do you just want to do? New stories?
So I was playing the third
just
character.
adapt the Moro stuff and everything that comes after
gel.
it.
So that tells you how large the margin for error is. I'm like, please just let me through this, dude. Oh, I'm gonna fail it. I'm not gonna make it. Oh, never mind. It does reset. Holy fuck, they made this for toddlers. I'm playing like a toddler right now, so it's good.
Someone's about to get a heaping help in the humor.
Oh yeah, the new show. Oh, that's gonna suck because Toriyama's not here anymore. He's not gonna be able to see it, dude.
Please, does Batman just fall over dead?
That's a shame.
Right to me. Brainiac told me to reserve your bodies, but I'm going to enjoy destroying your minds.
Like I said, Arkham Asylum. That's a fake game over screen.
You think I didn't know we'd have this little reunion one day? Took me years in Arkham to get any sense out of that jabbering kookmeister scarecrow, but I earned my degree in neurochemistry.
Very goated immersion there, Rocksteady. I was really fooled by that game over screen.
To your fear toxin, but you ain't immune to mine.
Oh, what?
Welcome to your worst nightmare, Bat.
Oh.
Free boys.
What?
Stay right there.
You gotta be fucking kidding me. Now we're at the second part, and of course, it's the most generic boss battle imaginable. The giant who looms over a platform.
Don't care about Daima, so I just know that it's coming out. I saw like a younger Goku, or is that a different character? I don't know what the premise is.
Batman is kind
I've
of like
seen negative reactions to it. People are calling it diaper.
But this is just
it because Goku's young again?
It sucks.
Maybe that's the premise. They're gonna do GT but good. We were talking about it earlier. Ostensibly, the stuff you want to remake is the stuff that sucks.
Decibels higher than the entire rest of the game.
Firing the toxin.
Yeah, it's a scarecrow fight.
Really? Harley's whole...
Batman's using his toxins or something. Because, again, they don't know how to write like a conceptually interesting Batman fight. So just make it like you're fighting the scarecrow. Except Batman got his powers.
Your deaths are inevitable.
Well, I don't know, Peaches. I'm just saying that's my speculation. I don't know what it actually is.
Okay, so, you know, that's why I didn't care that you picked up Batman, if you're wondering. So, since we didn't kill him, he somehow escapes, and maybe we get a real boss fight against him? I don't know. I guess we'll see.
You've already lost. I am
Goku go into different universes. Well, that's kind of what it has to be at this point.
I mean, look,
it's like you raise the stakes. Like, what the fuck is he gonna do now?
On Batman.
And he keep blowing up planets in Universe 7. Like, soon there won't be any planets left.
Kryptonite bullets, gold kryptonite bullets or something.
Wait, so this ugly shit's supposed to kill the Man of Steel? The gold kryptonite will dampen Superman's abilities.
There won't be any places in 7 left to go.
Okay, here's the thing, right? Superman is almost as fast as the Flash. How are we gonna hit him with bullets? Oh wait, because it's just, why am I thinking? You're not supposed to think. I'm just supposed to enjoy it. I just gotta turn my brain off.
We're gonna have to trick Ann into streaming it with us on a Discord.
You're herd animal.
That's kind of how I watch anime now. I really don't have the time to seek stuff out on my own.
An illiterate alcoholic who's desperate.
Yeah, and Floyd's a deadbeat dad. Sharky's a freak who'll never be a real boy, and I'm... What was it? Oh yeah, I never was too bright. Get some new material, jerk off. You know, Joker used to be real good at hurting people with words. But you... Boop. Even when you're evil, you're still too good. You had a good run, Brucey. Flying around Gotham, punching bad guys, clean up the streets, causing long-term mental and emotional damage to everyone you knew. It's our turn now.
Oh, come on. Dingo was ahead? I was too focused on Kong.
The mental and emotional damage that were done to them. Again, this is the developers. This is the developers, the writers.
You always gotta end on your best joke.
I like adventure series. So, if it's adventure, you know, going to different places, meeting new people, I'd be down for that. Going to different universes and shit.
That's the writers going, fuck you.
I like One Piece,
gamers.
I like Freeman right now.
Who do you think you are? Our vision's better.
For me,
Our
it's about
game's
the
better
journey,
than the
baby.
games you liked.
So, what's the plan?
How about we shove these gold kryptonite bullets right up his ass?
I don't think that's how we're supposed to.
One of the world's finest heroes. Snuffed out by this.
And you're next, asshole.
Oh, the baseball episode in Super? I like that one.
You can tell one.
There was an earlier one where like aliens visit and shit. And I think it was Mr. Sun has to like convince him that he's the guy. That was funny for like an in-betweener between I think the Beerus arc and the Frieza arc.
Or run away. Or run away. Why wouldn't you just kill them? Why wouldn't you just fucking laser them? God damn. This is why people like Homelander, because it's like, you fucking losers are beneath me. You're disgusting. Nothing. You're nothing. You're nobody. I walked Bob Dylan on stage. You're nothing. Here it is, the big moment. The Suicide Squad takes on Superman. How could they possibly defeat him? Well, you just shoot him with your counter shot to fill him with kryptonite, and then you just shoot him
another
until he dies.
well thought out boss fight.
It's really not that much different from the Flash boss battle, except he flies.
Green Urkel.
The sad thing is he actually has a really cool attack in the second phase where he flies up into space and then crashes down, killing you in one hit when you're in the radius. The problem is, I don't know if this was just my bad luck or the
No,
AI
Raleigh
is
didn't just get a
specifically
cameo, she got a whole
designed to run
episode.
away from you.
That was another one of my
But the
favorite
second half of
episodes.
this fight, I spent just chasing
I guess I do like all the
Superman
copy
around
shit more
because
than
he
the
was
action.
attacking all my AI teammates instead of me, and so it took twice as long as it should have. But ultimately, at the end of the day, he's yet another bullet sponge. Super cuck. Haha, I got him. Fucking Superman got killed by bullets.
Well, we only went and did it.
Kryptonite bullets, sir.
We killed Superman!
Hey, Alpha. Big ups, Alpha Elite TV. Thank you, sir. Watching a video on Suicide Squad The Justice League? Why, it totally sucks.
A titanic battle.
Oh, you already knew that?
A good, glorious battle. But one foe remains.
Brainiac. Now wait for the season pass. This reminder, Superman can resist being erased from existence, according to Death Battle.
Yeah, everyone knows that.
Superman can fucking, like, he could punch a
I
planet
haven't seen the whole
to
video
dust.
of
He got
this,
killed
but
by
Synthetic
bullets.
Man did a whole playthrough with his brother.
Again, this is the dumbest game
So he's hitting us with
ever
a
made.
live day one views commentary. Raleigh strong because she's a gag character. Raleigh versus Uncle Grandpa and Kirby. Who wins out? I say Uncle Grandpa. The Toon Force is too strong.
My Justice League.
Plot armor.
You fought with your chaos.
No, it's definitely plot armor.
No need to thank me for my interdiction. We have more pressing.
Lex, send me back.
Kirby,
I
no
didn't
argument.
hear what Brain Man was gonna give me.
He won't get the chance. Next time his gangly ass pops up, he's getting 2 in the forehead.
Kirby has done some godlike shit before.
My having devoured him.
SpongeBob erased the universe in 12 seconds. Yeah, but does he always have that power? Or that's just like an achievement? That's just a feat. He can't do that like if he wants to.
There was a multi-static response across dimensions. 13.
I can erase the world if I want to. Yeah, I can't do the SpongeBob laugh.
They really think anybody's gonna play this shit long enough to beat them all. This game's gonna be dead by the end of the year.
Nah, he will not change his tone, Red Check. I'll eat my hat if he does. He probably won't even check it out. It's kind of like DSP in a sense, just moving on to the next game. His viewers call him DSP Jr. and he hates it. And he did a whole DSP tournament to like make fun of his own viewers. He had his own viewers submit their own gameplay footage so he could roast it on stream. Very weird concept, but it was apparently successful. It was all in good fun.
Brainiac. We killed Superman. I need 3.
But I'll always pop into a stream, like he's doing Final Fantasy VII right now, and I popped in, just for a couple minutes to see where he was at in the game, if he was ahead of DSP in the less amount of time. And I popped in, he's already complaining about viewers calling him DSP Jr.
This is it. Last fucking mission that I'm gonna bother doing because this game makes me want to die.
Are his viewers wrong? He doesn't beg.
The Suicide Squad.
What are we, some kind of...
Any final words, Tyrant? Make them memorable, because this group is easily distracted. Oh, how about this? I'm going to break your bodies, hollow out your minds, and rebuild you as my pet.
Yeah, he doesn't fence it on politics. I mean, we all know DSP is conservative deep down. Come on.
It worked on the fucking
can't convince me otherwise.
League, dude. What? This game is so stupid.
My name is Bill Donks. I'm the fastest man alive.
Spotify audio capture broke. I don't know what's wrong with it.
Give Brainiac,
on your OBS?
Like unique powers, so he's just he's Flash.
Ask Bean. I know she uses Spotify.
Brainiac, and he's just a Flash clone. God damn.
Did you change anything with it?
What the hell happened to Rocksteady? They couldn't
Is it a browser source?
Boss battles.
You might want to uncheck hardware acceleration in your settings. That's all I can think of.
Is that now he can create duplicates of himself? I don't know if the implication is he's just moving that fast that he's in a bunch of places at once, but either way it just gives you more targets to shoot. The only real challenge here is that he'll spawn enemies, and if you don't kill them all, he absorbs them to heal himself. So that drags out the fight a bit longer than it probably should have, but weirdly enough it's one of the shorter boss battles because the arena is so small. And just like Green Lantern, it was way too easy. Definitely a disappointing final boss. Alright, that's it. It was that easy. GG, no re.
Oh, the application audio capture? Shoot. That's not affected by hardware acceleration. Did you change output for your audio?
Harley Quinn, based off
if that's the case, just
Flash, Green Lantern, Batman, Superman, and Brainiac, and lived. Harley Quinn.
Oh, I've heard about that guy, Sardguard. The guy with the gifted membership tier. That tier is only for the gifted members. If you could pay $1 more to the regular membership tier, that would be great.
Okay, they got him. Now inject him.
Yeah, no Martian Manhunter. They couldn't get away with turning him black.
Wow, what a girl boss.
He had to stay green. Having a Martian is diverse.
Intimidating.
Hello?
Wow.
Brainiac eliminated.
You won't be missed.
When I put on the cowl, it became a symbol.
Hey, it's the Kevin Guy tribute.
But I never stopped being Bruce Wayne.
I'm the one.
Citizen of Gotham. Remember that we are all handed adversity in our lives. No one's journey is easy. It's how we handle that. How we help others. That
We
makes
put in
us
this
unique.
tribute, but we still have Harley shoot him.
That's what
Seems
the
a
Batman
bit
will always
tone
stand
deaf.
for. Metropolis. We'll get
I mean, I know you can't really rewrite and reanimate the scene.
Goodbye.
Just maybe have that off screen in honor of Kevin, I guess.
Yeah, that's why you had
Thank you,
Harley
Kevin.
Quinn give a feminist rant and shoot him in the face. I mean, you really think the thank you, Kevin, really? Yeah, it's super effective after that
Hey, SCP.
bullshit. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, how stupid are people, really, that they would buy that? So, in conclusion, should you buy Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League? Of course not. This is one of the worst games I've ever played. I'm going to keep saying it. I mean, seriously, there's nothing good about this game. The gameplay is boring and extremely repetitive, and there's barely any of it. It has some of the worst mission design I've ever seen, where you kill 5
has the
enemies,
worst
watch a
gameplay
cutscene,
elements
kill 5
ever,
more enemies,
right?
watch a cutscene, or fan-favorite mission types like escort missions. There's several of those. The story is one of the dumbest fucking stories I've ever seen. The writing is obnoxious as hell. Typical cape shit quippiness. Not funny in the least.
Oh, is that a Reforged video?
Unfunny, I would argue. And it's
Yeah,
games
I like
as
that.
a service, dude. You should never, ever
Seen a
support
few videos on him
games
on
as a
Twitter.
service. That is like the worst
I'll link for
video
the 5
games
stream
have to
straight.
offer
Thank
at
you,
this
sir.
point. It took them 9 fucking years to make a 10-hour game where 8
I'm
hours of
pushing
it is
P,
cutscenes.
progress, and Crash Bash.
Rocksteady is fucking dead. They're beyond dead, honestly. They've become a zombie.
game is
None
the
of the
devil,
people
you
who worked on
guys.
Arkham Asylum
But you
are
already
still
knew
there,
that.
guys. They're long, long gone. This happens to so many different developers, whether they're just not paying the talent enough or they're not allowed to make the
I will
game
play that
they
next,
really
Sarkar.
wanted to
Thank
make.
you.
In Rocksteady's case, that was a Superman game, if I recall correctly. But no.
Oh, they canceled the
Suicide
Superman
Squad
game
movie,
for this?
The first one, mind you, made a bunch of money despite being terrible. And then the James Gunn one actually bombed, but DC fans really liked it. I hated it. That's actually one of my most disliked videos, is shitting on that movie a few years back. My point is, it's obvious the writing
People
in this
still
game
want
was
Supes to get a
heavily
good game.
inspired by James Gunn's works. King Shark
Oh, if it's
is
even
literally
possible.
just Drax. He acts exactly like Drax. There's no originality here whatsoever. Oh, and just multiverses in general. I hate that. That's how they're gonna hand wave away killing the Arkham Batman, is probably just by pulling another one out of another universe. It's so fucking terrible. This could quite possibly
just like
be
Crash
the last
4 did
Kevin
it.
Conroy performance ever released.
No, that's not
And
your
it
Tanya.
spits
That's
in the
a, like,
face of the
alternate
fans
universe
on
Tanya. That's,
purpose.
like, so much
Guys,
better.
This is one of the worst games ever made. And just like Sonic 06 or Resident Evil 6 or Starfield or pretty much any other terrible game, it will always have defenders. There's always people with bad tastes, man. You just gotta stop listening to these people. There are people who like
I
all
heard the
of
Guardians
Michael
game was
Bay's
good.
Transformers movies. This is the same thing. They eat shit and they like it. There's no hope for them. They are a golem, an NPC.
But it got
a
toxified
homunculus,
by the performance
or
of
just call
the
him a retard.
previous
That
year's
works for
Avengers
me.
game.
Do not buy this game. Do not hate play this game. Honestly, you probably shouldn't even hate watch videos about this game. Let it die. Let
You're telling me I
Rocksteady
wasted my
die.
fucking
They more
time with
than
this
deserve
video,
it
sir?
after this. But
Do
just
not
like
redeem.
Starfield, I'm happy to see that people are appropriately crapping all over this. It was just too obviously bad to slip by, to have the shills defend it and pretend it's like some kind of hidden masterpiece. So for
I don't
once,
think there
maybe
were
this
any
video was
shills defending
unnecessary,
it.
But I hope you were entertained at the very least.
I guess I didn't look up Twitter
See you
slap
next
fights.
time, guys.
Well, there you go. We actually made it all the way through. Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. It allegedly does not deserve your money. Don't even play it when it's on Game Pass in 3 years. Yeah, overall, low-hanging fruit. Is it loading? What's going on? Okay. Audio's good. Let's go ahead and open this up. This is... Oh wait, what's this tweet? Starfield, Hellblade 2, Helldivers 2 aren't multiplat because PC isn't considered a platform. Facepalm. And of course, he attacked a member with a red badge for pointing out he's wrong. But he claims his channel wasn't going to attack viewers anymore. Yet here we are with DSP Jr., right? It's from January. Okay, let's see what this guy has to say.
Zach Johnson says, what upcoming multi-platform game will you think
multi-platform game
PC over console or vice versa?
No, none of them.
I don't think I've ever had to take a multi-platform game and go to PC. Jedi Survivor runs better on my PS5 than I've seen reports of the PC performance.
I'm pretty sure that's wrong by now.
Starfield wasn't
PC
multi-platform.
always wins, baby.
Hellblade 2 is not multi-platform. Hellblade 2 is the one game this year that I think I'll have to retreat to PC for if I want 60 FPS. I mean, as far as multi-platforms coming this year, I've not seen any where I think,
dude, this is
yeah,
peak
I'm
console copium,
to my PC.
And that's coming from me, whose MSI
My
can barely
PC's a
run Lethal
2080
Company.
Ti rig, like, you know, the odds are most multi-platform games are going to hit the performance that I want on my PlayStation 5 or my Series X.
Not all the time.
I wait and I'm like, does the game
Sometimes
run better
you gotta wait
on the
for an
Series X or
update.
the PS5?
Jedi Survivor, anyone?
Lately, that's not been a hard decision to make because lately a lot of the breakdowns
My
of
fixed
multi-plat
closed source
games end up
console
running
that I
better on
can't
the PS5,
upgrade
and
runs
that's
games
becoming my
better than with
primary
your
place where I play
evolving
games.
PC ecosystem.
Starfield not multi-platform. Okay, Jake, you have a red badge, and you've been around long enough to know that when someone says multi-platform, they are not referring to a game like Starfield that lands on Xbox and PC.
They are.
That, right? Multi-plat is a colloquialism
No,
within gaming
no, wait a
that communicates
He said it.
this
Dude.
game is on the PlayStation. It is on.
Dude, he said it like Dave. You know that. You know that, right? Correct? He should have nodded.
Multi-platform. They are not referring to a game like Starfield that lands on Xbox and PC. You know that, right?
Right. That's wrong.
Multi-plat is a colloquialism within gaming that communicates this game is on the PlayStation. It is on the Xbox. It is on PC. You know that, right? Like, we don't need to get pedantic.
He doesn't even consider
about
Switch. He's one of
multi-platform.
those guys.
You didn't fall off the
Fucker.
turnip truck and decide to start watching gaming content today, did you? Like, what? How is Starfield not multi-platform, doggone it? You know that when someone says multi-plat, they're using a term. It's gaming vernacular, right? Do we need to waste time on this?
More
every
like
time
gamer
someone
fan
says this,
fiction,
to be
not
like,
officially recognized
yes,
by any entity.
Starfield is on both PC
With
and
any
Xbox,
kind of
but
authority.
it's not considered a multi-plat title. Do we really need to do this every time? I mean, I guess I could just create a dry erase board or like a flashcard so that anytime somebody does this, I could just hold it up and walk away for 2 minutes.
This really
Like,
is
come
a
on,
Dave
man.
fucking
It's just
rant,
not
complete
conducive
with
to
a
the
weird ass
conversation.
analogy. I
So we
could
have two
like
meanings?
imagine Dave saying that
No.
exact kind of analogy right there.
We don't have two meanings. No. Multi-platform means it's a multi-platform game.
What's with the rotating?
Because we view
What is
the
that?
consoles as platforms.
Is that a trash bag?
Right? People don't really view PC as a platform in that delineation because Helldivers 2, as an example, is
Copy?
launching on PC and PlayStation 5.
Why would I want
day
coffee
one.
from this
But
guy?
If you referred to it as a multi-plat game,
He looks like he needs
you
less
would be
coffee.
saying something that is confusing because people would be like, "How is it a multi-platform game? I can't play it on my Xbox." It's on multiple platforms, just not Sony. Got it? See what I mean? You're being persnickety and pedantic for no reason. As I just
Semantics.
referenced a PlayStation title. Nobody would
Shallow
refer to
and
Helldivers
pedantic.
2 as multi-platform. Why? It's...
Why?
I'm not insulting you. It's stupid to
Oh,
say
you're not
it.
ins-
It's
I'm not
stupid
insulting
because
you,
know
guys.
You're saying
I'm not.
something ignorant. That's what makes it stupid. It's like,
What?
you know what you're saying is ignorant. It's ignorant. Like, when we say
You're ignorant,
multi-platform,
Chow. You're just ignorant.
we're talking about a game that hits all the platforms. When a game hits the platform publisher
But he's not insulting
and
you, though.
PC, we don't call it multi-platform.
It's streaming
We don't do
superstar and
that.
celebrity Dron Fraga in
You
my
would?
chat. Hello, sir.
Okay. So when you push back against commonly
He has a member goal like Phil had before. Well, that I won't clown on that too much. A lot of people have that. I have a follower goal up.
Yeah, I don't
if you scroll to below my channel page, I have a sub goal up too.
And you know it's ignorant.
But for me, if either one gets hit, I'll do the thing.
Doing lets you be like, well, actually, I say multi-platform.
Just having one on principle, I don't think is bad.
No one cares about that. You're not saying something with the goal of communicating clearly.
The extent that people like Dave take it to is what makes it wrong.
A worthless argument.
Or what the extent that he used to take it to, because he doesn't do monthly goals anymore.
Like, I'm just going to argue for the sake of argument's sake. Well, that's actually multi-platform because it's on 2 platforms. No one talks like that. We all know what multi-platform means.
No one talks like that. That's not how that's not like how reality works.
It's like when you say.
It's not how life works.
That.
Sir.
I went into the interview blind. You put on a blindfold? No.
There you go, Sardgar. That I can agree with.
That has meaning
Begging.
determined by the context of the usage. The meaning of multi-platform defined by the context of the usage. It's used in environments where we're referring to multiple platforms of release, not Xbox and PC. Like I said, nobody's going to refer to Helldivers 2 as multi-platform because it's confusing. It's hitting PlayStation 5 and PC day one, but it's not a multi-platform game because that's confusing within the usage of the term.
It's confusing to you. And I think you're just coping on top of that. You don't even believe that.
Multiple. In common usage in the US, multiple means more than 3. One refers to a single occurrence. A couple
multiple
of times
means more than 3?
2. A few usually means 3, while multiple means many times. So,
why are we looking up dictionary definitions of terms after talking about colloquialisms and connotations? Now we're looking for denotations?
About words.
Multiple means more than 3? I guess if you want to be semantic about it and persnickety and pedantic about it. But I think in reality, in like real time, when you're just talking to a motherfucker, you could say multiple meaning 3 and people won't look at you weird.
And definitions,
I would say multiple is more than 2.
Multiple correctly. So, within the realm of being pedantic and persnickety about words
like
and
you could describe 3 things as multiple, and I don't think people would argue with you about
You're
it.
creating your own definition of multiple, as has been expressed by common
you can look up definitions, but in like real conversations, I don't think
a couple, a few,
people won't look at you like, oh, why'd you say multiple when you said only 3?
Instance of tripping and falling down. He fell down a couple of times. You're like, oh, he fell down like twice. He fell down a few times. That's like 3. He fell down multiple times. You're saying he fell down twice?
Multiple's more than 1?
No,
I could accept like
he fell down a couple
okay,
of times.
2 isn't multiple. Like that's fair, I suppose. Like
more than 2.
At that point, I could see if someone looked at you funny for saying 2 is multiple a lot, or just say 2 is multiple. That I'll get. But the dictionary definition says it's more than 1. Like I would accept that in practice too.
2, almost every time it's used. He was in multiple accidents.
Oh, don't tell him that, 7. I think this guy hates
I
emulators.
believe he got in 2 accidents. If I want to say he was in 2 accidents, I would say he was in a couple of accidents. That commonly gets brought up.
We're talking about the dictionary definition of multiple. The word multiple. Like we've gone so far off the rails
and for good reason.
From the conversation about Starfield being multi-platform,
and it's not even how language works.
It's not how language works.
Bradley says, take.
All right. Well, that 7 minutes of him coping about that because he doesn't play games on PC. I agree with 7. All games are eventually on PC. And that's coming from me. So you know I've accepted that L. So then what word he uses? We'll never find out because he never specified it. Yes. Now I need to refill my water. We have a Ricada clip. If anyone has more clips of this dude, I wouldn't mind watching him. He's always funny when I see his clips on the Twatters. I'm sure he has more segments like this one. But in the meantime, we have a new list of clips. The legality of masturbating on graves. Response to Ethan Ralph. Yeah, do a quick run over here to get some water.
Smegman Bukaki 69 says, "Did you really tell Ethan Ralph there's no law against masturbating over people's graves? That's messed up, bro."
Nick Ricada told me that wasn't against the law.
It's legal. Nick Ricada told me it was legal.
Nick Ricada told me that wasn't against.
Look at how red his face is. It's redder than Nick's face. You understand?
Nick Ricada
He told me it was legal.
On your grave.
I could come on it. I'm gonna
told
come
me I
all
could
over
come
it.
on your mother's grave.
I'm gonna come all over it and your daddy's grave
no,
too.
I don't believe Ethan
okay, now I'm for real
asked
leaving.
me about masturbating over people's graves.
And by the way, the joke I made about coming on Harry Morris's grave last night, I said Nick Ricada was legal. That was an obvious joke, by the way. Ricada's not mad at me, but I was joking about the Riley thing. And I said Nick Ricada told me it was okay. It was one of the funniest things I've said all year, maybe in the last decade. Nick Ricada did not tell me that was okay. I want to be clear.
But I don't know. There is, I guess you could go look for the law about masturbating over people's graves. I think what you have to do to get there, I haven't researched it, because again, the main answer to your question is no. But I guess to get to there, you tend to have to get to a question of like defiling the grave in some way. People often misunderstand what defacing or defiling or desecrating a grave actually is. They tend to misunderstand the language there, which tends to have a definition that you can look up either in the statute itself, or sometimes you have to go to the case law based on the state. It would vary by state. Also, generally, there are laws against public masturbation in most states. That would be on its own probably sufficient. But I've never been asked the question, so I've never fully looked into it. I know there was a question about peeing on a grave or a gravestone that came out early in the Rippaverse thing, but that wasn't asked by Ethan Ralph. That was asked by people about someone from the Dick Show, or Riley or someone like pretended to pee on the grave or something. I don't know. I don't remember the specifics, but I know we talked about that on the show, so you can go back and look it up. Killdozer, can I masturbate on my own grave? Yes, but bring lube. It's a little dry. MVC says, duh, one does not jag it over a grave. A gentleman digs a small hole in the grave and jag it inside the grave. Gets some ethics. Wait, why wouldn't you just pound the hole? MVC, can't you be courteous? Maybe the grave wants some too. Maybe it doesn't like to watch, it wants to be involved. Dig the hole and then just pound it straight in. Good Lord. Sleeping Psycho says, wouldn't that be public exposure? So typically, I think the law is typically called public indecency, but maybe public exposure. But
all right, I have returned with tasty water.
Usually require a quote-unquote victim.
What's Evan?
Exposure laws or indecency laws.
I'm trying to say it like Amberlynn, I can't.
Usually a living witness.
Whoa, Fraga's still here. Right? My stream is
like,
banging.
In theory, you can walk around with your pants down anywhere if no one sees you. That's not legal advice. Don't do that. It's in theory. But the moment someone sees you and is not consenting to it, and it's not an appropriate place to be, if you're walking around with your genitals hanging out, like then you've exposed yourself to someone in violation of a law at that point. But if there's no one around, technically you're not violating the law because there's no one. He's not a victim, right? So just being alone at a gravesite naked theoretically wouldn't violate a public exposure law. And again, how would anyone know if there's no victim? Like, would you turn yourself in?
Yeah, Nick's he's looking rough. There was a comparison video, a comparison picture in the latest Super Crazy video.
And, I looked at myself in my mirror.
What? Whoa! Out of nowhere, I'm so surprised and bamboozled. Whoa! It's a night raid. Big ups, Sanguine. Thank you for the positive raid. Hello, everybody. Yeah, I have Converser as my new raid notification thing. Big ups, Sangers. Let's get a Sanger shout out. Dude, we love this guy. We raided him yesterday, and we raid him like all the time when I can help him. Oh, we got an ancient shout out over here.
Yes.
Oh, we got some New Leaf beats. Dude, I love New Leaf. There was a trend earlier saying it was gonna get remastered. I don't believe that, to be honest.
I didn't think they would push.
What is this, year one?
Okay, I've already lost.
No, this is year 3.
Restore trap. But I didn't think they would reach all the way down here already.
Guessing you were looking at the Arcanea banner. Big ups, thank you for the raid. Party of 31. Hello, Mario Maniac. Night himself. Sigma Sensei. Yeah, that's an ancient clip there. All right, context to what I'm doing if you want to stick around. This is Nick Ricada, a lawyer guy. I think I'm going to watch True Crime in a couple minutes. And I'm playing Crash Bash, a game that I still haven't finished because these mini games are too difficult. I hope you had fun on your stream. Sadly, I could not tune in because I'm existing over here. But big ups. I'm glad I'm finally doing a face reveal. Yeah, did you know I was a lawyer who drinks too much and has a big old nose? Hey, where's the source at? Trying to unpause it.
Oh my god, this is horrible.
This is quite a video. The legality of masturbating on people's graves.
So I called the police on me? Maybe. I mean, Fannie Willis would have to do that, I think, based on looking at her. So that's that. But yeah, remember, criminal acts have to have, I shouldn't say have to, typically
You're gonna
have
distract
some sort
me.
of victim. Even
See,
if that
I just
victimhood
lost.
is somewhere up the chain or maybe conceptual, but like just a physical act. That's like if you punch at the air.
I'm not gonna say the stream has been completely fruitless. I've been, I've made progress.
Really. So I would say no on that. But again, if someone was there, that could be different. Or if you record it,
I can't drop
and
this
then,
either.
Send it to someone.
The
That's
people
obviously
donated for this. They wanted to see me suffer.
As well.
I got no choice, dude.
That can make non-criminal acts criminal or criminal acts non-criminal, depending on the circumstances, and that's why trials occur, right? Like the facts matter. So it's making blanket statements on the law in general is tough, even though it's a blanket statement.
Doing the end game challenges. Requirement is to win these mini games against expert level AI 2 times in a row.
To the actual outcome.
And there's a final challenge where you have to do the same thing, but 3 times in a row. Basically, this game is Mario Party, but without the mini games. I mean, without the board game segments. So if you ever thought, wow, Mario Party, you know, I want to play it, but like the board game makes the gameplay so slow. I just want to play the mini games. Well, here you go. It's a game where it's just all mini games. I enjoyed it growing up. I beat the story mode growing up, but I never could get the fabled 200%. The streets wanted Crash Bash, and we got Crash Bash, baby. I gave you CTR as well. We did that whole 101% of CTR in a single stream. Because that game's much easier than this one. Okay, because Bean's here, I wanted to do True Crime. So we're gonna do Explore with us, because I haven't done their channel in a long time. And we'll pick a short one, like a half hour. I know they got half-hour ones. Yeah, we're gonna do it just for Bean. Because you've been so sweet. Ba-bum-pa. That means a lot today. You had a rough day? The day just started, what the hell? How about... when a cannibal killer spots his next meal. Hey, I love cannibals. Oh, it's so toxic. I have to. It's not a video we can do the embedding of. Why do people refuse to let you embed their videos? They gotta stop being toxic, man. Yeah, we're getting cavities just from being here. That's how powerful she is.
Ever felt trapped by endless ads while watching your favorite videos?
Yes,
There's
I
a way
agree.
out with privacy
I always
protect-
feel trapped by ads.
When it was, you know, and she never fought. She never
Cobra?
did. And
Cobra's the cannibal? I'm not gonna explain myself, JC. These are browser sources. I'm not capturing a browser window. These are browser sources. Therefore, adblock cannot be on them.
saying, you know, she's dead. And I'm like, well, this is great. And I guess, I don't know, I got scared or nervous or...
I can't believe Cobra would turn to cannibalism. What the hell?
It didn't taste like blood, though. I mean, it tasted like...
Why would he do this?
A piece of steak.
She really wasn't sure what she was dead. Why didn't you constantly come up there and check on her?
Because something else is in control.
When detectives in Coffee County, Tennessee were called out to a remote property late one summer evening to respond to a peculiar claim. They had no idea what they would soon uncover would reveal a
and as for your
horrific
raid message, I
and
did
gruesome
shave.
crime.
Think I don't
In a chilling
shave?
turn of events, detectives
like having
were
a
left to
clean
puzzle
cut,
out
baby.
not only if someone had committed the crime,
Yeah, the meat
but
made
if
them
they'd
do it.
resorted to cannibalism following a bizarre accident, or if in fact the stomach-churning act had been the fulfillment of a fantasy and an unhealthy obsession with serial killers.
Dingus did not shave. Did you look at my bathroom? You look at me in the bathroom to verify that? It's kind of a weird sentence to type out.
His rural Tennessee home when he heard a voice.
You got the
call
footage to
his
prove it,
name
big
from
boy?
somewhere in the yard.
You fucking
Jason
weirdo.
turned slightly impatient. It was 6:30 p.m. on a Sunday afternoon, and he was eager to get on with his preparations for the upcoming week. Looking to the adjacent yard, he saw his 37-year-old neighbor, Gregory Scott Hale, standing at the fence and motioning for him to come closer. Jason sighs and
I know it's hard to believe, Mr. Pun, but I do have facial hair, yes.
Anyway, having no idea that
I'm not actually 12 years old.
Would be one of the most horrifying.
Which is a good thing for you, because it would be weird of you to be watching a 12-year-old play games at 2 in the morning.
Jason
I'm helping you
replies
out.
that it isn't there, and he won't have it back for a few days. Scott appears somewhat irritated by Jason's response, prompting him to ask why Scott is suddenly so interested in his backhoe.
Whoa, it's Rydrake.
Scott,
Hello,
in
Rydrake.
response, makes a tasteless and gruesome joke about needing it to hide the evidence. Jason, nonplussed, stares at him in silence.
Dingus can only grow a wispy mustache? What the hell does that mean?
5-gallon bucket sitting just a few feet away, near Scott's burn pit. He explains that he tried burning everything in the burn pit, but it hadn't worked.
We never get
So
any
he
respect
figures he
over
should just
here.
bury it all as fast as possible. Jason listens to this reasoning for the use of his backhoe before growing tired of his weird neighbor's stupid joke, and abruptly telling Scott he needs to go and that he'll talk to him later. 3 hours later at 9:30 p.m., Sheriff's Corporal Brad Roberts is sitting at the front desk of the Coffee County Sheriff's Department when a man approaches.
Oh, this is good. If I can just get ahead of
tense and
Kong.
anxious to speak with someone immediately.
I'm not ahead of Kong.
Corporal Roberts tells him to come back first thing tomorrow morning.
Damn
but
it.
The man is insistent.
I just need 2
It's
wins. We're not
Jason
even
Walker,
doing the 3-win
and he
one.
needs the police to listen to the joke his neighbor has just told him, because the longer he's thought about it, the less it started feeling like a joke. At first, the corporal is skeptical, as it sounds ridiculous. Violent crime is almost unheard of in tiny Coffee County. But Jason is
Big ups
so
Coffee
adamant,
County.
so sure
Is that where Ryan's
the
from?
deputy starts getting a sick feeling as well. He radios for 2 more officers.
And that
Deputy
joke isn't as
Rainey and
funny
criminal
because we actually know
investigator
where
Dingy,
Ryan is
to
from.
accompany Jason back to his home to check out
Allegedly.
the story.
He lives
Upon
right down the
arriving
street
at
from Dave.
Jason's
He told
property,
us.
Investigators made sure to come in through the back. Driving
Just sitting
without
here?
headlights
That's
so
good
as
to hear.
not to alert anyone in the Scott household.
As long as you're not causing
Jason
trouble
and the
like
2
you always
officers
are.
walked through the darkness, shining their flashlights
Watching a
through
true
the
crime about a
chain link
cannibal.
fence to illuminate the 2 5-gallon buckets, their bright white plastic almost glowing in the dim light. C.I. Dingy picks up a garden hoe lying in Jason's grass and uses it to reach over the fence and snag the handle of the closest bucket, lifting it over to their side. Grasping the lid, he peels it off to reveal the ghastly contents, causing all 3 men to reel back in horror. It's a woman's severed head and hand.
Oh.
3 days earlier, on
Gross.
July 6th, CCTV footage at
Was that
Oak
where we
Liquor
were
shows a
storing
woman
it to
entering
eat
the
later?
store at around 3:30, striding in confidently and heading to the back of the store before stopping and looking around hesitantly. This is Lisa Marie
Make a
Hyder,
move, right, I dare
and
you.
unbeknownst to
Yeah,
everyone in the
Fraga's got
store,
authority here.
this is
That's
her
part of the
last day
Fraga
alive.
contract.
She scans the back shelves, curling her long
Fraga
auburn
contract.
ponytail around her fingers and
I signed
adjusting
it.
her large black sunglasses before walking up to the man who has just passed her in the aisle. She isn't from here. She's only traveled up from where she lives in Dunlap, Tennessee to spend time with her
One more.
ex-husband and 2 young children, the youngest of which is only a year old. Just before entering the store, Lisa
I'm
had
itching
been
to
on the
squeeze
phone
a
with
haven't
her
been
ex-husband,
banned in a minute.
trying to get a ride from where she was to the house, but he was unloading a truck.
I got my first Twitch promo guy bot in a long time. Yesterday's stream when I first started.
Which is why police
I really have to
suspect
ban
she
those
approached
guys.
the man
I
in
guess
the
they get
liquor
caught
store.
by my filter.
As for why she chose the liquor store, according to her ex-husband, Lisa had been allegedly struggling recently with alcoholism. which is why they'd split up a few months earlier.
Guess that means I gotta update my
Though
filters
she
now.
struggled with a dependency to alcohol.
Hello, I'm the guy. I want to offer you an amazing promotion. Oh no. I want to offer you this band hammer.
Lisa had been diagnosed with ovarian cancer and had only been given 6 months to live. Lisa was reportedly beyond devastated by the news, drinking to cope and apparently end her life faster, spiraling emotionally and behaving more recklessly than she usually did. As she's talking to
Man,
both the
Ruru
man
got knocked
and the
off
cashier,
3 times in a
she
row.
adjusts her
Still wasn't enough for me to
sunglasses,
catch
and
up.
for a brief moment, a black right eye is visible. How she received this particular injury is still unknown, but it would pale
Domestic,
in comparison
obviously.
to the injuries she would receive later that night. Because the man she's speaking
Mr.
to
Bond.
and will eventually exit the liquor store with is Gregory Scott Hale. Back in Jason's yard, C.I. Dingy and Deputy Rainey are radioing for backup, ordering for crime scene units to be deployed immediately and for search warrants to be written. As backup arrives, they head into the Scott residence to place Gregory Scott Hale under arrest, finding him sleeping on a couch in one of the filthy garages. Given what they'd just discovered in the white buckets, the detectives were no doubt disturbed by the items Scott has decided to use to decorate this space.
Oh, that's
items
luck
were
right
later
there.
discovered
RNG.
to be old Halloween props from a haunted attraction Scott had worked the previous year. Scott makes no attempt to resist, and when initially confronted, admits to being the one who killed the woman and had placed her limbs and head in the two
Now we get that.
buckets.
Can we get that to
and had
happen
buried
one
the
more
rest of her
time?
in the burn pit nearby. Police take him in, and the following audio is the never-before-heard interview from that night. It has been analyzed by a licensed professional counselor.
Scott, you were talking to James out there at your house a minute ago, and he advised you of your rights, okay?
As I said yesterday, Nurgle, we are now drinking tasty Dr. Pepper, though I am currently drinking water.
Chad Parton, working with
I
Scott's
was
mother,
drinking
would almost
Dr.
certainly
Pepper.
imply she'd worked as a member of law enforcement. But while Scott's mother, father, and son all being mere feet away asleep in the house while Scott committed this murder, none of their statements or information have ever been released.
Anyway, I'm gonna go over your rights again this time since we're up here in the office, okay? If you decide to answer any questions now without lawyer present, you still have the right to stop answering at any time. You also have the right to stop answering at any time until you talk with a lawyer, okay? This isn't a mission, and it's just that we advise you of your rights, okay?
Bruised my thumb learning Street Fighter 6 yesterday, Dingus. I saw that. I saw you were playing. Bean is climbing up the Street Fighter 6 ladder. If you want to see Bean play Street Fighter 6, you should follow her right now. She was losing to Ed. I prefer Double D. Heck.
Is this the girl that you brought in to the house? I mean, your mom and dad saw her. Okay.
The home detectives are referring to.
Oh, GPM gave you the crash course in jury?
As 37-year-old
Of course, GPM would teach you how to play jury.
Himself and his 14-year-old son into his parents' house. According to a narcissistic
Hey, men
narrative spun
and
by
women
Scott,
like jury.
which he repeatedly mentions and embellishes throughout the interview, Lisa had apparently immediately found him so attractive that day. She immediately begged him to take her to his home and had decided
guy looks
she
kinda
wanted
like
to live with
Pete's.
him in his mom's house before they had even left the liquor store. Then, once reaching the house and sitting in the grimy garage where Scott kept
Goki
all of
loves
his Halloween
jury too.
decorations, she apparently couldn't keep her clothes on.
Is there anyone
and
that
Scott had
doesn't like
repeatedly
jury?
asked her to put her shirt back on because his parents might return from picking up his son at any minute. Considering Lisa was only in Manchester that day to meet with her children, whom, according to those who knew her, she adored more than life itself, it seems far more likely she simply asked Scott
Sweet Bean
for a
jury
ride,
cosplay?
and the rest of this story is a fabrication. Though it's likely we'll
I don't know, that
never
would be
know
up to
for
Beans.
sure.
Maybe what I was drinking on, and she had her pint of 100 proof vodka, and you know, you come hang out with me, and then she got in her head that she could just move in, and
That's what Cam gets her for her birthday, the full costume.
we did have, it was consensual, and she wanted to be choked, and you know, I was being drunk, and Friday night, it got carried away, and I guess I strangled her, and
Oh, you don't have the build for it?
hands in a shirt.
Jury love at any size? Hashtag?
At this point in the interview, Scott once again begins boasting about how into him Lisa was, describing in explicit detail how much she wanted him, how turned on she was by his tattoos, not once mentioning his thoughts or feelings concerning her.
Coming at you. Yeah. Coming at you. What? Garlic epic stuffed crust?
It's
I hate
unclear why
ads.
Scott is so desperate to convince
But
the
not enough to get
detectives that
YouTube
Lisa
Premium.
was interested in him that he's making up unconvincing details. He may be trying to make sure he isn't on the hook for assault, or it's just the narcissistic side of his personality coming through. Either way, detectives just keep trying their best to keep him on track.
So you just
5'2"? You're still taller than Ralph.
And then I got off, and then I got off.
You can take solace in that.
She's like, keep choking me, and I kept on. I put a shirt around her neck.
I'm a kilometer tall, according to that Senor Frog sign in the Bahamas.
And she never fought. She never did. And
She
next
never
thing you know,
did.
She's dead, and I'm like,
She dead.
This is great. And I guess I don't know, I got scared or nervous, or I don't know.
Scott's account of strangulation is interesting because according to the autopsy, the soft tissue of the neck above the fourth cervical vertebrae are examined. No soft tissue hemorrhage is seen. The hyoid bone and thyroid
The beat is
cartilage
implicitly
are
telling us
intact.
Cam's
No
type.
contusions of the neck are seen. While the autopsy does conclusively rule that Lisa's death was caused by homicidal violence, no single cause is listed. There were no drugs other than alcohol in her system, and her lungs showed no evidence of smoke inhalation. So exactly how Scott ended her life or why he would feel the need to lie about the exact manner of her death is unknown.
What happened after that, Scott? I mean, you realized that she had passed. Did you try to give her CPR or anything? Did you try to resuscitate her or anything?
No.
In my mind, Cam is an Adonis. I agree. Chiseled from marble.
Opened up her eyes, and her eyes were
Michelangelo, the guy himself.
I pulled up her eyelid and covered, and moved it.
No, I didn't see you get your head vengeance. I saw that he beat you, but then I had to get ready for my stream.
Because I've already been having urges, and they've just been getting greater and greater, and I don't know if it's what, but I guess before.
Good to hear that you got your revenge, though.
I've been watching a lot of serial killer stuff. I don't know if that was getting in my head. I've been having some crazy things happening at the house, like as far as unexplainable, supernatural, whatever. I suffer from sleep paralysis, not sleep apnea, but paralysis. So,
The Ed Slaughter clip, I'll watch it.
I'm paralyzed and I can't move.
Despite Scott's best efforts to make himself seem troubled or possibly insane, what he's describing isn't a disorder, as it happens to people fairly regularly.
But you're conscious.
Big ups on laundry. I love laundry. I like putting the sheet in the dryer for the static. I like pouring the detergent. I like not mixing colors and turning shirts inside out. And I like folding.
Knows I'm into the dark stuff. This last time, not this last time, time before it happened,
And I like wrapping myself in a very warm, toasty blanket after getting it out of the dryer.
Breathing, and something slid my fan. While I was laying on the bed, something slid my fan all the way over, like where I looked over laying down. Fan stayed running, and that's impossible. That cord's barely long enough to plug in where it was. And ever since then, I've had a
Minor
headache,
sound warning.
constant.
Okay.
It's been about 2.5 months, and a beeping sound for about 2 weeks. I had an episode, give or take, a week ago, and a beeping sound.
We are 14 minutes into the true crime. I still think this guy sounds like Cobra. We have Bean getting around on Ed. He said sound warning, so we'll do like a 3/4 of the way. Time to die.
Aggressive now. Oh,
Such a beautiful face.
That was a big super then. Oh, let's kill him.
Yes.
You whore.
Yeah. Okay, that's the end of the clip.
Gotta be aggressive.
Watch it one more time.
Oh, he's burnt. He's burnt. That was a big super then.
He's burnt. He's burnt.
Oh, let's kill him. you whore!
Eat it! Eat it! I didn't realize you said that the first time. Eat it! Give me your mailing address! Yeah, big ups Bean on learning in the game. Speaking of games, I'm getting this ad. Dude, I love ads. They help fund your favorite content.
Ever since then, I've had a headache, constant. It's been about 2.5 months, and a beeping sound for about 2 weeks.
The round was like crack. You got a dopamine rush.
And the beeping sound's back in my head. And it's just ever since then, it's just my thoughts.
It's like me when I'm in a good winning streak in Splatoon. It happens no matter the game. Dave's gonna feel it tomorrow when he plays Star Wars, maybe. Ah, yes, Star Wars Battlefront. The savior of the stream, and the business, and the guy. His mental stability, and financial stability. Or lack thereof.
I didn't stay 24 hours because about 2 Februarys ago.
How does Roularou sometimes start off with less than 1 lap than the rest of us?
Maybe a week ago. Drinking, smoking weed. Might be Percocets, Nitro, but I don't take those to get high on them. I just
Game actually cheating much?
So much, I hurt.
So once you realize that, and she's there, and you're like, okay, how long did you sit and think, or? You call anybody? Tell your parents? So what happened from there?
I covered it up with a blanket on my left seat. You know, I'm pondering what to do, which I should have just called y'all, but another part of me was wanting...
Was never winning that one because they gave Roularou a free lap as soon as the race started.
And that's when I pulled her off the left seat and I put her underneath the boat, kind of threw some stuff on top of her, so his mom or dad walked out there and looked to see if she was there, you know, because, you know, until I told Mom, I was like, well, she's gone. She got mad because I wouldn't stand up to you and let her stand here, and she just took off walking. I waited till they went to sleep, and I guess I just
Thank you, Golem. Your cheering is muchly appreciated. I'm going gamer mode right now.
It's unknown what Scott's official diagnoses are.
Why did I do that? I boosted right into that one.
Lifestyle and the seeming lack of emotion here, it would be tempting to guess that he has a form of antisocial personality disorder. However, without knowing his full history, it's hard to be certain.
After they went to sleep, I pulled her out from underneath the boat. I just gazed on her for a minute. I laid down beside her and was just touching.
Was she still warm?
The sweatiest party ever? You're telling me.
The word is when the blood settles. Rigor.
Look, they gave Roularou a lap again. How does that even work? Does that happen all the time?
She was starting to get a little rigor mortis, but not too bad. Her arms, you know, they still kind of...
All right, whatever. It didn't work out anyway.
Her arms still kind of... Her legs were just a little stiff. In my head, I was thinking maybe she's just faking. There's still a part of me that's hoping. Maybe she just passed out or something? Yeah.
As long as he rings out, it shouldn't matter.
In the garage, it's about this long, gray blade, got a machete handle with duct tape on it. And I worked at a slaughterhouse for 6 years, so I don't know where to go to, you know, any deer hunter, anybody like that that's skinned, you know how to fill the joints. And
this is an interesting justification he tries to make several times throughout the interview, trying to downplay his actions as a totally normal thing any deer hunter or slaughterhouse employee would be able to do.
All right, tough, but we made it.
There are many people in these fields that would even think of doing something this horrendous.
Big ups Kanji Monster. The true crime is a cannibal who was exposed storing a head in his garage.
Would even know where to begin.
And he sounds like Cobra.
Of applying their skills to the body of a
Big ups
fellow
Kanji, welcome in.
being.
that was taking too long, but I did. I started with her head. I cut her head off first.
Did you put any plastic or anything down, or you just put it out there on the floor?
No, that floor was covered with blood.
You leave the carpet on there and cut the green carpet, or?
There's some blue carpet in there. And I was going to pull it up, and my knife wasn't sharp enough.
The pocket knife I got off this.
Cobra 8 Jess, you wish. Sarah was showing something that lady was doing today. I couldn't make heads or tails of it. That lady's kookly.
And I cut off her feet.
Bear in mind that up to this point, Scott has maintained that he had a woman die in his home accidentally, and panicking went about disposing of the body in the quickest way he knew how. This next part, however, reveals the true depth of his depravity, and is one of the most sickening and disgusting confessions we've ever heard.
And I just want to eat some of her, so I kind of cut off some of her, rump and part of her backstrap.
Backstrap is a term used by hunters to describe the long strip of muscle that runs parallel to the animal's spine.
For positivity, we'll probably do Malamash.
Big game for being the most tender and flavorful, because it isn't a muscle often used by four-legged animals. Because human beings are not four-legged game animals and therefore cannot be split into similar cuts of meat, there's no telling what muscles Scott actually tried hacking out of Lisa's body.
What the fuck were the controls for this one?
Just the fact he thought of doing this at all and goes on to use these terms to describe her body shows how little regard he holds for her and the life he took. Detectives are understandably thrown by this.
See, you cut her backstrap out.
This one's already obnoxious.
Did you keep any of it?
It's all in those buckets.
Never underestimate the power of kindness. But of course,
Bro, I love Dungeons and Dragons.
Because according to the autopsy, only the lower arms, legs, hands, feet, and head were present in the buckets when collected by police. No backstrap was found, though again, what exactly Scott is referring to is unknown. But his words flow too smoothly here compared to his other lies. So it seems that regardless of what he managed to actually do, he viewed Lisa as little more than
Rio's got 60 points?
He went out of his way to cut out what he thought would be the tastiest portions of her.
The body's underneath the fire pit.
What about the legs? Are they in the buckets or in the fire pit?
Both.
Don't even know why I tried for that golden mushroom. Mushroom. Got a taste of their own.
Reached up and cut her heart out.
What'd you do with it?
I slung it.
Is it out in the yard somewhere?
Did you sling it straight from the ground or to the wall? No, it was like where those buckets are. There's a fence. I kind of just, because Mom was coming out.
So you just sort of slung it across the driveway?
She gets saying, but Mom and Dad noticing them talking about what's Clyde keep smelling,
Clyde seems to be the family dog, though this isn't confirmed.
And this was Friday night?
And this was today.
Named your dog Clyde?
I tried to burn her remains. And I was going to bury their heads.
What name is that? I prefer Matilda.
So the pieces that you cut, the backstrap and whatnot, you went ahead and burnt them, or are they in a bucket?
They're in the bucket.
They're in the buckets, but you never did fry any of her up.
The dog name should be exceptionally wacky, so that people can hear the name of your dog and they're like, wow, dogs don't have names that sophisticated. You're such a amusing fella naming your dog that.
Piece you think it was? Okay, about the size of an egg.
Yeah.
Was it cooked up pretty good, or was it still semi-raw?
It was juicy. It didn't taste like blood, though. I mean, it tastes like a charcoal piece of steak.
Similarly to how Scott was trying to convince the detectives of Lisa's burning passion for him, he also seems to be trying to convince them that what he did
Okay, if you delay the slamming the mushroom so when it starts shaking, you get more points.
Like steak.
Well, let me ask you this: before you cut her up,
it'd be cool if they said that in the rules.
Cut her up, did you drink any of her blood, or did you have with her again?
No.
Okay. So basically, what you done, you just got busy.
I think I got this round though.
Of her. Did you take any other organs out? Just the heart? Okay.
Because something else is in
What the fuck is this crash dance?
So you want her to be dead?
Yeah, this is what happens when you take food hacks a little too far, Carl.
It's curious that Scott keeps mentioning how he wasn't in control of his actions while at the same time providing excruciating
I'll score more points when the
detail on
mushroom is
exactly
shaking.
what those
My
actions
bad,
were,
I'm just
and at
illiterate.
times, exactly why he did them. It's possible that he may be trying to
hate
set
reading,
up
I just
a
wanna
half-hearted
lose.
attempt at an insanity
You're gonna
defense
lose, you're
throughout
gonna
the
lose, you're
interview,
gonna lose.
but isn't really sure how to go about it.
Not really. She just irritated me a little bit.
It's clear that detectives are trying to find some possible motive for this murder,
You're also literate, it's okay. Thank you. Us dummies need to stick together.
It was simply an accident.
We gotta make like a club or
As it
something.
turns out,
We can
the
meet
next
up every
part may
third Sunday
reveal
of the
a
month.
bit of what Scott's true motivation might be.
I know we talked about this last time, but I talked to you up there at Tails. Can't remember if you tell me that you was reading books about serial killers, or if it was the ladies you was telling me about.
I was
reading some books at that time?
I was just studying about them, just watching like biographies.
What's your favorite movie to watch as far as serial killers?
No, they're
I'm just messing with you, Pim Pam. Oh, I didn't mean it like that.
I look up on the internet.
Like Jeffrey Dahmer.
Yeah.
Oh, Jeffrey guy. No. Why do they always bring him up?
He was a Night Stalker.
Richard Ramirez, aka the Night Stalker,
Oh,
was
the
an
guy.
American serial killer who
He looked like a
terrorized
dude I
the
used to go to
Southern
high school
California
with,
region in the
but it
mid-80s,
can't be him because the
killing
timelines don't
at least
match up.
13 people
And his name wasn't Richard. My name's not. His name literally wasn't
According to some
Richard.
articles on this case, Scott reportedly wrote on his Facebook page on the day of Ramirez's death, R.I.P. Night
Lost by 5
Stalker.
points.
Wish I could have met you. However, this couldn't be verified.
The Night Stalker, right? John Wayne Gacy, or
I read about that.
It was an ignorant Facebook post in the early 2010s. Probably was legit.
That's all I put on my Facebook was just videos, like, because I don't listen to exactly what you call mainstream music. And, you know, I find videos of serial killers and, you know, by different bands where they're playing and, you know, this video footage of different killers. And I told her, I was like, I'm wanting to check into a psychiatric hospital and just thinking about it too much.
This admission is very interesting, as it could suggest that Scott had in fact fantasized about committing the same types of depraved acts as the serial killers he had an admittedly unhealthy obsession with, which may explain why he was so quick to start destroying Lisa's body so soon after her supposedly accidental demise. Detectives seem to start thinking along the same lines, as their next few questions focus on the ideas presented by the idea Scott may have been acting out serial killer fantasies.
This thing's went sour before I can get to one. Moccasin Ben always kicks me out, and I'll be there a day or 2 or 3.
Your time going on.
Yeah.
Is this the only person that you ever heard about that?
Yes.
You ever tried doing anything else? Dog, cat?
I'm an animal lover.
I might you a dog up there sometime.
Can I get one more gold mushroom? Maybe? Maybe? One more?
You worked out champions?
Worked there on and off for 6 years.
For Charlie and them up there?
Mm-hmm. We had a bad falling out.
So,
The Anti-Book Club? Yeah. We meet every month to talk to shit talk books and how much we hate them.
What was going through your head then? You thinking this is my opportunity, I'm just going to choke her out and live out one of my fantasies, or
pretty much?
Opportunity was a knocking, wasn't it?
Yeah. You know what? We was going to go to a different damn liquor store, too. And we was right there about to pull in, and she goes, "What?" She goes, "You can't go to Oak County, you owe that girl, that woman money." I was like, "No, I paid her off." So she just went all the way to Oak Liquor instead of stopping at West Mead.
Well, maybe it was fate. Who knows?
This last statement seems to be Detective Parton taking a weak stab at one of the principles of the Reed technique, perhaps presenting an alternative theory to get Scott to admit to more details because the alternative makes the crime sound not that bad. It's at this point that the interview deviates from Lisa's
Cortex is
cold-blooded
too
murder
far ahead. I'm not
and
gonna
takes
catch
a
up.
rambling turn into Scott's personal life, starting with the other failed relationships with women he's had in the past and the misdemeanor charge for possession of drug paraphernalia that was still pending at the time of the murder, none of which, of course, were ever his fault. It's interesting to note that he blames the paraphernalia charge entirely on the woman he was seeing at the time, saying,
"No, it's misdemeanor paraphernalia, and me and this girl hooked up on a blind date. She was from Winchester. I couldn't get her to leave.
Man, if you tie, it doesn't count.
Police or something said that I was
Oh well,
doing
a tie isn't a
drugs and all
victory.
this, and I ain't no drug dealer. You know, I'm a user."
This seems to be a running theme in Scott's life, that he never does anything wrong.
He
The
never
bad things
does.
that happen to him are never his fault.
Never
And
his
he's
fault. He
so
did nothing wrong.
irresistible to
He's the
crazy
one.
women, they all immediately want to live with him.
This is why I stopped shopping on Amazon, and you should too.
I hate
Don't spend
Amazon.
another dime on Amazon.
I saw a Switch.
The detectives offer
do
no
like
comment
switches.
on this, instead trying to steer Scott back to the matter of Lisa. And while Scott does answer their questions, it's now
you're on
only
Twitch
between
and an ad about
stories
Amazon pops
himself,
up?
random
Very
details
suspicious.
on
What do
his
you say?
life, or any random thought that seems to cross his mind.
Hey, I don't tell YouTube when they should play the ads, Mr. Pun. Your signing would just be a picture of a book with the red no sign and a club next to it, no words at all. Yeah, you'd have like the sign-in, the sign-in thing, the sign, you know when you enter. Instead of signing your name, because you can't read or write, you just circle a picture.
Further indicating how little regard he had for Lisa Hyder's life. Eventually, the exhausted detectives wrap up the nearly 3-hour interview by reading Scott's overwrought confession back to him, and he signs it. Gregory Scott Hale pleaded guilty to first-degree murder on January 15, 2015. And though on the surface this may seem as though he was finally taking responsibility for his actions, in recent years he claims he was charged and sentenced unjustly on the grounds of religious persecution. The religion in question implied to be Satanism. However, there's no concrete evidence that Gregory Scott Hale was a practicing theistic or atheistic Satanist.
Let's see.
Or were there any signs of satanic literature, paraphernalia, or religious symbolism found anywhere near the crime scene? Aside from a crudely rendered Leviathan cross scribbled on a sheet of notebook paper on a dusty desk. Some point to one Leviathan cross as a sign that Scott was a practicing Satanist. However, on this same desk, in a place of equal prominence, there was
apparently Pete's been very boring because the person I go to for Pete's clips doesn't have many new ones up.
This is evidence that he worshipped the Borg Queen. Scott never mentioned Satanism or any other alternative belief systems in his interview.
Okay, we got one we can watch.
While a handful of the news articles written after his arrest briefly bring up Satanism as a possible motive, it appears they're basing the assumption that Scott worshipped the devil on his love of metal music, the album covers of which adorn his Facebook page, and dark comedy. Scott also
he had a
goes
dark
on to
sense of
complain
humor.
that all the articles only include the bad things about him.
Well, did he make slave trade jokes too?
Y'all only put up the bad. I've been told by a couple of people
Who's been a
who
shock
really
jock?
know me and who wrote positive things about me, or said positive things, and for some reason that never gets published. But people who don't really know me that speaks only diluted BS that is secondhand BS, and bad about me. Y'all want to smear that all over the paper. Regardless, the family of Lisa Marie Hyder can rest assured that the man who brutally murdered and dismembered this young mother of 6 will rot in prison for the rest of his life.
Thinking we start cutting carbs.
Why put an ad at the end of the video? Yeah, that was the end of the video. Talk about being greedy. Okay, we're going to do a Pete's catch-up segment. Young mother of 6? I don't know if they said her age. We have Pete's waited 3 years for a doctor in Canada. Talks foodie booty, healthcare, war, and transitioning. Yeah, if you guys recall, Pete's is having a transition journey. We obviously respect that, and we wish him well on his way. You know, he lives in Canada, so that stuff's probably free for him.
Hi. What are my thoughts on cruise ships? Fucking disgusting. Cruise ships are disgusting.
Oh, I hate Pete's even more now.
Nothing, it's everyone gets food poisoning and they're gross though.
You only hate them because you're in a post-COVID world now.
Viruses or anything like that. Lots of people get sick of our chips. Exactly. Once every year there's a Star Trek cruise. Like every year I'll see people talking about the Star Trek cruise. Oh man, that would be so cool. Wait, no, one cruise ship. Fuck that noise. Like in general, not very often. I have not thought about Kitchener very often, I will admit. I'm aware of Kitchener. But yeah, I mean, once I'm ready to start my transition,
second win.
I'm probably going to be Kitchener is.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what the new pronouns are, Pim Pam.
I am not entirely sure, Emma. I haven't looked too deep into the details on what's covered in terms of transition care. Surgery? I don't think I'd ever get surgery. I'm not comfortable with surgery in general. Yeah, Joanna, from what I've heard, it's a long wait everywhere. Waiting 3 years for a doctor, 22 to 10 years.
Well, I guess that's the trade-off for the healthcare being free.
For a local, not even physician, just for like a general practitioner. I waited like 3 years. Like the last time I waited 3 years to get 2 years. 2 years. Yeah, like in Ottawa, I was on the wait list for a couple years for a family doctor. They contacted me February of this year. It would have been like sort of.
Oh no, I'm aware, Goki. Pete has been talking about this for years.
On the wait list.
But it doesn't really. I don't know.
They contacted me right as I was.
Do you see? I don't really see commitment to it from his side.
Yeah, that was irritating. Healthcare sucks everywhere. Because Canada doesn't have.
It kind of seems more like he says he's gonna do something, but then doesn't do it. But I don't pay attention enough to Pete's.
So transition by summer? I have no idea.
But, you know, we haven't had a Pete segment in forever. You think there would have been some change by now?
Doesn't have enough doctors either. What the U.S.
3 in a row.
Is a really shitty health insurance system that disincentivizes people from
This
going
last
to
we'll
the
see
doctor.
that mini game.
But even then, I see a lot of people complain about having to wait to see a doctor in the U.S. as well. And you know, UK, you see it all the time in the UK, and
yeah, healthcare sucks everywhere. We already know this. Go to Portugal, I guess.
Cut police budgets and put that money back into healthcare. To wait 3 months to see a sleep doctor. Maybe people might have sleeping issues. But I do have another closet. I don't use it. All my clean clothes are in a hamper. So I got like a bag for my dirty laundry and a basket for my clean laundry.
See, 2 rounds. Hold and release the gunpowder.
I mean, right now I'm making
like either button to generate the shockwave.
Where am I working at?
And jumping for no reason.
I don't want to say the name of the company. It is a customer service job.
Oh, Pete's got a job? Oh shit, okay.
Emails and live chats.
Big ups.
Trump 2024 is only good if the 2024
That sounds like you got a work from home scam. Oh, that's my favorite kind of scam.
Most about Trump, I think. He's a con man, but he's not actually a good con man. Like, he's legitimately a bad con man, and people just make the conscious decision.
Weird that Pete has Trump derangement syndrome when he's a Canadian.
About him. He's a serial liar. Everyone in New York knew Trump was an asshole. What's on Kim? Because
it's like, okay, cool.
They were contractual.
Nobody asked Pete.
If you wanted to film in one of Trump's properties, you were required to have him cameo. Literally, that's genuinely, like, he put that in the clause. If you wanted to film on one of his properties, you had to film him doing a cameo.
The Home Alone 2 Trump cameo is like the most remembered part of that movie.
For the approval of Hollywood. He brought his fucking kids in to help run the government.
And then they took it out after he became president.
Did Jared Kushner ever actually get his security? Netanyahu's a fucking war criminal, and he has been for decades. Horribly corrupt as well. Like, Netanyahu was on the verge of being arrested for corruption. Like, removed from office.
They say Netanyahu? I gotta get out of my butterfly net.
Anti-Netanyahu. I am very private regarding her, because I kinda have to be.
I think Pete lives alone now. He was dating Foodie Beauty, Chantal.
What I will say is that, like, there's off-camera shit too. Like, there's we were friends off camera for a long. We were friends off camera for a long time before she ever got on camera, and we remained friends off camera while she was on camera. So it's like judging solely by what you're seeing on camera. It's like it's. I mean,
Chantal's in another country. He still talks about her.
There's a lot that people were not privy to. Honestly, I didn't even know what she did on camera that was so bad. I thought she told you to get up and make this.
Well, I mean, that's why his viewership still shows something, not showing up for Pete's.
It's fair. I keep forgetting that.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with him either, Goki.
Like, I'm the one
He's
who
just
gets to
kind
decide
of
if that was-
Pete's.
He gets to decide if I'm mad. That shit was whatever. Honestly, that shit.
Well, big ups Pim Pam for the alert. You know, it is 3 a.m. Probably do this one. Maybe one more. Or this could be the last one. I'll see where the percentage is at. Looking to get higher than 10%. Because we started the stream at 169.
Of how drunk she was. Is that the one night? Yeah, she had been. Yeah, that night she had drank.
Thank you, Pim Pam.
That was the drunkest I'd seen her in a long time. That one she had drank. The kiss was whatever. Fuck it. Who gives a shit? And then people making a big deal out of it, getting.
Yeah, I used to watch Jersha show for Foodie Booty stuff, and I still watch Matt at the Internet. But he doesn't do Foodie Booty segments that much anymore, not as often as he used to do. He'd have like a weekly update segment on her. I guess she just doesn't have any content worth talking about.
I just threw down some paper towel. I didn't clean it up. I wasn't gonna clean that shit up. But I at least threw down some paper towel to soak up some of it.
She had that thing recently where the boyfriend was catfished, I recall. People were telling me about it here.
Just to soak up it. To at least try to soak up some of the worst of it.
They leaked his messages and shit, and Foodie Booty was coping about it.
Once or twice in the past couple years. So it's not something I eat very often. I put it in front of me.
Yeah, he had some weird kinks.
It's chicken, sure.
Big ups Pete's on the Pete's update. I didn't know he got a job, so I legit learned something new from that video. Was trying to rizz up another lady and got caught. Shit and degradation fetish. Yeah, the scat fetish. Because I was talking about, oh yeah, it's always the scat fetish with these guys. Ack. Oh, that's tough. But there you go. People probably said Pete's could never find employment. And look, easy peasy. And it doesn't even require he step out of the house. Or the apartment. Wherever he is. Do we have any more from the channel? That was... Oh, that was a couple of months ago. Eat spills a cup of tea about Foodie Beauty. So it was 2 weeks ago.
Still in pain.
When is he not? It's like DSP, the default stance is being in pain all the time.
We did check in with each other a couple days ago.
What a miserable existence.
Short, a little bit, a couple days ago. Just seeing how she's doing, and yeah, her back pain is pretty bad. But healthcare is expensive, and healthcare is expensive over there, so.
It's not more expensive than Canada, nope. At all.
Whoa, debunked in real time.
I went to a clinic here. You know what it cost me for medication and treatment? Several forms of treatment, $3.
Healthcare is expensive, and healthcare is expensive over there, so.
I was really nervous when I thought, oh no, I'm gonna need medical care in a foreign country. It did make me very nervous because I don't know, I didn't know what to expect. I didn't know how much we would have to pay. Here I am thinking, oh my gosh, we're gonna have to pay thousands of dollars or something, and I was just in such a relief. Whenever he told me how much he spent in total, it was
There's
like
an entire tourism industry dedicated to flying out to get medical operations done in other countries for cheaper.
Like, wow,
it's what Jory
okay,
did.
that's good.
You didn't know that?
Sucks.
What?
It's rough for everybody. It is expensive not dying. It costs a lot of money just to not die. I was not aware that she changed her channel name.
Everyday Miriam?
It's very likely that her weight is
well, that's news to me too.
A big part of what
Trying to rebrand by changing the name, maybe?
No shit, Sherlock.
K-pop might say everyday marionette. Cool.
Kuwait is not more expensive than Canada. Nope. I have free healthcare. I went to a clinic here. You know what it cost me for medication and
Another
treatment?
name change? It's not even the first
Several
one?
forms of treatment, $3.
I thought it was going to be really expensive, but with like the total for the whole treatment and everything, including the antibiotics, including the medicine, including the visit, everything came out, would have been like equivalent to like around $33 Canadian. So it was only like maybe $8 to get seen at the clinic to see the doctor. I have free healthcare.
I went to a clinic
Hi.
here. You know
God
what it cost
damn
me
it.
for medication and treatment?
Why she got a hijab? Because
Several
she,
forms of treatment, $3.
in accordance with the religious beliefs of her new partner. Yes! She changed religions! And flew to another country just to be with them. I forget which one, to be honest. Yeah, Muslim grifting arc. I hate to say it like that, but that's quite actually what it is. Pete's confirms Foodie Beauty is on a tourist visa. Also 2 weeks ago. Now spill that tea, Pete's. Tell us what you know.
The plane fare is expensive though, so I mean, like, she can't really afford to. Yeah, she needs to save up more money before.
Does
she
he
can
just
visit
sit on
again.
his stream shit talking
Not
her?
something where she can pop over.
So
to
many
Canada
years later after they broke up?
every few months.
Is that
Oh, it's been
based?
2 months. I'll pop back over to Canada. Yeah, it doesn't really work that way. But it is what it is. Oh no. Every 3 of us know.
I guess he pays attention to the shit show like the rest of us.
Way too expensive. Or tourist visa. Well, I mean, it's not the visa. I mean, it's just the planes, the plane travel. Flying from Kuwait to Canada, it's an expensive flight. Yeah, you're looking over $1,000.
Very unbased. Okay, thank you, Kanji Monster, for that correction.
Oh well, that like she's just like hopping to another country.
Yeah, it was Kuwait she went to. Papa Dingus was stationed there once upon a time.
When she was here, there was like one time we hung out. She also stopped in at my mom's, and she explained to my mom that like she pops over to.
I don't think this guy can be based. I was just trying to help him out, giving him a free win there.
She just pops across the border for a couple days while her visa renews. And yeah, flying from Kuwait to Montreal. Am I 40? I'm 39. So yeah, for a round trip, Kuwait to Canada, you're looking over $1,000. $1,100, $1,200 for a round trip, Kuwait to Montreal. I mean, obviously that's going to depend on the dates as well.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Oh, was Pete a guy?
Anyway, on another topic, I think I've mentioned before that I'm still.
We just cut off the clip as soon as he stops talking about Foodie Beauty. What's the latest Foodie Beauty clip? Foodie Beauty raging during Ramadan! Defends Salah wanting to... What is that? Sweat emoji on Christian women? What? I better not be baited by this shit. We're just going all over the place on tonight's videos, huh?
It was brought to my attention that people are lying on me.
Why?
And finding entertainment in lying on my religion and making a mockery of my religion. So apparently when I'm praying, I'm not praying in the right direction. So I just want to show you that that's a lie, 100% lie.
Oh, as you can see, why don't you just get an app? I have an app. Look it. You see, this is my front page of my phone.
Why are you showing them your phone? See,
Qibla is
DSP,
the
it's that
direction of
easy.
prayer, okay? So that's the direction you must face Mecca, all right? Yes, you must face Mecca, the Kaaba. And this is the Quran Pro.
If Chantal can do it, why can't you?
Right? So,
Rue.
lie number 1 dispelled. Lie number 2, here, this little thing here, this will show you, this is the Kaaba, okay? The Holy Kaaba. This will show you the direction of prayer. So, as you can see in my video where I was praying here, okay?
Yeah, she's got to protect her family.
That's the direction of prayer. Right
Does
here,
she have
right
pets?
There. Okay, so.
I thought she had a cat.
Yeah. I was praying here. This is the direction. Okay, this is the Qibla. Okay? And also, last Ramadan, we were not even in this apartment.
He has to ask his wife. Sadly, Salal did not ask for Chantal's permission to lust after Christian women.
My husband's been Muslim his whole entire life, okay? No, he's not perfect, but it doesn't matter. He knows the direction of prayer, I'm pretty sure, okay?
Compared to people who are criticizing
it, saying we don't know, who are not even Muslim, have not prayed a day in their life,
know nothing, are Islamophobic, and just plain ignorant and dumb.
Ignorant.
So yeah. So there you go. Like there's an entire community of bored people who have no life and no content. So they
make content out of bagging
This is
on
gold
Muslims
relic, so we need
how they
one
practice
more.
their religion, when they're
Yeah.
the biggest crowds on this planet, and are surely like, how are you going to judge somebody for how they practice their religion when you're the most vile people on
What?
the internet and you shouldn't even
It's
have
a
passion?
Coggers raid! Holy shit! I could never have seen this coming in 1,000 years. It's a NATO Cog raid. NATO Cog, the birthday boy, is here. At 3 in the morning. Kogalai. Big ups, Coggers. Happy birthday. Let's all wish Coggers a merry, merry happy birthday. It's probably already over. Likely is. Press 1 for Kog Life and 1 happy birthday wish and all that. Welcome to the last minigame of the evening for Crash Bash. I was actually about to head off myself. We're learning about Foodie Beauty, and we're going to see if I can get 2 wins in a row in, what's this called? Keg Kaboom? Keg Kaboomer, more like. Thank you. Hope you had fun on your stream.
Your mama's stream.
I thought you'd be here another hour.
No. And she didn't pray in the right direction last year.
It's okay, we can raid Eagle or something.
This is just lies.
'Cause I know
Like,
Seven's on
we weren't
BRB.
even in this apartment last year. Okay, I don't know what time it is where you guys are, but it's like 8
We went to
a.m.
sleep
here,
early, so we can get up, you know, up and early, up and at 'em for the no, I was gonna say Resi. The Star Wars chill.
Making a mockery entirely.
Big up Spanky Joe. I'm doing great.
of the religion, like especially during Ramadan. Like, are you serious? Like, get a life.
And I had Dr. Pepper. There it is.
Right? Like somebody who sleeps with a child predator or
Biggest camera angles for RE2 and then finish the killing antidote. I saw a bit of the RE2 stuff. That mod's really making waves.
You didn't even have to cut the chicken. Like, whenever you
That might be the mod that makes me play the remake.
Hi, Ava. Thank you. It falls apart.
I must. I can't handle that.
So I literally only
But
had
what
to
if it could?
tear it apart. Like, basically, it actually just fell off. Like the spine, everything just fell off, basically. And then I roasted it in the oven. It's a very common way of cooking. Like, again, people are just ignorant. Like, recreate it yourself. Simmer the chicken for long enough, it will come right off the bone. You don't have to cut it. Like, there's no, I know, I can't with these people. I can't.
It's really embarrassing. Are you not embarrassed or what? Hey, hello. I'm honestly just so over this person, this trash bag of a human, just coming for me and my religion and how I practice and every little thing I do.
I'm gonna
to
lose
the
this
point
one.
where, like,
No way.
I swear, if somebody bought me a plane ticket today, I would
Yeah, they
go
had
next
some
week to Canada
ridiculous
just to see
combos.
the crappy, stale leggings off of them. I would, 100%.
Sure, Jan.
I'm afraid like to always have something in my teeth, but I know I don't. I brush them.
Sure, Jan.
And these are adults. Or imagine just beating today. Imagine what kind of mother is raising a child fat-shaming another woman on the internet. You can see rolls in your Ibarra. And what's your point? I'm fat. Does it look like I care?
Yes.
What kind of person like just sits there and body shames somebody for content? How they were both legs were even. It's not like I up close. Like next time I'll up close the skin to show you the skin placement. In some places it was curled up a little bit. And saw that like I guess I didn't have to do this, but yes I did. Because if you're gonna lie about me and how my religion, like too bad for you. You would be exempt to your job because you have, you know, illnesses and stuff. And I do too, technically. I don't have to fast. Like, if I ever feel very, very unwell, or like, if I needed to, then I would, yeah. But that's between me and Allah, you know? I'm not going to, like, talk about it on live, and I'm not going to, like, announce it publicly, but so far, so good. Because she has no brain. Like, this is not just shaming her. It's
who's the lady? That's Beauty, Chantal.
To be able to not realize.
You don't recognize her?
Like,
is it the hijab?
Like people who are intelligent and have a life.
Look, we approve of all of her religions, and she should have religious freedom and all that.
Somebody else and like make up lies. And
yeah, it's the filter.
And like discuss religions during Ramadan, how Muslims are worshiping when you're not even Muslim, or comparing a Muslim.
I forget about Beauty sometimes. We're watching Pete's videos earlier.
Another lowlife do that. Comparing, oh well, we're gonna compare her, how she.
Remember we were watching Pete play that weird visual novel where he was like he was playing as a kid, I think, and like it was just so weird and uncomfortable, and he was like, was very excited to play it. I think he was romancing other characters, but he was a kid.
I don't care. I'm not going to waste all my money on trinkets when I can give it to the poor, which is what the spirit of Ramadan.
I may be making that sound worse than it actually is. Maybe that game could have been completely kosher, and I'm just sneak dissing it.
Like.
Anyways, and Courtney about Mr. Cardigan, I don't care. Like, he's a liar, he's just a glorified hater, and he's gonna relive something about the past. Go for it. I'm not the one who has no content unless he's beating on the same fat women on the internet, beating down the same women, or trying to, like, make documentaries on us. Like, please. People need to get off their high horses and stop being self-righteous. Like, it's just insane.
I'm a little backwards, babe. I'm not saying anything mean about anybody, so I'm gonna block you. Goodbye. Like, another virtue signaler. I'm allowed to defend myself in Islam and talk about certain things if I want to.
I actually won that?
These people? Yes! Yeah, they're ignorant and they look dumb when they say things that are not true.
Thank you, Plankton, for destroying my ears.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not doing it.
Yeah, the Pete's video was before this.
Lowering myself to their level anymore, you know? Funny. Like, they do it for money. Like, imagine doing something so immoral just to fatten your pockets. Like, do you know how much karma you're going to get returned?
Emo's glitching out on Twitch app. There've been a lot of updates for the Twitch app for me this week.
Life right now, and they think
maybe they're breaking shit. They gotta push out hot fixes.
They're just getting more prosperous, and it's like, yeah, that's all gonna that's all going to tumble down on you because of the way you earn your money, because of the way you live your life. 100%. But that's a blatant lie. I wasn't praying in the wrong direction. That's mostly what I
That's 100% a lie.
How do you guys even know before accusing me if I don't have an app or not? How, like, you don't know anything. You don't know ish. You don't know anything at all. Especially about the religion. You Google things to find out. Like, get a life. Yeah, these people, like, how are you going to judge how I look praying? That's so disgusting to make fun of somebody, like, in sutured position when you don't even have a camera and don't show yourself. Are you serious? Like, my mind is, like, blown. I can't. I don't know how YouTube platforms these people, but I continue every day to report
This was a good round. I think we got it.
Honestly, like, so close to just getting on a plane and going to sue the crap out of you-know-who.
Shut the up or get out of here. You're so annoying.
Like, I'm serious, I'm done. I see all these laws.
Yeah, she had like a mini VTuber arc. I saw Jersh cover that.
And defamation and making fun of people. If Hussey could win a case against
you guys don't like VTubers?
when she did way less than you-know-who, fake big potato does every single
we're at
day
180%. Oh, we got 20% left to go. Big ups.
Like, seriously.
11% of progress made tonight. We're getting close to the end. You can believe it. Booty booty OMG Zelda.
I have my favorite cage. Right? This is literally the biggest cage at Pet Zone. The biggest one. Like, look it up online if you
Big
want.
ups me.
There's like, if you see them in person, like
Oh,
online,
God.
you can see. No, this is the biggest one. That at
Yeah,
we found at the
I see
store,
how the
so.
filter could make her unrecognizable.
And I saw a tweet like.
When did
of
she
her,
abandon
like,
God?
being,
When she turned
we-
to
like, attacking Americans.
Islam?
Like we don't
Islam?
think of lawsuits right away. Yeah, well, your 8 landlords did. When they took you to court for your non-paid rent.
As a result of her boyfriend, Sayla.
Speaking of narc, have you heard about this like narc channel like going after Amber Lynn? She's like an older woman, like trying to be DC media, and she just thinks she knows everything. She picks apart everything about Amber Lynn, like everything. She goes after her weight loss doctor. She's insane. Like, these people are insane. You're the
These
only
people,
narc
they're literally
here,
insane.
okay?
These guys,
You
they're
abuse
crazy.
somebody
Real talk.
online, and then you deflect. That's exactly, you deflect and blame them for your stalking and your harassment. And that's exactly what narcs do. So congratulations. I don't have Dove. I'm not doing that. I'm not making an aquarium and everything. I'm never getting another hamster ever again. No offense. Like I said.
Oh,
in the
rip
video,
hamster.
I don't have the means or the time or the energy. Like,
Get a guinea pig.
I have sciatica pain every day. I'm not making them a
Just don't
friggin'
sit on them and you'll be good.
Wall-sized terrarium. No offense. No. Sorry, Harry. How many Christians watch me and never go to church? You know? Because, like, a true Christian, again, if you're judging me, then you're not a true Christian. Like, you like to accuse me because you wouldn't be judging somebody online. Like, you know? You could ever sign an NDA. Yeah, I'm thinking just 8. Don't worry about it. By the way, my plaque is on the way. It's been shipped. Everyday Miriam. We're having it sent somewhere. We arranged for it to be sent somewhere. So, inshallah, it will.
Yeah, so I thought her
arrive.
name was Chantal. Did she change it
If
to
there is
Miriam?
damage, we can request a replacement.
Or is that like her stage name now?
And then I probably just
She's just
request
playing
it
a
to be sent to
character.
my
A
mom's
shock
for
jock, if you
future
will.
When I visit.
She did?
Yeah. Okay, talking about religion, didn't Salah say he wanted to urinate on a Christian? Okay, listen, that was something.
I mean legally,
private,
I don't
not
mean like her
public. That was
YouTube
something-
name.
That's a fetish.
Legally
It's not
change your
real,
name to
okay?
Miriam?
Anything to do with fantasies, there's a reason it's called a fantasy. That's not real.
Okay, 'cause
You
that's
can't
what I was
judge
referring
somebody
to.
Based on a stupid fantasy. Okay? So,
Make up the
yeah.
Juzzy. You're here at the end of the stream. We made it to
And what is
180%.
That, what is that excuse?
That's
Do we
the
have
stats
a
right now.
channel making fun of
I'll
a
go ahead
whole
and show you what I
religion?
got left.
We're talking about a religion and picking apart a religion, or how a Muslim worships their religion.
Splash dash plat.
No, he doesn't. So get out of here. You can't.
Drag and
you don't know
drop's
how to compare
done.
Things. Like, no logic.
Finished up mallet mash right now.
And he's repented enough. He's dealt with it. Like,
Swamp
it's
Fox
done,
plat.
You know. So. I don't know. He
Keg
might, he
Kaboom
might start
plat.
making content again, but he's busy. with
Dante's
other things
dash
now.
plat.
Like, he
Warp
just doesn't
room
really
1 is
have any
done.
knowledge.
Warp
He
room
likes to
2,
do
we
the
just
vlogs when
need
we're traveling and stuff,
beach ball
but
plat.
It's between him and Allah, exactly. Just like Kay Bella doing what she did, just to get the attention of FFG, the approval. I'm such a pick-me.
Skyball's
You're such an idiot.
gold and plat.
No, he doesn't cook. It's not his job. It's mine. We have different jobs. Yeah, he works a lot. He doesn't have just his other business as well. I have cut the chicken.
Oh, we
though,
did
with the
Toxic
knife I
Dash.
have.
Okay, I thought I did Toxic Dash Gold earlier. Oh wait, that'll be last video for now. Just get a final little survey here of what we got left. Okay, thank God. I forgot if I could not remember if I did Embolism Crystal or not. I did. All right, Embolism Gold and Plat. I rage quit Melt Panic Platinum. It was like an first hour of the stream was just Melt Panic. And that should be it, unless Dot Dash Plat. Okay, Dot Dash Plat. Wait, I went to 1 by accident. And 2 should just be Beach Ball, because 1 is done. Yeah, I started with Beach Ball Plat. I couldn't do it. I just wasn't in the right. You need to be in the mindset with Beach Ball. It's doable if you aim your balls correctly. Don't think about what. Don't think about that. Yeah, because we did tilt, panic, pogo, go, space bash. You know, I did all the bash ones immediately. Yeah, and I suffered through Desert Fox. Yeah, beach ball. Beach ball is probably the longest because the balls just move slower, which forces you to use the magnet ability. But the magnet ability sucks. Alright, we'll save it again here. So we can't, look, you can say it was a goose egg stream. It wasn't. We have 20% to go. The climb and grind continues. But that'll be it for me from now. I know Coggers, you just raided, but it is 3:30 a.m. I think we're gonna call it. It's time for a little siesta. You can still use the extra kick, but I thought the magnet ability was good. It's good, but when you eliminate the opponent at the top and you only got the opponents on left or right, it's useless for you. The kick is more reliable once the top opponent is out. Really, it's easier to just let the left and right sides fight with each other. But you saw me do Skyballs Crystal, Jesse, which I'm very proud of. I could not do Skyballs Crystal growing up. So I'm proud to have that. I do feel good about this, even though I am taking forever to 200% the game. I will do it. We'll do it eventually. It is the dono goal, which I'm very thankful for us hitting it, because we do appreciate helping out the kids in hospitals across the globe and all that jazz. But it does feel good to get to 200% on this, to be on the road to that 200%, because it's like, it's being able to say that I finally accomplished that one thing that I was just not able to do as the gamer Billy. Pablo is editing the Skypulse Crystal montage right now. You wish. Okay. We're gonna see who's live, and then we're gonna rate them, and then we're gonna go mini time. We'll be live tomorrow. I think we'll do maybe some Advance Wars, or if I'm feeling it, we could just go back to Crash Bash. Who knows? Figure it out. It's not only 138. I don't listen to Californians and bloopers. But big ups, happy Friday. The guy will be live later today with Star Wars. You guys like Star Wars, right? In terms of people to go raid, Tevin is on BRB. Is looking at Fallout New Vegas. This is how you don't play. You guys love when he played that, right? But we're going to the rare Eagles raid. We're gonna go to Eagles stream. I don't think we've ever raided Eagles, did we? No, wait, we did. This will be the second ever Eagles raid. You can participate and follow him, because I know at least one person here who regularly watches the streams probably has not done that already. And I'm calling you out. If he can get even one follow post-raid, I will chug my water after the stream. So you just have to take my word for it that I'm gonna do it. Yeah, but that's it. Thank you very much, everyone, for showing up. Big ups on all the variety. We saw a lot. We saw True Crime, Synthetic Man, The Muppet, Booty Beauty, and Pete's. And you know what? We didn't even have to resort to watching a Dave video. There was no Dave at all today. It was the true and proper Dark Dave's day off. All right, but that's all I got. Let's get out of here. Pablo!
It's nice to
Looking forward to the Helldivers collab tomorrow. What you talking about? Your dumbass didn't get Helldivers. Did Rydrick trick you again into getting a game? It's Tekken all over again. Thanks for stopping by. I really appreciate you guys. Thanks for making it to the end. Big ups to the dingers, dongers, and the swollen __ ones who somehow, for some reason, are still awake. Star Wars game don't look too good. Yeah, Carl, it's been documented. We've been We've been talking about it in the server. I mentioned it earlier in the stream. It's not going to be the savior that he thinks it is. There's two types of remasters. I was saying it earlier. There's two types of remasters. Big up Singers and everyone else who's still here. Like Press, JC, Carl, Almighty Tevin the guy, Almighty Goki, Sweet Bean 96. Thank you, Dingy, for keeping me entertained. Well, you're welcome, Bean. Spanky Joe, Mr. Pun, Nadal_Cog, TRPG Gamer, OMG Zelda, Rent Check, Kanji Monster, my favorite viewer, Swollen Dingbot, of course, and Pam, who fell asleep before the end of stream. Imagine falling asleep before the stream ended. What's wrong with you? Of course, we cannot forget the lurkers, like Alpha Elite, UNFW1, the Unfun One, and 1337, Juzzy51, Peaches and Keen, Algernaut, Bearded Biscuit, Iggles, Do the Wiggles, Shroom Dukem, who was also playing Star Wars earlier, but I think he was only doing single player, so he didn't, you know, he didn't hate the game like GPM did. Cerulean 86, Desai, Fififona, Golem, Nurgle, DJ Filthy Rich, Ivan Cypher, Hyrie God, Jay Frosty, Karma Kid, Ken Goon, Moitis, Nova Enforcer, Red Animator, Riku Zephyr, Sard Guard, SCP, Cyphalitis, Janios, and Zidras LLC. Be well. No, thank you, Rencheck. But yeah, to follow up, Carl, yeah, there's two types of remasters. The ones people give a shit about, and the ones they don't give a shit about. And by the people, I mean the devs. The remasters that go the extra mile. Ah, yes, like remastering a whole trilogy of Crash Bandicoot or Spyro games. And then there's remasters where they just AI upscale the textures, a la GTA, and call it a day, and everyone hates it. But because it's a hyped up, hype beast game that everyone remembers from their childhood, they hype beast it up into thinking that it's gonna be into thinking that the project will have more effort than it was ever intended to have. And I think that's the case with the Star Wars game. It's a game everyone likes, everyone tells them it's good, they get excited for it, they hype themselves up. Then the game comes out, it turns out it's just a, you know, zombie crew, skeleton crew game. They just AI upscale the textures. They put it on PC despite the OG version still being on PC. They put it on Switch and it runs like molasses. The servers are broken on PC. They're inconsistent on console. And there's no aim assist on console. And if you host a server on PC, you're 30 frames. And the matches are like 2 minutes. And the maps are too big for the amount of players that are allowed to play. So yeah, I don't think he's gonna felt it tomorrow. I don't think we'll only get one stream day out of it. Maybe what, 2 or 3 sessions? Because again, you have to consider that we're hyping it up as the return of Friday Night Firefights. He's gonna like to replace COD. He thinks this is gonna replace COD, and it's like, dude, can you like read the room, please? He has to have heard this info about the game. We're gonna hear about it in the pre-stream. I know we are. There's no way he can ignore it. Yeah, no aim assist on console, according to, I was watching GPM play, and there were people in his chat talking about it. Tomorrow's gonna be a disaster stream? It depends. I don't think... I mean, you know, anything can happen. Someone can swing by with like 150 tip, and then I'll sure be fucking felt it if that happens. But I don't think it's gonna be like multiple people supporting, and oh my god, the business is saved, the stream is saved. We love you, Phil. We love you and your gameplay, but you already knew that. Could be a case like, I don't know, we get like the 1 minute man tip and then maybe something else. It's not gonna be spectacular. In all honesty, you guys. DSP put an attention tweet out an hour ago about his schedule, basically. Oh my god. What is he doing awake? Alright, let's check it out. I have a major announcement regarding my upcoming gaming lineup, and a schedule on the Level 1 podcast in the morning. We need to make big moves to get stuff feeling fresh and fun again. See you then! Oh, that hurts to read that out. Wonder what this means. Battlefront canceled? No way. Look at this. Look at this. I'm supposed to be ending the stream. I have a major announcement regarding my streams. Why does he still have that avatar? Do change it. Relaxing gaming is back. Is it? Is RPG Overload supposed to be relaxing? It's definitely not financially viable. I hate these attention whore tweets at 3 in the morning. I actually would prefer Jin tweets. Nah, this isn't DS Politics. You fucking wish it was DS Politics. He specifically says gaming lineup. Something's gonna happen. Maybe the big announcement is I'm not gonna do side content after I finish Like a Dragon. I'm just gonna finish the main plot and that's that. That would be super lame. So I don't think that's gonna be it. He's not gonna play the Peach game. Maybe he announces Alone in the Dark. Maybe we cancel Star Wars because the bad reviews scared us, but he can't do that because he already bought it and preloaded it. So actually, he can't cancel it. So maybe we just do one stream, but we also announce Alone in the Dark. We do one stream to see if we like it. Oh my god, it can go either way tomorrow. I hate this dude. Anyway, I've delayed it long enough. Thank you, Coggers, raid with a party of 6. Night, raid with a party of 31. Guitar Boat Master, tier 2 for 6 months. That's half a year of GPM being freed. Or, well, not really. GPM had some residual subscription months before he got banned. Combined with the months from him post-ban, we're now at a half a year of GPM. And pound to 5 bits. Almighty Tevin gifted tier 1 to Riku Zephyr for their 6 month. That's half a year, Riku Zephyr. Seru, raid with a party of 19. Goki, raid with a party of 2. Oh wait, this is from yesterday. Okay, thank you. Going to... yeah, Eagles this stream. For the second ever Eagle raid. Imagine if DSP booted up Alone in the Dark PS1 version. That was the only Alone in the Dark I ever played. It was alright. Not as alright as this raid. Bye-bye, Adios, Mimi time. We'll see you when we see you. And if we didn't see you, then we didn't see you. But if we did see you, then we saw you. And if we didn't see you, hopefully we will see you next time. If I can see myself in the mirror each and every single day. Hopefully I inspire viewers like you, Rue, too, to see themselves in their mirrors each and every single day. What's the raid message? Oh, I got it. I got it. Shut up. Okay, who's seen Aqua Teen? Because the raid message is commence the Iglin. Get it? Get it? Aren't I so cool when it comes to raid messages? Okay, I'll be back tomorrow. And if at least one person follows Eagle, I will drink all my water in one gulp. I will not validate or verify that whatsoever. So you'll just have to take my word for it. I've never lied. I'm always honest, guys, right? All right, get out of here. Bye-bye. Take it easy.